late this morning, but I got to get 8 hours of sleep. So that's the way it goes. Sometimes we have to stay up late. And last night was one of those nights. So, but I'm here and going to make the best of the day. Yesterday, we why don't I wait till we get somebody here? Good morning. My glasses on here. Nisi Jane, good morning. Let's rise and shine. Yes, let us do that. Absolutely. All right. And let's look across the dial and see what's going on here. And yesterday's picks, let me get the list of. Oh, and I have to start off. I am not a financial advisor. I make no guarantees whatsoever. I don't make any promises. I show you the information. And like I say, I provide, you decide. Okay. I'm going to show you when people call out these stocks today. I'm going to get over on them. We're going to look at their catalyst, what's causing them to move. We're going to look at the volume. We're going to look at do they do reverse splits? We're going to, dissect each one of these stocks, and we're going to decide based on the charts and the volume and the patterns that we might be able to pick up. We might decide to get in on some of these. But each day here, we're getting a whole bunch of stocks called out, usually about 30 a day, 30 stocks a day. So when these stocks are called out, we don't necessarily want to buy them on that day because they're on a rampage. They're on everybody's radar, you know, and that's not a good time necessarily to buy a stock, as we've come to find out. So let me get here to yesterday's picks. And what I'd like to do is look at picks of a week ago. So we're going to be looking at 1 week ago picks because a lot of stocks get run down for a week. And that's what I'm looking for. All right. So this will be good. Yep. We'll be looking at 515, the picks on May the 15th. And we're going to see how they look right now. And the reason we do this is because, again, when people call out these stocks and they're using these scanners and they've got all these AI and chat GPT and everything everyone is using to pick these stocks out, um, those stocks are getting bought up by retail a lot of times, and they're on emotion, being bought on emotion. And this is what we need to be aware of. People's emotions is what drives people's prices up. And when stocks go up like these ones we got here, like yesterday, someone just mentioned AIIO was down this morning to $1. Right? Sold that and made crazy profit yesterday. But you cannot expect these short runners to do like the ones on the long sheet. All right. Um, like here. Now, these are stocks. that we've made a lot of money on over the last few months, day trading them. And AIIO sold that. Look at that. Sold it once at 761. Sold it another time at 583 after buying 492. So this stock down to $1 this morning. You cannot stay in these stocks, people. Please do not do it. Don't do it. Somebody here says they bought 473 and sold 578. It did not drop down to $1. Happy boy, what's up with that? Well, at any rate, today my suggestion is on the 19th is that we look for a stock on that we were trading on around the 13th. A week of trading on it. And so that's going to be this list right here. And we're going to run down this list and see if any of these amazingly hot stocks, we're going to see if any of them have fallen to the 5 or 6 day washout point. It might be at a good point to buy in. Okay. That's what we're going to do here. So give me a moment. And this morning, one of the stocks that we've been looking at, QUCY, and Modib, please, I want you to know I'm with you, man, because I got hurt on this stock here. This one knocked me down. And I'm showing you right now, guys. Now, I've made good profits so I can afford to take hits like this because when you get stocks that go up 100% and 140% and 200% and so forth, you're going to have one that goes down on you once in a while, okay? It's just the way it is. Take the knock, get out, move over on a runner. Don't be a bag holder. Just give me a moment here. QUCY is what I'm looking at. Here's the chart on it. Oh, by the way, this is HCWB this morning. HCWB. This is going to be a good day trader, folks. Wallered around down here at $1.11. Went up to $1.30. So 20 cent. That's right. 20 cent swing up, 20 cent swing down, 20 cent swing up. But now it's a different situation. Right here, the 200 was falling on this 20 cent swing up. This is a rising 200 on the 20 cent swing up. See the difference? So this looks good. Breakout point, folks. If it moves over this point, which I'll just move this line up. Uh, what happened? What happened? Okay. So, folks, if this can get over this point right here, and that appears to be over it. And then it will go to this point right here, right there. And if it can get beyond that 128, it should then go up here to 133. All right. Just so you're aware of it, based on the history of the stock, because there's been nothing between here and here. All right. Well, there is a little line right here. We might see resistance there. All right. And this is HCWB. HCWB closed yesterday at $1.34. The bid is 127. The ask is 128. I provide, you decide. Let me show you the 5-day chart. There it is. 5 days. Resistance, 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 resistance up here, resistance. Boy, do they want to stop that? But notice something. Here's what you need to notice. When it was resistance here, the 200-day was down here. When it was resistance here, the 200-day was down here. See that? So first time resistance, 200 here. Second time resistance, 200 here. Move this down to right there is where it was. Right there. Third time resistance, 200 is up here. This is a good thing to learn from, folks. This is a good thing to learn from. First time resistance, 200 here. Second time resistance, 200 here. Third time resistance, 200's here, people. Right there. And it's there because of the big satchel they got on it right there. See that? Good morning. Yep. Yep. Bag holders end up with suitcases. That's right. AIIO, was that a good point at 7 a.m. this morning? We'll have to look at it. Yeah. Yep. Sure looks like it. Dang straight. Getting in the 470s? Wow. Man, nice. Good job, guys. All right. Closed at 560. This morning they drop it at 7 o'clock to get in on it. Now, as you can see, there's a line of resistance right here. Okay. So there's a line of resistance right there, just so you're aware of it. And it actually could be moved up just a little bit to right there. All right. So that 5-day came down here and hit that line and came up. Okay. So there should be a line of resistance there. Now, if there's no line of resistance there, then based on history, the next line of resistance should be here, about right here. Now, the reason that I say this is because this has all been fleeced out, shaven, free of any shares. There's nothing left here. This is just a void, a gap. This is a gap now. So it should go right through this. If it doesn't drop from here, then it should climb to this line right here, where I have that line of resistance. And the next one is going to be here. And if it doesn't stop here, it ain't going to stop. Okay. Right there. If it doesn't stop at this price right here, the blue 5-day line, then it's going to make a real nice move. Okay. It's going to make a nice move, I believe. Then I could be wrong. And believe me, those that don't want this to happen will sometimes let it go over like they did that stock to me yesterday, GOVX. And then boom, man, did they knock that thing down. So be very cautious because they're not, whoever's in control, if you will, of this stock, they're not going to want to let it get over this price. 572 is going to be it, folks. 572. They don't want it over that price. They don't want it anywhere around 575 or even 6. So just be aware of that. All right. When the blue line gets here, if you buy in now, when the blue line gets here, that's wherever that is, the price, wherever it is, that's where you want to sell some. All right. Most likely sell some. I'm not telling you to sell all. Yep. Yes. One Love, thank you for waiting, holding off on liking the stream. We're going to do that though. And thank you for reminding me. Let's do it at 8:08. Okay. 8:08 this morning. Um, you know, on my other computer, when I click down here and I click on 808, a big 808 comes up here. And they don't do that anymore. When I click down there, I want a big clock so I can see it. Where's the big clock? I'm clicking on the clock. I want to see a big clock here because these numbers are teeny tiny. Like here, I can't see this. So I can come over here and I click on it and bam, there's a big old clock. A big old clock there. Why'd they take that away? Well, there's no big clock anymore. I don't like it. I'm just going to let you know. I want a big clock there when I click on that. Dadgummit. Oh, well, let's get ready to count down to the bell ringing. And as you all know, that begins with a song this morning. So we're going to get over onto the live stream and view the channel. And we're going to click on the stream. And here we go. Let us start out with a little love, if you don't mind. And then we're going to do a countdown and hit the bell at the same time at 8:08 and 8 seconds. Okay. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, here's the countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And push the button right there. Please hit the like button. And any love that you can share is always appreciated here on this channel. And if you could spread the love, then I would be greatly appreciative, ladies and gentlemen. And as always, we have a little song for you for all of the hearts that we see on the screen or in the chat right here. If we see any hearts in the chat, that's a good thing too. I'm going to put a heart in on the chat. And I want to thank you for being here with me, everybody. It's without you, the channel just doesn't get it on. You are you are the solid, solid heart. We appreciate all the heartfelt, all the feelings. And there's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen, and all the shorts are getting screwed. Yes, there you go. It's the heart on song, and we have to make sure that everybody sings along every morning. And thank you for sharing a heart with me. Yes, it is very much appreciated. Nisi Jane, thank you very much. Desmond Cook, thank you. One Love Cat, if we click save video, it boosts the algorithm 100. Wow. Where do you click save video? Wow, I see that. Thank you very much, One Love. For all of you that just heard that, maybe look down here, click save, boost the algorithm 100%. Nice. So let's do this at 8:16 and 8 seconds. All right. At 8:16 and 8 seconds, we'll all hit the save button. Does that sound cool? I'll set my timer. Oh my gosh. One Love. That is a killer, killer tip right there. So don't click save yet. We'll hit save at the same time. I'm not going to hit save, of course, but wow, that's very good to know. I think I'm going to pin that message. Yeah, that's a good message to pin. Um, so what we're going to do this morning, folks, is we're going to look back to 1 week ago. Now, we had a lot of stocks that were called out a week ago. All right, I want to see if they've been driven down now in since a week ago, because I tell you guys not to hold these day trade stocks, but some of them might be knocked down real bad after 1 week. And so I want to see if I can find some that are on the bottom. I'm going to do some bottom feeding today. So we're looking at WOK by Jayhawk first. And we're going to be looking at the 5-day charts on all of these, is what we're going to do. WOK. And look at that. 5 days of decimation. See, this is what I'm getting at, people. When you're day trading, you cannot afford to hold on to these stocks overnight. You can't do it. If you made a nice 40% profit, get out, be glad you made it, and stay out. Whoosh, whoosh, write it off the list. Whoosh, whoosh. You know, I see people that are asking me, like yesterday, about stocks that we were handling a couple days ago, but we don't stay in those. We don't. These stocks are called out because they're on the radars and they got overbuying a lot of times. There's just overbuying, and so we need to catch these after a week or so, because sometimes some of them really did have viable news to make them run up that much, but they just get milked out for a week and then they go up. So let's look at something else here. That's not one of them. That's not one of them. That one is a decimation point from $11.90 to 20 cents. Oh my God, 20 cents. Well, this is a perfect example why you don't hold these stocks long. Next, EVTV. Uh, well, they sure did run it down for 2 days to the 200-day moving average. And now we see this same formation, the C clamp, the woodpecker coming down to hit on the 200 if it can again. I tell you what, if they get this price, okay. So if they get this price down, and I do like what I'm seeing there, yep, breaking back up over the 50-day now, the 5-day and the 10-day, and they've converged completely. This is converged completely. And this is consolidate, capitulation, and convergence, but it's a very short consolidation and convergence. Don't don't jump in yet, but if this 5-day makes a nice little spike here and we get the volume coming in green, and we've already got quite a few green candlesticks along the bottom here on this. This is EVTV. And again, I like to look at the 5-day or the 10-day chart. There it is right there, folks. EVTV. And take note of this line right here. Notice when they got there and it resisted and fell, look where the 200-day moving average was. Now this line comes into play again. It gets up to there and it falls, but look where the 200 has risen to. Then it gets to this point once again. And if you look at the 5-day, it's the blue line, the blue line, the blue line. Each time it hit that resistance point of there, there, and there, and there, and there, the 200 just kept rising and rising and rising and rising the whole time. You understand? Then the next day, deep dive, middle of the day, lunchtime low, first an early morning push out, then the lunchtime low, and then look where the 200 was. See the gap between here and the 200? The gap gets tighter, the gap gets tighter, the gap gets shorter, the gap gets shorter. Look at the gap between here and the 200 now. They're trying to break it below when the 200 was down here. Now the 200's up here and they're trying to break it below, folks. I'm just showing you. I provide, you decide. It's called EVTV. Closed yesterday at 247. Bid now is 239. Ask is 246. So they're probably going to try to knock it out, the legs out from under it early this morning. But it might be a good one. I mean, that's a pretty good looking chart over that 5-day. Let's take a look at the 20-day. Yeah. Well, that's a triple upside crossover right there. Look at all that herking and jerking and sacking, man. Wow, wow, wow. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the definition right here. This is the definition of a fleecing. They just shave this thing bare. Let's go out to a longer day chart. Well, as you can see with this stock, ladies and gentlemen, I've already put in where all the resistance is going to be. Resistance there, resistance there, resistance right there, resistance here. So I've already marked out where the resistance is. And there's a big gap from this line to there, ladies and gentlemen. There's a big gap from here up to there. Now, it looks as though there was one time where they did stop it about there. So there should be a line put there too. It looks like, yeah. But let me tell you something. This is a critical line right here for this stock. All right. EVTV is what I'm looking at. That's a critical line. I mean, that is a critical line. And if it gets over this line, man, this thing could make a big move. I'm telling you, there's a big gap here. Only point of resistance I put in is right here at these two here. But man, telling you, EVTV 5-day moves up over this. The blue line moves up over this line, and you could see a very substantial move on it, EVTV, because there's nothing really between here. There's one more line that's probably about right here, which I should put in, and then from there, it could definitely be on its way. Just so you're aware of that, okay? And I don't make any promises. I don't know any what's going to happen for absolute fact. But I'm telling you, if this price gets over this line right there, if it can get over that line, and it's really about there, right there, watch out. If the 5-day gets over this line, it's going to jump up to here. And that price is at 274. Then it's going to jump to 295. Then it's going to jump to 305. Then it's going to jump to 345. Or it should. It should. There are no guarantees. What I'm showing you folks is called mirror trading, okay? What I'm trying to show you here is called mirror trading. And you can see over here there was a lot of herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking through this range before it fell. So there probably isn't going to be much in this range anymore. It's all been played out. It's been played out. And you can see it's rising right through this range now because again, this has already all been played out. Man, they played it out big time right there. That thing was played out. Look at all that herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking. There's nothing there. It's empty space, folks. EVTV, folks. I provide, you decide. EVTV. All I can do is provide, and you decide. And take notice of this being the mirror right here. And there's the one peak, the other peak, the drop, the rise, and the rise. And notice the angle of the 50-day dropping here, the red line, the angle of it. Look at the pitch angle of the rise. Okay. Because what takes a long time to descend can rapidly reascend if it was hashed out through there all the way up. So there's your angle of descending, and this is the angle of your ascending right now, right there. So this is the how long it took it to get everyone out of it, and now that they get out of it, oh, how quickly it can run. EVTV, folks. I'm just showing you. You can decide to do whatever you want with it. And but that's what the chart looks like right now. Looks to me like it's building a nice shoulder on it. The 45-day is the dark blue line. The 50-day is the red. The 200-day here, the stock is EVTV. All right. Now, I do like the look of that, just so you know. I'm going to put uh, buy at bid 239. Bid 239. And the ask is 246. All right. Now, let's take a look at some other stocks here. that were called out, like I said, 1 week ago. NBIS. EVTV, by the way, was called out by Rolando Mota. Now, NBIS. Oh, nice. See, now this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for, folks. Man, they've suppressed this thing down into the 50-day once there, down into the 50-day twice. And I want you to notice that when they got to the 50 here, this is a complete convergence. Right here, you've got the 200-day, you've got the 50 and 45-day, you've got the 5 and 10-day. They're all converged. It's just absolute convergence. And after you capitulate, consolidate, and then you converge, that favors longs. Here again, they tried to converge it again. The 200-day riding below, rising nicely, and they tried to converge it. They tried to get the 50-day to come down here too. If they could have, they would have. But they could only get the 50 to the 200 that far away. And now, ladies and gentlemen, they're just converging the current price and the 50-day. And look where the friggin' 200 is. Look at the distance. They did this here too. Look at the distance. Here they converged it and they're only that close. Here they converged it and they were on it. So this just shows you the momentum, folks, the power each time. Converged it here, right on the 200, the 50, the 45, all of them. Converged them here. I mean, it's just been a reconvergence over and over and over and over and over. And they're just converging on the 50 now. And again, they're converging on the 50. Look at the 200. Look at the gap getting bigger and bigger between them. Now, this is an expensive stock, folks. It's 190 something dollars a share, but I'm showing you and you decide. All right. I provide, you decide. This thing lurched up on an earnings where they must have beat the street. Yeah. They were expected to get 81 cents in earnings and they got 211. Wow. They were expected to get 0.814 and they got $2.11 on earnings. Wow. Whew. Goodness gracious. Anyway, that one was called out by NBIS. And I'm looking at these because they were called out a week ago. And I want to catch 5 and 6 day drops because that's about how long they usually like to beat things up, 5 and 6 days before they raise them back up. So we're looking for bottoms here. Next one, Jayhawk called out TDIC, which I made good money on. Oh man, look at that, folks. And if anything, this morning, what I'm doing is going to be a testimony. And these stocks were called out on the 14th, the 13th. So these were exactly called out 1 week ago, folks. And I'm looking for 6 day rundowns because they often do that for 6 days. So I'm looking for 6 day stocks that have been run down for 6 days. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to the 5 day chart on all these. And wow, TDIC obliterated. Low this morning, 61 cents. Look at that, folks. $34.80. And some of you I know on this channel sold when it was in the 20s. I know you sold with me in the 20s. And we had bought this in the fours, folks. And look at that. Look at it now. This is why you do not hold on to these stocks that run up like we get. Don't hold them long, please. And go back and look at them 6 days later and see how bad they've been beat up. There's probably virtually no volume on this anymore either. Let's go see if I'm right. I do want to see this right now. And I want to go to historical data. And has the volume dried up completely? There we go. So when the volume on this stock used to be down in the 40s, 30s, thousands, okay. Every once in a while, it gets some headlines and it probably makes some pretty decent moves. Yeah, 87 to a dollar 45, folks. Whew. On 36 million shares, 31 million opened 80, opened at 68, went to 120. Whew. A 1-for-5 stock split. Okay. I didn't know that about it. TDIC, a 1-for-5 stock split. Okay. And their price hits a high of 30, but it was actually $34 in pre-market or after hours. And now look at it. 67-cent low yesterday. Wow. 30 bucks to 67 cents, folks. Opened $1.55, dropped to 68, closed at 104. Big plays on this thing right now. Huge. Still pretty good size volume right there, folks. Good luck to us all. That's right, Niecy Jane. Tony Hart's calling out AS is Tony Henry. AS and AMST. Okay. Thank you. Well, this thing has gotten slaughtered, folks, yesterday, down 40% from yesterday and this morning. 43% more. Oh my gosh. See, never underestimate what can happen with these day trade stocks, folks. That's why you cannot stay in them long. You just can't do it. Don't you dare do it. If you're going to hold any stocks long, get these and hold them long. Okay. These are the stocks that you hold long. These are the stocks you want to get your hands on and hold long, showing you what they've done the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. The last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. These are the ones you want to hold long. These are the stocks you want to hold long. And I make no guarantees that they're going to continue to do this, but they sure have done well over the last year. And I think the market is going to make a nice move here. I think we've got a Iran issue that's going to be resolved. They can't go on forever. It's a war of attrition. Our leader knows that. And I believe that it will just be an attrition situation that will come to an end soon. And we'll see prosperity. There is no shortage of oil. Okay. There's no real shortage of oil. I'm here to proclaim it. I'm here to let you know now. I'm sorry, but I do not believe there's a shortage of oil. And I'm going to go right now and I want to go to Google oil. Let's put in current. Oh no, we're gonna start with the word oil. Oil reserves by country, 2026. All right. Oil reserves by country. And I want you to know that this oil is all over the world. There's billions and billions of barrels of oil in reserves. 303 billion barrels of oil. There are here 267 billion barrels of oil in reserve. Alexa, how many barrels of oil does the U.S. consume daily?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right. Oil, crude oil consumption by, oh gosh, crude oil consumption by country per day. Okay. Global oil consumption averages approximately 102 to 105 million barrels per day. Okay. Well, right here, Venezuela's got 303 billion barrels. Saudi Arabia has 267 billion. Iran, 208 billion barrels of oil. The US uses 20%. Canada, 163 billion barrels of oil. Iraq, 145 billion barrels. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to let you all know I don't believe there's an oil shortage. I'm having a hard time with it. It doesn't seem to add up. Would you agree? I mean, it looks to me like there's a gluttony of oil. I'm just Mr. Obvious is here to let you know. The US uses 20% of the world's available oil, but still, the whole world, it says here, well, it says here, and I'm just using Google. I don't know, maybe they're wrong, but it says global consumption of oil is 102 million to 105 million barrels. All right, we'll go on the high side. What's 105 million times 20%? If the US is using 20%, 105 times 20%. So we're using 21 million barrels of oil per day. Uh, if we just relied on just Venezuela, 21 million, Venezuela's got 267 billion barrels. Alexa, what is 267 billion divided by 21 million?
267 billion divided by 21 million is approximately 12,714.2857.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's do that again. It says we use 100, the whole world uses 102 to 105 million barrels per day. The whole world per day. All right. So let's do this again. Venezuela boasts over 303 billion. Okay. Alexa, what is 303 billion divided by 105 million?
303 billion divided by 105 million is approximately 2,885.7143.
All right. And that's per day. So, Alexa, what is 2000 divided by 360,
Sorry, I didn't get that. 2,000 divided by what?
365?
2,000 divided by 365 is approximately 5.4795.
All right. So there's enough oil right now to last the world 5 years. And that's just in Venezuela. There's enough in reserves to go 5 years just in Venezuela. Yes, and the crude oil that they call sweet crude that comes from Iran and Iraq and all the Middle East is a lot easier to refine than the oil that comes out of Venezuela. The oil that comes out of South America requires quite a bit of refinement process. It's dirty oil, from what I understand. But I don't know, because byproducts from oil, I guess maybe the more that's in it, the more byproducts you have available to sell as well. I don't know. The things they extract from it or they use in certain ways. Anyway, I'm just sharing this with you guys, everybody. And then we're here to trade stocks, but it's good to talk about this kind of stuff, I think, and know what's going on in the world and know how much oil's actually out there, and you know, and that's just what we've got in reserves above ground. They're still pumping oil out of the ground. They're still, but you know what? I'm just of the belief that if you were to suddenly, the well ran dry, if all the oil was gone and consumed, if it was all gone, if one day that just the last drops had started to trickle down and then finally drip, 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 and then all the oil was gone, you know what? I think that we'd find some other way to get around that already probably exists, but we're not privy to. And I'm just saying, I could be wrong. Well, um, KGTH, thank you for that input. I appreciate it. Brandon Henry, that's days, 12,000 divided by 365. Well, I'm not a mathematician, but let's just put it this way. I don't think there's really any shortage of oil right now. I think there's plenty of oil. I'm just going to say it. And when you look at these countries and you see this list of, how much oil's out there, then what really is the Strait of Hormuz? Um, issue got to do with the United States anyway, because we're not really using any oil from that region. And understandably, I understand and have been told that we're not using any oil from that region, and we're just doing the canal thing for other people, keeping that passage open and Strait of Hormuz. And as I've said, I don't know, why don't we just build a canal around it and or just a pipeline? Yeah, I know, but I mean, if you've got to take a ship to shore and then you hook it to a big pipe, and all of them go to a big pipe that runs right across, buried below ground, and safe and sound, and they just pump it all the way across. Listen, they've got those big drills. I don't know what the ground is like. Somebody told me it was all mountainous over there. It doesn't matter. They can drill underneath mountains. They've drilled underneath mountains all over this United States. You can drive through them all the time. You can go through these tunnels. They drilled them, folks, and they can put pipes through there too. I promise you. There's these massive drills that are freaking uh, turning with drill bits, if you will, that are, you know, 50 feet in circumference, drilling underground right now. Gotcha, Brandon. Yeah, I'm hearing you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we're talking about oil. We're discussing how much oil is in reserve right here in reserves, and we're seeing right now that there are 303.2. So let's just do the math, shall we? 303.2 plus, let's figure it out. 267 plus 208 plus 163. We'll just be conservative. Plus 145 plus, well, right there, if we just stop there at the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is 1,086 billion barrels. And the world is using, it said, 105 million barrels per day. 102 to 105 million barrels per day. The world consumption is 102 to 105 million barrels. So if you've got 108,000, Alexa, what is 1,008 times
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat your calculation?
1,008 times? Oh, hold on a second. I want to do this again. And I'm just going to add up the top 10. I'm just going to do the top 10, folks, just for kicks. So we're going to go here again. And I got to get a little bit more light on this because my calculator will go out if I don't. And we're going to do 303.2 plus 267.2 plus 208.6 plus, we're going to go the low side, 163.1 plus 145 plus 113, 213, 214.5, 214.5 plus, I just added those two together. 80 and 48 would be 128.4. All right, so that's 1,430. And then we got United States, we'll do the low side, 38.2. So that's 1,468.2 billion barrels of oil in reserves. And we know we're using 105 million barrels per day consumption. So here's what we're going to do. If we're using 105 million per day, we have to multiply that times 365 to know how much we're using, right? Yes. So we're using 105, 3. Okay. Alexa, what is 105 million times?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
What
Could
is
you repeat your calculation?
what is 105 million times 365?
105 million times 365 is 38,325,000,000.
Okay. So that's how much we're using per year. 38 billion. So how many years of oil do we have above ground? We've got 1,468,000 barrels of a billion barrels of oil. So we're going to do 1,468 divided by 38 billion. Alexa, what is 1,468,000,000 divided by 38,000?
1,468,000,000 divided by 38,000 is approximately 38,631.5789.
We've got 38,000 years worth of oil. Is that right, folks? Am I doing something right? Did I do the math right there? Alexa, what is 1,468 divided by 38?
1,468 divided by 38 is approximately 38.6316.
We've got 38 years of oil right now in reserves. Did I do that right? I think I did. We start off with, yep, 1,468 billion is how much oil we have total. Total oil total is 1,468 1,468 billion is what we've got. 1,468 billion total. So, and we know that the world consumption is 105 million barrels per day. Isn't that what it said? Yeah, we're going to say 105. We're going to go on the high side. World consumption is 105 million barrels per day. Okay. So per year, if you're using 105 million, you just have to do, Alexa, what is 105 times 365?
105 times 365 is 38,325.
38,325.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
So that's how many million barrels are done. All right. And that's per year. The world is using 38,325 million barrels per year. So you divide that. If you ask how many years Venezuela's oil can last, you will get your answer, not including the rest. No, it's not just Venezuela. I'm doing the world. I'm doing the world's reserve, the top 10 countries. This is just the top 10 countries. This is not all of it. This isn't all of it. I'm just doing the top 10 countries. And I'm doing it mathematically right now. It makes sense. When I added up the top 10 countries, it was 1,468 billion barrels of oil of the top 10 countries in reserves. 1,468 billion And then I know that the world is using 105 million a day. If I multiply 105 million times 365, Alexa, what is 105 million times 365?
105 million times 365 is 38,325,000,000.
38 billion.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
38,325,000,000. All right. Now is where I got it wrong. So we're going to divide now, and that's what's being used per. This is what's being used per year. World consumption 38 billion per year. Now, Alexa, what is 1,468 divided by 38.3?
1,468 divided by 38.3 is approximately 38.329.
Yep, that's 38 years worth of oil in reserves. I believe I'm right. Kevin Earnings AI says 47 years. Well, are you using the total world? You must be using the total world because I'm just using the top 10 countries available right now in reserves. I'm just using the top 10. So that's probably about right. Oil is constantly being produced. Um, I know that we've all been taught that oil comes from the decomposition of uh, dinosaurs and so forth, but that is a theory. That is only a theory. That is not an absolute known fact. Just so you're aware of that. Oil, uh, they're not really sure because there's two. I watched a special about it here just recently. I love to watch stuff like this. Um, Something I watched last night that was amazing to me was how they get cranes, construction cranes, these massive construction cranes on the tops of these buildings that they build. And it's a great video, folks. I would recommend that you check it out and see what's going on there because it's pretty incredible how it's done. And not only how they get them up there, but how they get them down. Very, very cool to watch this video I watched last night. So I'm going to share it with you guys. And if it just give me a second, it's always kind of hard to find my history. I have to figure out how to do it each time. There it is. You got to go over the word "you" on the left and find your history. Uh, I want you to know something that's going on epidemically around the country. You need to be aware of it right now. I'm here to tell you. This guy right here, go over and check this out because he goes around to these stores and he's showing you that what they say these things weigh, the prices don't work out. And I would like you to go over to this guy's video. And But I'm also going to show you some other things that I looked at. And these are the videos that I've been looking at. Uh, like this one, when the taps run dry tomorrow, you'll need this $12 trick. And it's not really, it's not, this is a fake. Well, it's what they say in this video. It costs a lot more than they say. It's not $12. The copper alone would cost you $150 that they say to use to make this thing. But at any rate, it relies on your air conditioner. And if you're off the grid and there's no power, then you're not going to have an air conditioner running in your house. So don't go by this. But this is what I want you to watch. Howard Tower crane gets on top of a skyscraper and how they bring it down. And if you've got any time to kill, I'm going to share this with you. And then I think you'll really enjoy it because it is really amazing. And I'm going to share this now, copy this link, and end it there. And it's amazing how they get these things on the tops of these buildings. And I want to share it with you because it's just one of those kind of things I do. So we're going to come over here to my YouTube stream, and we're going to do it right over here. We're going to put this in. Yes, we're going to put in the stream in the chat. Uh, skyscraper cranes. That's what I'm gonna call it. Skyscraper cranes. All right. Skyscraper cranes. And here, Control V, and we're there. And you guys got to check that out. You got to check it out. I'm telling you, it is amazing. Venezuela has 883 years of oil reserve. Let that simmer in your spirit. Yeah, baby. There you go. So that's the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen. Oil usage changes daily. This is true. I understand that. But we're probably looking at averages here, averages. And in case you didn't notice, with all 43 of you that are here with me, we've got something we're going to do here at 9 o'clock and 48 seconds. All right. Right now, the time is 9 o'clock and 30 seconds. So in 18 seconds, let's all find the save button and click the save button right there. All right. And here we go. We're going to count down right now. Here we go. And it's going to be now. 3, 2, 1. Please hit the save button. Please hit the save button. And I was told by One Love today that it it increases the algorithm by 100% if you all hit the save button. So please do me a favor, hit the save button, and let's get even more viewers over to the channel today to hopefully learn about trading. Today, I am going back over a list of stocks that was called out. These stocks were called out 1 week ago, and I'm looking at them to see if after 6 days they've really gotten decimated down, because many of these do. And this is a testimony, ladies and gentlemen, to why you do not hold these day trade stocks. Each one we look at, we're going to probably see them way down. So we're going to look at these today for good buy opportunities after a week of running it down from the big highs. So they get overbought, they get too much excitement. It's 6 days later, and the institutions have beaten all the retailers out of these. The hedge funds, they know how to beat them down. So let's go find ones that are on the bottom right now. And one of them I liked was this one at the top that I just showed, EVTV. And I like the look of this, folks. And this morning I told people I like it right here on this bottom here below the 50-day. And there it goes right off of that. Wow. And EVTV, I've got news for you, folks. If you look at the 180-day chart on this, if you take this out, we're getting into new uncharted territory with this. And having broken over this line is substantial because this line goes way back. Let me go back to the 180-day. See this, ladies and gentlemen? This is EVTV. And I'm telling you, if it breaks over this line, it is going to make a substantial move. And I believe it could even go as high as right here. This is where I believe it will go. And it may even go right past that all the way up to here. And that price is at 305 or 308. Okay. From 305 to 308 price range. But probably it'll come to here. But I'm telling you, folks, this line where it is right now, that's a critical line. If the 5 day average can get over this line right here, over that line, well, then you're going to probably see a pretty critical move because that was the last line of holding before it shot. And I'm telling you, there's a gap here, people. EVTV, there is a gap here. And the reason I have a line here is because of the bottom of this 5 day stopping there. But let me just bring this to your attention. If the 5 day comes over this line, then you're going to want to sell whenever the 5 day gets here. And that price is at 275. Okay. Now, wherever the price is on this stock, when the 5 day gets to there, is where you're going to sell. All right. So watch this closely. EVTV 200 day is rising nicely. 45 and 50 just made about a 45-degree turn north, and it's following this trend line right there. And this is EVTV. Now, folks, I provide, you decide. Watch this price today and let me know if it goes over this price right here. If it goes over 253, I would like to know, everybody. All right. EVTV, put it on your radar. If it goes over 253, I want to know. If it goes over 251, even, I want to know. Yep. I want to know if it breaks 250. And I see right now the bid is 242 and the ask is 243. So be aware, EVTV. All right. And my feeling is if it gets over this line, it should see a nice spike right on up to this range, or maybe even as high as this. As high as this, because there's a gap there, folks. There's a gap. There's a gap there from here to there. There's a gap. And I'm just calling it out. You can do whatever you want with this information. I provide, you decide. All right. And notice the angle of the descent. Look at the angle at which it pitched down. Now look at the angle of the ascent. It's much more acute rising here than it was. And really, this angle is even more acute than that. It's really about like this. Okay. That's what we're talking. All right. Well, we'll see what happens with it. It's EVTV. And it made the big run up, and the price was all the way up to $4.90. 490. All right. So it has that kind of range, probability, possibility, EVTV. Again, all I do is I provide and you decide. Okay. The next one we're going to look at here that was called out a week ago was uh, TDIC. Wow, holy smokes. See why you don't stay in these things, folks? These are day trade stocks. Wow, look at that freaking slaughtering. It was 52 cents over here, and it shot all the way up to $34 a share. Now, you guys know some of you made great money with me on this stock. It was called out by Jayhawk, and we made a big profit on this stock because I know some of you bought it in the fours and sold it in the 20s. I know that you sold. Some people told me they sold it at $26 after buying it in the $4 range. What a great call out by Jayhawk right there. But again, you can't stay in these stocks. You cannot. They're in and out. Get in, get your money, get out, wash your hands, move on to the next stock. All right. TDIC though, but ladies and gentlemen, 62-cent bid after it was at $34 4 days ago. $34. It was on the 13th. So 6 days ago, which would be 4 trading days ago. Wow. $34. Now trading 62 cents. A testimony as to why you do not hold these stocks long. They're day trade only. If you want to hold stocks long, hold the ones and hold the ones on my long sheet, folks. Okay, next we're going to look at SER. SER. Oh, there you go. It's just been from that run up, just a massacre down. Man, that thing is bottomed out. It's been lower in the past, so don't think it's done yet. We're only at this bottom right here, which was a bottom twice here and a bottom twice here and a top there. So this is a pretty critical line right here, actually. SER. Bid is 156, ask 165. Goodness. See why you don't hold on to these? All right. EOSE, called out by Jayhawk. And boy, there's a rooster head on that thing. Price had run up in the pre-market to 1154. Price now 725 bid, 728 ask. EOSE. Well, this is 6 days of 6 days down to the 200. And this is why I'm looking at these. Folks, this is what I'm looking for. This is the run on 5/13. This is the date that these ran wild. And I'm looking for 6 days down. I'm looking for a 6-day drop. And that's exactly what that is. And right to the 200-day conveniently. And right over here where they have a very common line, I'm just going to take one of these and move it up right there. Just look how many times resistance to the rise, resistance to the rise, resistance, 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 breaks over, and hauls ass, and then right back to that line. Same line, folks. And a rising 200. Okay. Bid is 726, ask is 730. It closed at 743 yesterday. All right. Again, I provide, you decide. I'm just showing you some things, okay? That looks like it might be at a level where there could be support right there. There could be support. You draw that all the way out and it comes over to here, and just so you're aware of it, that's where they built that line right there. Folks, there was never any resistance through here before. None. None whatsoever. None. There was never any resistance right here at this point. Never. Only recently have they decided to make this the resistance point. Only recently. And now the 200 is there, pushing on that door, pushing on it. The rising 50-day, very nice, especially here with this rise and then the push down and then the rise and then the little push down. And whew, this thing is tough here, baby, because the 50 days above, the last time they were on this line trying to hold it from going over, the 50-day was below down here, and so was the 200. Now you've got all of them there converged. Whoa. Well, I'm just showing it to you. EOSE. I provide, you decide. And we're looking at stocks that were called out by viewers here a week ago, and we're looking for them to be beat down after a week. And you know what? That stock, I had an asterisk beside that stock. That one had got my attention for some reason. Okay, I don't know what I looked up, but I went, that one could make a good move, and it did from where it was. It shot up, but it's been 5 days of dropping now, 6 days. So I'm looking for this. This is what I'm looking for, and I want to find a bottom. And man, you can see this is a well defined resistance point right here. Now it could easily break below that, but I'm just showing it to you, folks, and you keep an eye on it. All right. EOSE. Next, QUBT, that was called out by Freddie Marcos a week ago. QUBT. And here's another one. Look at it, 6 days. And they've driven it down from 1450 to 947. And they've driven it right down to the 200-day, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what happened the last time they hit the 200 after driving it down off this, making this is a woodpecker, I call it. Look at them woodpecker here and come down and peck, peck, peck on the 200. Boom. Then the woodpecker forms right here and pecks on the 50. Boom. Then the woodpecker breaks here and breaks the hearts of all retailers there, dives it to the key ET kissing 200 right here, folks. And I often call this kissing ET because after this, you can sometimes say goodbye to it. Now, what did they do on this earnings? Earnings was '05, estimate was '02 actual. Oh, so the earnings estimate was 0.05 and the actual that they got was 0.02. So they missed on earnings. They missed on earnings and then they've gotten beat down all the way down to the 200-day average. And a point that has been a resistance point right here many times. Again, it's another point right now where they are, where it's been resistance many times before. And I'm going to come over here and point out all the many times this has been resistance right here. Look over here. Look at that big vag right there. And look at the labes right there. That line, folks, was resistance once, was resistance twice, three times, four times, five times, six times, seven times. I mean, wow, eight times on this line now. Eight times revisiting this line with the 200 rising underneath it. Well, I provide, you decide. Yesterday, this closed at 971 a share. The bid is 947 now. The ask is 948. And that is QUBT, was called out last week by Freddie Marcos. And now you can see why you do not want to hold any of these day trade stocks long. You don't want to do it. Don't do it. And let me ask you, why would they stop it here? Why do you think they stopped the price right there? Why do you think it stopped rising there? Well, go back and look through history. Look over here. Look how many times it stopped rising there. It stopped rising, stopped rising, stopped rising, stopped rising. Do you think you might want to sell it there? If the 5 day average, the blue line, had already stopped there once, had stopped there twice, had stopped there three times, had stopped there four times, don't you think that it would have been wise to sell right there when they stopped it there? Don't you think they knew they were going to stop it there for sure? Oh man, that 5 day was stop, 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 close the door, close the door, close the door again, and then drive it way down here to a previous line of resistance, well known line of resistance right there. Resisted right there, resisted right there, resisted right there, resisted dropping, and I believe it resists dropping here. You want to know why? Because when it resisted here, the 200-day average was down here. When it resisted here, the 200 had risen to here. When it resisted here, the 200 is here. And now, what do you think it's going to do with the 200 right there underneath the dang thing? Anybody want to take a guess? All right, this is QUBT. QUBT. Yeah, again, I provide, you decide. I make no guarantees. It could break below this line and it could try to take it down. They could try to take it down to about here, right there. They're going to try maybe to take it down to there. And if it breaks below that, then it could come down to this level right here. It breaks down below that, then it's going to go all the way down to here. All right, folks. If it breaks below the 200, it most likely will stop at this line right here. But if it doesn't, then it's going to go down to this line, which was right there. And if it doesn't stop there, it's going to drop down to this line, which was created there. All right. And that's what I think. There might be one other line of resistance right here at that price, too. Maybe, but we'll see. We'll watch it if you want to. QUBT, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one I just looked at. Next, we're going to look at NASA, and I want to look at this on the 5-day charts, just 5 days. And we're looking now at NASA, called out by John Connor, who said this might be a good stock to get in for the SpaceX IPO. And he called this out 6 days ago, and looks like it's still been doing well. Yeah, he called it out and said it could be a riser until SpaceX IPO, and that's certainly what it's been doing, no doubt about it. It's been moving around a lot too. Make sure you sell this, folks, at $37.13. All right, you better sell some there. Right here, you better be selling. You better be selling 37.08 through 37.13. All right, that's my call. Because I'm telling you, this has been a resistance to the 5-day once, resistance to the 5-day twice, resistance to the price there, resistance, folks, right there. 37.03 it says, but I guarantee you it's 37.08. It's 37.08, folks. We'll come over here. We'll get it to the line. uh, what line is that? Now, 37.17. Well, you better be selling this from 37.08 up to 37.13, folks. All right. Because it is probably going to stop there like it has many times before. Just so you're aware of that. And this is NASA. All right. The next stock we're going to take a look at was called out a week ago, DXYZ. Another one, he said, John Connor, good if you want to be in to the space stocks. And it too has done steadily rising right off of that 200 over and over and over. And he said it should do good. Now, he called this out on, hold on here, Wednesday, the 13th. So he would have called this stock out. And this is again, when they get called out and they're on radars, I'm looking for 5 days of a run out 1, 2, 3 days out. And here's the fourth and the fifth. And it is starting to recover here. And it is definitely at a previous point of resistance, which goes back to this date right here. Just give me a second. And if you look over here, you can see this line has been resistance to the 5-day once, resistance to the 5-day twice. There was resistance right here. There was resistance to the drop there. Resistance, 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 and resistance. And all the while, the 200 has gone from here to here to here to here. All right. DXYZ. I provide, you decide. All right. He says it's John Connor's suggestion that it could be a good stock to be in up until the SpaceX IPO. All right. Please hold. All right. Well, looks like it's springboarding right off that To me, I like the springboard right there, bouncing right off the 200. And this is again DXYZ. You can do whatever you want. I provide, you decide. Okay, the next stock I want to look at was called out. And what I'm doing today is these stocks were all called out on May the 13th. So this has been 6 days of them running them down. And I'm looking ones after 6 days that have just been beaten down. And that one looks pretty promising right now with a lot of green coming in on it, a lot of buyers coming in on this, folks. Right here, you got a lot of buyers coming in right there. When they drop that down there right before the pre-market open, there's a lot of savvy buyers that just came in. Just so you know, way more buyers than sellers at that price at this stage of the game. All right. Next one we're going to look at is Jayhawks call out AIIO. AIIO. Called it out a week ago. AIIO. There it goes. And this is AIIO that we're looking at here now. And these are call outs from people here that watch the channel regularly. And we're looking at AIIO. And you can see, wow, has this area here been totally fleeced out now? I mean, look at this. Just look at this. Goodness gracious. AIIO fleecing that region out completely. Right now, let's see. They're going to come at this thing out of the gate, it looks like this morning. So let's hold off on that. Next, POET. Oh, there's a nice rundown. See, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. And look at that base right there. Look at the bottom there. Look right here. This line here's been visited once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. 8 times on this line. 200 still falling though, and I don't like that. And I don't like the 50 falling like this either. So, but POET 1367 bid, 1388 ask. Oh, of course. They're basically asking 1366 and the bid 1366 and the ask 1388. And this stock closed at 1421 yesterday. 1421. All right. Well, that one's still falling in my opinion. Let's go look at QUCY now. QUCY. Well, they sure did drop it down below the 200 and then again deeply below the 200 this morning. And could this be it? Is that the end of it? That right there, that line in the sand that they've drawn once, they've drawn twice, they've drawn 3 times, and now they drew it blood 4 times. They drew blood on that line 4 times. Once in a drop, twice in a drop, 3 times a drop, 4 times a drop, and then down and drop and pop. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware of something. When this price hit there, right here, when it here, the 5 day, the blue line, when it hit here and dropped, look where the 200 was. When the 5 day hit this line again and dropped, look where the 200 had risen to. The next time the 5 day hit this line and dropped, look where the 200 was. The next time it comes down to the 5 day and drops, look where the friggin' 200 is. Do you understand? The 200 is up above it, ladies and gentlemen. Down here, they're reaching this line and stopping because the 200's way down here. Here they're stopping. The 200's way down here. Here they're stopping on this line. The 200's rising. Here they stop on the line. The 200's here. You see what I mean? Here they get close to the line. The 200's over. They can't even do it. Here they get one more time to that line, to the same line, folks, that they've gotten once, twice, three, four, with the 200 rising all along. But now when they reach that line, the 200 is above it. The 200's above. Goodness gracious. Bid is 303, ask is 311. Well, I'm just showing you, folks. I provide, you decide. Man, that looks pretty strong of the market makers to hit that line again that they were only able to achieve once, twice, three. And that is it with the 200 down here and the 50 down here. The 50 was down here. Now the 200 and the 50 are above that price, folks. They're above it. They're up here. They're consolidated here. They're capitulated. They're converged. They're completely converged together. And this is exactly what manipulators want. This is a short eating porpoise right here. And that is a nut sack if I ever saw one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time now at 9:29. They're going to come out of the gate at this. And when they do, I think it will be a good opportunity to snag some shares of this stock, which I believe is about to make a run back up off of this line, off this specific line that they just achieved again. Oh my goodness. And the 200 and the 50 are up above the line. Folks, watch what happens when these things are up here tight together. I'm telling you, man, I think the savvy buyers are going to come in here. The smart ones that know that this thing is completely converged. I mean, completely converged here. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're out of the bell. We're going to watch what happens. And I want to get over here to QUCY. And I want to watch this right now out of the gate. This is the stock I want to watch. I've got a lot of it. And 295 the low. 41,000 shares. That's $80,000 at 295. And they just reached a printable number, 59,000. My gosh, they're printing numbers in the 50s, in the tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. Wow. They're printing numbers in the tens of thousands, folks, in the 56,000, even 49,000 they printed. Oh, it jumps back over $3. There we go. There's a lot of owners of this stock, ladies and gentlemen, up here at the three up to 320 a share. There's a lot of them, folks. QUCY, as it turns out. Well, I'm ready to day trade this thing. I've got 884 shares. I'm going to be selling here at 308 as soon as it gets up in that range. I'm not going to hit that number yet. I'm not going to do it. Uh, Nice to see they could get 109,000 is the capacity level now. 296. We've set the bar, and the bar has been set at 113,000 shares. And there's no coincidence there, but the bar has been set 113,000 share max capacity. All right. And they're going to try, I guess, to get 113 at 294 and maybe 288. Let's see. And what are you guys calling out this morning? TDIC. Yeah, I looked at that. I've already looked at that this morning. It was the third stock I looked at this morning. Yep. It was the third stock I looked at this morning. TDIC. It's down 9%. And it's already been falling. So I was looking at it, and I'm looking at a lot of stocks over the last week that people called out. And I'm looking at QUCY now. 291, 290, huh? That's weak. 290 for a low is very weak, folks. I don't believe that's where it's going to end up, but maybe it is. That's all they got is 290. And it looks like the quota now is going to be 245,000 shares at 296, and then only 119, and it went above that. And they have not printed here QUCY. They're not printing these numbers now that they were printing in the 50s. Now they're not printing anything unless it goes over 120,000. So they've got to get 120,000 in each candlestick before they'll print it. And this is QUCY, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe this stock is getting ready to cut loose. I believe they've tried everything they can. They've thrown the kitchen sink at this thing. And I think we're at a line where it is about to break away from. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's going to go up over $3 right now and be on its way. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. This is QUCY, and here it is on the chart, QUCY. And as I said, they were going to come out and out of the gate and take it as deep as they could, and they just did. And now you can see the wick on this getting shorter. It's actually getting longer and longer and longer. Now, watch the bottom of this candlestick. There's a reason it's resting on this line, people. Okay. There's a reason that this candlestick is the bottom is resting on this line. But look at it. It's rising. And folks, this is QUCY. Watch the bottom of this candlestick, and you'll know what's going on, whether they're still selling the crap out of it or whether people are buying here. And you'll know. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. Watch it. And notice how it's trying to get another satchel here on this at this number. Trying to just fill their sacks full here. QUCY. And a lot of volume sold against it, but a lot of buyers coming in as well. Now they're still trying to outsell it, but watch this candlestick, folks. I think there's equal numbers of buyers here that are snapping this up at this price. And the thing I'm encouraged by looking at QUCY now is I'm encouraged by this was the low, and it had a wick on it even. As soon as they drove it down, it was immediately bought back up. And then here we are sitting on this line right here where they were this morning, gathering a nut sack. Oh my gosh, they're not even close to this freaking line, folks. They just equated the bottom of this candlestick right here, is all they've done. They just equaled that point. That's it. And I point these things out to you so you understand. And they've used a lot of volume here to do it. They've used a lot of volume to try to suppress it down right out of the gate. But they're not even with this huge volume. Look, this level could be reached with only this amount of volume. This is the only level they just reached now with this amount of volume on QUCY. You understand the difference? Look at the little candlestick here when it was down here. Look at the little candlesticks. And then they use this massive, massive strike and only pull it down to there instead of down to here. With all these teensy candlesticks, they can get it all the way down to here. With a huge sell off, they can only maintain this price now with a huge sell. And that tells you that the strength of this stock is getting more resilient. All right. That's what it tells me, because this morning they dipped it down here and they did it with nothing. And here they throw the kitchen sink at it and they get it to there. All right, QUCY. Let's move on. I want to look at AIIO. There we go. And it is not making a move. It is also getting pinched right now, right out of the gate, taking it down. Big sale again. Everything's big sell off. GCTS. I'll take a look at it. Oh, it looks good. Nice, big green buying in here. Be careful though, because a lot of times they'll buy, and they'll get a triple crossover going on, and they'll make you think this thing is going to the freaking moon. And then all of a sudden they'll short that position and sell it all day long. Just sell it all day long. What's the news on this stock? GCTS at 8 o'clock. There is no news. On the 18th, GCT Semiconductor rallies after 287% revenue surge. Okay, I see. So yesterday they had a huge revenue surge report on their earnings. 246.47, 245.47. Bid is now 245. Ask 247. All right. Well, looks like QUCY just hit the bottom at 275, and they snagged a few shares down there. They were able to get 15,000 shares at 275. And then the next number up, they only had 2,400. So somebody wanted to buy 15,000 at 275 and got it there and bought them. And there was only 2,400 at 276. There was only 9,600 at 277. There was only 4,000 at 278. 22,000 at 279. 21,000 at 280, and they ran out of capacity. Then they tried a KY flag at 280 and a half, 280.85, 280.85. They threw that number in so they could buy 3,200 shares. And then somebody wanted to buy here at 281, so they bought there. And now she's at 285, and nice. A lot of these shares, folks, of this stock have been bought already yesterday up in the 320s. Believe you me, there were a lot of shares yesterday bought from $3 to 320 yesterday. A lot of shares of this stock, QUCY. Many shares yesterday bought in the $3 to 320 range. And I can only presume that those that did secure shares there at 320 range yesterday up to that are probably buying like mad now to dollar cost average down to around $3 because that's what they do. They're not dumb. They institutions that bought in yesterday from $3 to 320, when they run it down here to 280s, boy, they're going to snatch that up because they want to get their DCA back to $3. They want it lower. So I believe they're buying this up right now, and uh, they're not going to show any numbers down here at 56. Now, earlier in the day, they were showing 50s, but now they've got to get up to 132,000 or they're not going to print a number here. They're not going to show you the number. And I doubt very seriously they're going to have that many shares there. Now, the one thing that I like is that I'm not seeing, it doesn't look like they're doing any spoofing here. Okay. Well, there's a spoof just came in. Just as I said it, there it is. And there's a spoof cell number here. And I want to prove this to you because watch this number jump up. Okay. As this price rises and gets closer and closer to 289, these numbers, they don't intend to sell them, they'll move them up. All right. So just bear witness and watch here and see that right now, and look at them throw out a KY at 28581. But watch these numbers mysteriously move up. Okay. Now, I want you to know, I'm not kidding you about this. These numbers where you see 291, 2,100 shares, this is going to be your indicator as to where the price is going to next. All right. Now, listen, what I mean by that is they don't really have those shares available for sale there. They throw it out to make you think that they do. It's called spoofing. And what's going to happen is this price rises up here. When it gets up here, you're going to see this number rise to 299 or 297. Watch this number, and this will let you know. This will be your indicator that this price is about to rise. When you see them move this up, then you'll know that this thing's about to make a move. All right, all right. RXT is taking off. Good, because I was down on that yesterday. Oh, nice. Up 31.96 on it today. Very nice. Thanks for the heads up. I've got 115 shares. I'm going to sell at 513. And of course, I'm going to sell some at 508. And we'll wait and see what happens if either one of those fill. Thanks for letting me know about that. And here we go. Okay. There we go. And here we go. So my trade price on this is at on HCWB is $1.26. I see it's at 120 right now. My buy price on HIVE was 355. I see it's at 330 right now. MOBX I got in at 239. I see it's at 244, so I'm up on MOBX. And RXT, I'm in quite a bit higher. Trade price 380 now, 276. And I'm not really sure why, but this thing seems to be off the page. So something has changed here. There we go. That's what I need to do. Aha. I figured out what it is. Figured out where the error was. All right. And why is this all the way off to the edge here? I can't see jack crap. Still got something that's not right here. There we go. Huh. Well, I'm going to have to work on this a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure what's going on. I had to move all these over. Something it's like they got changed on me. And I still don't even have all these. I just sold RXT at 512, so it's on the run. And I just sold 514. Pardon me. Well, this is just weird here. trying to fix a little bit of a problem I'm having here with this. I can't see all my numbers. I must have. Well, whatever. Right now, I see uh, RXT at a high of the day, 522. Nice. I want to sell right there. RXT. QUCY. My trade price is 239 and it says 247. QUCY. Crazy thing. I don't know what's going on with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim right now, but certainly they wanted the low of 262 where they snapped up a whole 1,900 shares at the low of the day on QUCY. They were able to get 1,900 shares at the low of the day, 262. And that is flat out some weird number to achieve as a low. I'll tell you that right now. That is a weird number. That is a very weird number. 262 for the low. And now it's going to roll right up past all this, folks. And when I get over here to the monitor, something ain't right here about this. Uh, so I'm not sure what has gone different here with this, but I'm not able to get all my numbers on the right of the screen where I can see them. Hitman, good singer, Catfish. Thank you. EVTV is moving the last 2 days. Yep. What will Easy Go do? I don't know. RXT is taking off. Thank you for letting me know. But strangely enough, I've got all these uh, blocks here that I can't see. I cannot see. Weird. It's just weird. I'm going to close out of Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and something's not right. And let me get logged back in here. Appreciate you guys' patience. And we'll get logged back in here. Just hold on a second. Okay. And here we go. And one thing too, this is a paper money account, so I don't have to worry about anything being disclosed, and there's no real money involved. So if you see any part of my password or whatever, it's for a paper money account. Don't waste your time. It shan't matter. So I'm getting logged into my paper money account right now. And of course, I have my real account over here, my other laptop that I trade with. In actuality, I just got to find a good one to get in on. And here again, I'm on my monitor page, And for some reason, everything's changed. Everything's changed. Uh, Way over here, I don't have all my numbers. I can't see. I used to be able to see over on the far right, not just my, I used to be able to see not just my quantity and my trade price and this, but it would show me my profit and loss over here. What in the world has happened to what's happened to everything? Does anybody know what I've done wrong or what I've changed or maybe hit by mistake? I noticed that it had made all these windows real wide and I don't need them that big. So I moved this over and I went, good, that's working. So I went over like that. And then I clicked on this one and I don't need it that wide. So I went like that. I said, oh, good, this is working. And then I came over here to this one, don't need it that wide. So I went like that. And then I came over here to this one. And I have no idea why they all changed in the first place. But then where are my other columns here? There's nothing here. There's nothing. They're gone. It used to show me how much I was up or down, profit loss the day or since I got in. I don't see any of that anymore. And I don't remember changing anything. Anybody have any suggestions? Is there anybody out there? What happened? Well, there's profits and losses. Jeez, oh, Pete. Anyway, is anybody there? Have I lost my signal? Because I ain't seeing jack crap from anybody. It seems weird. Let me go to my channel. Nothing's happening in my nothing's happening on my phone. I see nothing on my chat. I'm here, Cat. I just don't know how to fix it. Okay. Um, all right. Yep. J Rod says we're here. Okay. Um, all right. I'm just trying to figure out what the heck happened here to Charles Schwab. Now, it could be something on their end. It could be a glitch on their end right now, I guess. Maybe I don't need to worry about it. I just don't understand. I do not understand. Well, Tony Henry, hello there. All right. Good to know you're there. I'm just a little bit perplexed. I don't know what to do here. And QUCY, where they've gotten it down to, they bought 8,978 shares at 261. And I already told you 262 was a very weak number. I don't know why they only wanted 262. They want 261 or 260, and they just got it. 789 shares at 261. Now that's worthy. That's worthy. But 262, wimpy, 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 folks. 261 they can settle with, or 260. But that right there, 262, that wasn't going to cut it. And I told you that when I saw that. I said that's not a weak, that's a weak low, folks. I must have offended them. I must have offended him, pissed him off, and said, "Well, let's get it down to 261." He's right. 262 sucks. Look at that, folks. I just called out that 262 was a wimpy ass low. They need to get 261 or 260. And sure as shit, as soon as I call them out for that wimpy ass low, they take it to that low, 261. Now that's a number that's got some respect. Okay. This was wimpy, 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 spineless number, spineless low. And isn't it funny? I just told you this about 15 minutes ago that that low was not going to be the low, or shouldn't be, because that sucks. That's what it does. It sucks. That is a sucky low. And they knew it. And so they had to come down and get how many shares here? 29,633 at 261. That's how much it cost them to do it. And now look at it rise right off of that, because they knew that that was a sucky low. They knew that sucked. They had to have more, if they're going to be a hedge fund of any caliber, they had to hit 261. 262 is just bullshit. And now look at it go back up to 270. I wonder how high it'll go now. I'm curious. This is QUCY. Charts show it all. And by the way, look at GCTS. GCTS, ladies and gentlemen, looking good. Crossing over the 50-day right now. GCTS. Another one called out this morning by Tony Henry was AS. Let's look at it now. Okay, that looks good, Tony. That looks good, Tony. AS. 3482 is the bid. 3493 is the ask. The ask is now risen to 3494. AS. Good for you, Tony. If you're holding that, looks good. Looks like it's ready to continue moving slowly upwards. And he called out AMST. All right, that looks good too. AMST, man, that looks real good there, Tony. That looks good, Tony Henry. That looks very good. AMST. I like it. I like it a lot. Look at the 45 rising off the 50-day here, and the 200-day pitch angle just changed the upside. So did the 45 and 50. Wow. And then there's just a woodpecker head there, and there's a little pecker right there, pecking. I'm telling you, I like it, folks. It looks pretty positive. 216 bid, 217 ask, up 175%. Up 175%. Aha. Now I might have just figured out my problem. Nope, the monitor thing is still screwed up. All right. I'm looking here at BIAF. Yeah, all of this has been messed up here. This is AMST right here, called out this morning early by Tony Henry. And I've been looking at other stocks, including EVTV. EVTV. And nice, nice, nice. Man, I called this one out, ladies and gentlemen. EVTV. Big buying coming in here versus selling in the pre-market in the last 15, 30 minutes. Big buying on EVTV up green now, EVTV. I showed people that one earlier this morning and I liked what I saw. I thought it could make a nice move from here, possibly, but it needs to break this line. It needs to get over this. The 5-day needs to get over that line. If it does, then it's going to make a nice move. And that price is 251. It's got to get over that. And then it can make a nice move. And the reason I say so is because if you look here at the 20-day chart or 180-day chart, listen, folks, this is EVTV. Listen to me. This line, if it breaks over this line, EVTV, that goes back to here, folks. It could go all the way to there or even jump to there. EVTV. If it breaks over this line right here, ladies and gentlemen, if it can get over that line, it could easily go all the way up to right there or even up to here, folks. All right, this is EVTV. Raising 50-day average, raising 200-day average, raising 45-day and 10-day. EVTV, folks. And if it can, the 5-day can come up and break over that line, it could make a nice move. If this 5-day comes up and breaks over this line, it could make a very nice move. And I do like that 45 raising off of that 50. EVTV, ladies and gentlemen, you decide. I provide, you decide. And yep, they're selling against it right now in this last 4-hour period. They've been selling against it and they're trying to deflate it. You can see they're trying to let the air out of it right now. They're dropping this down and the wick is getting longer and they're trying to deflate it here. But wow, they're trying to deflate against a rising 5, a rising 10, a rising 45, a rising 50, and a rising 200. Wow. Holy smokes, everybody. That's good looking to me. EVTV. All right. Now we're going to look at some other stocks that were called out last week. And one of those is going to be right now RXT. Squinching it down. Yep. Buyers coming in now on it, though. RXT. Well, they're on a line of known resistance right here. So they're sitting right on that line. Don't seem to care to take it any lower than that. And they got the here barcoding right under that line. RXT. There it is. RXT. Bouncing right now off the 200-day moving average. Bid 482, ask 483. That's on my buy sell sheet, folks. 482 and 83. Those are good areas usually to come in. RXT. Yep. I'm up $17.32 on this right now, RXT today. And take a look at, ladies and gentlemen, QUCY. Oh, God, Tyler. QU. Folks, they just ran this thing down to a respectable 261. And after they hit 261, look what it did. I mean, they had to get that 261, folks. I mean, it was just like something I called them out for, telling them that 262 was wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. I said, golly, look at that, folks. The low is 262. That is ridiculous. That is wimpy ass. And sure enough, and the price was at the time it was in the 270s. And sure enough, they heard me call them out as wussies for having a 262 low, and they ran it down from 272 to 261. They got it, and look at it now. Look at it. Oh my gosh. They ran it down to 261 so they could run it back up to 288. Wow. It's 27 cents, folks. They got it up here to 283. Now 287, 288. I'm going to sell them 20 shares at 288. Well, they have their agendas, folks. They have their numbers they've got to get to. They have to get to that 261. They had to do it. Yep. Here we go. Going to sell some 288 here to them after they just let people buy it at 261. Now they can buy back from me at 288. And that's nice. I don't even care to sell that now. I'm going to sell it up here to where where they've already bought 231,000. So they've already bought 231,000 here. So they're going to buy more here. I'm sure of it. If they've already bought that much there, they might as well buy some more now of it, and they will. And here it comes right now. Boom! I just sold 290, just like that. Now I'm going to sell 297, 296. Can you believe they just had this price at 261 a share, and now it's at 296, folks? Yes, honey. Yep. Folks, my wife is calling me out, so I'm going to go up and see her. Look at this thing. It's going to go over three. I'm selling here 298, 299. Going to sell $3. It was at 261 not 15 minutes ago. I got to go up and be with my wife for a minute. She's calling me for assistance, so I'm going to go up there. And I hopefully when I get back, I'll even sell 308 and 311 and 313. Then they'll halt it. When it gets to 313, they'll halt it because it's getting out of control. And this is the stock, ladies and gentlemen, QUCY. QUCY. I'm down a lot on it today, but hey, I'm going to day trade it anyway. All right. And I'll be right back. Please hold. right. Let's get back in the saddle. Ugh. What's going on here? Well, it moving on up there for me. Supposed to continue rising there. Well, now I want you to know something. AIIO may be good for tomorrow. CODX is rising. Thank you. RUBI, pump and dump. I have to look at it. All right. Yep. Well, uh, I am not going to be a bag holder of this stock. QUCY, that's for sure. So I'm going to. I already see they took it from 261 up to where I sold it, and now back down there. So they're all over this thing. Back down to 275. Oh man, somebody's working this thing. Wow. Somebody's working the heck out of this thing, folks. And they're creating, in my opinion, a lot of volatility here right now and a lot of swinging up to 298 I just saw, and now down to 274. So this is very, very hedgy right now. Very hedgy, folks. And I'm in a position right now where I'm going to be selling this as it rises here because, quite frankly, I want to jump on a real rocket ship here. This thing is down 17% today. 17%. Now down 16.5. Now down 16.82. And I'm looking at QUCY. And normally I like to buy on the bottom, but I'm not getting a chance to do that because, as unusual as it may seem, I do not have any powder. And part of it is for holding on to a day trade stock. So, a lesson learned, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't mind showing this to people because I want them to understand that, yes, you can gain from my losses as much as you can gain from my gains. Okay. So, right now, as you can see, and you should know, this is how much I'm down on this stock today. Okay. It's not fun for me to share that. And others are down a lot on this stock as well if they held on to any of it. Now, I always advocate don't hold these stocks. And this is a perfect example of why. And this morning, I've been sort of going over stocks from a week ago that were called out that were on people's radars. And we made a lot of money on those stocks when they went off, but they're decimated now. So you don't want to hold on to these stocks long. Please don't do it, folks. I beg of you. Don't hold these stocks long. These are when they run, get in, make your money, get out. Don't hold them. Don't hold them overnight, no matter what. Don't hold them. And well, the only exception to be with if the price closed right or at near the high of the day. If a stock closes at or near the high of the day, it will often continue the momentum through the following day. So that's the only exception where you might consider, holding some shares, but not many. Keep yourself safe. You guys saw what happened to that stock that was being called out yesterday, and it dropped like a freaking rock this morning down to something like 70 something cents. Insane. Well, anyway, with this QUCY, I'm going to look at it on the longest term chart. And RXT, it looks like it has bottomed out, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a good place on RXT. And when it stops there, you have to ask yourself, why did it stop at that number? Well, go back and look at the past and see if you can see where it stopped there before. Go back and look and see if you can see where it stopped at that line before. you'll find out why it stopped right there. If you go back and look, well, it stopped there earlier. Well, it stopped right there. Well, it stopped right there. So don't just guess why it's, or maybe a good place to buy in. Look at your previous resistance right here. See that? That's what you go by. That's how you know that that might be a good place to pick up some shares where they've dropped it from way down and they probably made it fall 30 cent or something. How much was this? 521 to what? 457. Wow. See why you sell the 520, folks? When I show you this buy sell sheet over here, ladies and gentlemen, that I have right here, it shows you on the buy sell sheet. Look at the numbers. It says to sell the 14, the 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. 20 is the number to sell. I repeatedly tell everyone that. Please sell the number 20 every time it hits it. You won't regret it. You won't regret it. Look what happened if you sold the 20 right there this morning. Look what the price was. It's not coincidence, folks, that that's on my buy sell sheet. 520, folks. Wow. You got to sell it there. Then they pull it all the way down and they hit this line that they've already hit, and they'll even try this line. They'll try here, right there. And they actually got it. They tagged it once where that 5 day dropped to before. So they tried it again now. Kissing off the 200 with the 50 day here. All right. I'm looking at it, folks. RXT. When you get to a line like this, which was already a line drawn, go back and see if it goes back even further. Let's go look at the 5 day chart. Where is this line now? Oh, yeah. It correlates. That line right there. Draw that out across and you can see where that was. Look at that right there. Boom. That line right there. Boom. And a bounce off that. That's right, folks. Look how they got it down to that line right there. 446. And then here, boom. Look at the line. 453. Uh-huh. And this line here, that's at 464. Just run it on out. There it is right there. 464. And take it out to the 10 day. Let's go to the 20 day. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks, Happy Boy. Appreciate that. RXT is what I'm looking at here. Yes. RXT. Man, look at the move off that consolidation right there. And look at that thing move the next day. And here they come again and consolidate the crap out of this thing. I mean, that is consolidation, baby. You know what? From this line right here, from this line, how far has this stock price gone below that line? From that line, how far has it gone below? From this line, but how far has it gone up? How far has it gone up from this line? How far has it gone below? But how far has it gone up? Because there's nothing folks, from here to there. There never has been, and there never will be. There's nothing from here to there. There's nothing but a void from right here to there, and from here to there, and from here to there, and from here to there. There's nothing but a void, folks. This is all empty space with no shares. And they're using this big time to their advantage. They know there's nothing from here to here. They know there's no shares. There never has been any here, 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 or even here and here. So I'm just bringing it to your attention, folks. You can do with this information whatever you want. I'm here to provide, you decide. Okay. So there is a big gap on this stock from this point up to minimum here. All right. Minimum here. That right there is the second most critical line to break over for this line to break over. That line right there. Just so you're aware of it. Here's Muhammad. I will keep an eye on INM. I will buy it today at its lowest point, but smaller position. Maybe tomorrow it will be higher, like RKLZ. Well, I'm bringing this stock to your attention, folks, because it has a very nice 10-day steadily rising 200, and it's building a shoulder on it. It looks to me like this is absolute same thing as they did over here, but now this is even bigger of a power move against it because they've been able to aggressively push it to the same thing, but they're doing it with the 200 up above. Ladies and gentlemen, when they created this wall right here before, when they barcoded this for all night long and all pre-market, when they did that, the 200-day was down here, people. Please be aware of that. The last time that they got a stronghold on this stock before taking off, and it already blew through this number before, so they just made this a new stronghold. They just defined that line. Okay, but it never stopped there before. It never stopped there. It did once right there. If you look, you see that little spike right there? It did stop there once on a spike right there. But then it blew through this without any resistance. Now they bring it back down coincidentally to that same freaking line, and they sit there and get them a whole bunch of it, and then boom, off it goes back to the same number. Then the next time they can take it down, they can only push it down to the 50-day and capitulate and consolidate on the flattening 50 until they converged it. It was done. They did it overnight. But I want you to notice when they did this with this price here, the 200 was down here. Okay. So here, now they're trying to shelf this thing again, and the 200 is up above it. You get it? They're trying to shelf at the same price when the 200-day average was down here. They're trying to shelf it again at the same point with the 200 up here over it. That doesn't work easily. It doesn't work easily. I'm just going to let you know. You can decide. I provide, you decide. That's a heavyweight average right there. That is a heavyweight average right there. And sure, I see them trying to shove it all the way down, the 50 down to the 200 too. And then by then, this will be back up here. They're all going to meet right here. In my opinion, this is all coming together. This is going to rise right now to the 200. This is going to get to it. And then, well, your guess is as good as mine. There's no guarantees, but chances are with these rising and these long-term averages rising, that it's propelling on upwards most likely. I mean, I don't make any guarantees at all. I never do. But I'm showing you just my assessment. Here they plateaued it with the 200 down here. Now they're plateauing it at the same dang number. They're plateauing it again there. And baby, this looks like a cup, a handle, a drop, and pop to me. Period. All right. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And here's the longest term chart on it right now. as they try to suppress it through the 1030 algo. And notice they already established the low down here. This is a 1 hour chart, folks. The buyers are coming back in on this. They're protecting this thing. That's a big retraction off that low right there. That's a big number. And it's retracting even more right now, folks. I'm telling you, you better watch this. This is RXT. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. Put your cursor there and watch that thing. And watch this get longer. All right. And 472, that's one of their favorite numbers to get shares. I'm telling you, they're trying and they've tried to sell against this, but there's a lot of buyers coming in here. This is no panic sell-off going on. I can promise you that. No, sir. This is a battle of whales going at it. And right now, I see more buyers than sellers coming in. And I see the bottom of this candle wick getting longer and longer as this candle continues to retrace and go up. This is a shock absorber, folks, is what this is. But just watch it. It's RXT. I'm just throwing it out there for your consideration. That's what it's doing. That's what it's been doing. If you look at the 180-day chart, this is what it looks like. This is the longest term line. And you can clearly see, man, I've already told you, there's a void here, folks. There's a void here. There's a void here. And over here, they were able to take this thing down that far. And over here, they've only been able to establish that. Here's another thing. Look where the blue 5-day dropped to right there. See that? 464, folks. They made that blue 5-day drop all the way down here to this price right here. It was actually 471. Well, that's where we are right now, folks. It's the same freaking low, 471. That is the same low. The thing is, that's where the price is now, is 470.71. They were able to get the 5-day down to the 470, and they got the price down to here, 452. And now she's bottoming out at 472. And look at here. Here's the 5-day right there. I really should move this line. I'm going to move one of these. I'm going to move this line up here so you can see where the real bottom was, right there. Right there it is. This line. That was the real bottom right there. 486 is where it is now. Over here, 473. Right there. The 5-day, the blue line had dropped to 472, 473. And now the 5-day has dropped to this number, 486. Now, in my opinion, the reason they can't get it to this number and re-achieve that right now is because the 50-day was down here when that happened. Now they're trying to reestablish this same deep low, but they're doing it with the 50-day way up here, people. Look at the difference. Please, I'm asking you, take a look at the difference of them achieving this low right here with the 50-day down here. And now they re-achieve the same low, or they don't actually, because the 50's up above. It's as simple as that, people. and the 200 is steadily rising, pushing it all up. This is what I'm trying to show you, folks. And I believe you're about to witness this right here become a green candlestick. I think it's going to become a green candlestick. The stock is RXT. And I believe this is going to come up flat. And right now, it's a top, but pretty soon it's about to be a symbol. A hi hat. Not a hi hat, but just a symbol. This is going to become a symbol. Right now, you're looking at a top that's spinning, but soon it'll be just a sliver, a symbol. That's what I think is going to happen. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, there's a lot of selling against it here. This is a 4-hour chart. So there's been 4 hours of heavy selling versus buying. There's been an attempt to sell it down, and I could be wrong. It just could be just plain out retail's dumping it. But ladies and gentlemen, I like what I see. Okay. This is a rising 200. This is a rising 50. This is a rising 45. And they're trying to reestablish the 5-day average and a line that they achieved some time ago when those numbers were all much lower. So that's my point about it. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It's especially down 1.88%. Oh, and now it's down 1.77%. What do you know? And now it's only down 1.67%. 1.88, 1.77, 1.67. Now I'd see him take a stab at it, and it's down 2.19% RXT. Official RUG official rug L. It's hard for me to determine that as of right this time, but let's put it this way: at lunchtime, I'll be looking to buy what's called the lunchtime low here. So I'll be holding off until lunchtime, and I will pick it up on the lunchtime low, whatever that is. I'll buy it there. Um, Today, I don't know what happened to my monitor page on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, but for some reason or another, um, it decided to screw up all of my lines here, showing my profit and loss. I don't know what happened. I restarted the software, and yet I still see just the quantity of shares, my trade price, and the current price. And I don't see anything else. I don't see my profit. I don't see my day's profit. Uh, I have no idea what happened. And if anybody happens to be here right now, oh, good. Mr. Mexi Brown, I made some money on Easy Go with the reverse split. Nice. My thoughts on SoFi are that it is at a good point to maybe pick up some shares again, start day trading it again, perhaps. I'd really have to look at SoFi historical data to determine whether I wanted to start day trading it again or not. But it got out of range for day trading for most of my viewers. I try to keep things in the $2, $5, $7, $8 range, just so they can get a lot of shares. If if that's understandable. But anyway, with this Charles Schwab, I do not know what I did, but I guess I changed something because Charles Schwab is no longer showing me anything but these three first lines. And if you happen to know what I might have clicked on that got rid of the profit loss day, and uh, I'd appreciate it if you could help me out because I don't know what happened here. I used to have over here, and this is way off at the very edge of the screen when it used to be in this range. So I don't know what I did, but I really did screw up my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim somehow. And I just don't know what changed. Uh, I don't remember changing anything. What happened was I looked at it and all these ranges were real wide. They were all stretched out. This one was stretched out and this one was stretched out. They were all stretched out all the way over to here. So I came over here and I changed the range by clicking at the top and then moving it over. And I made them all move over because I thought that was the problem. I'm like, "Oh, that must be the problem." So I moved all these over and I made them small. And that didn't resolve my problem. I still don't know what's wrong. I don't know. It could be happening. It could be happening. Just what you said there. Um, and I don't know. You know. All right. There we go. Here we go. And this is QUCY that I'm on here. I do know one thing that I've noticed, and I pointed it out to you guys yesterday, was that for once, we're starting to see money leaving money markets. Okay, we need this. I've been telling everyone for a year, if we could just get the money market fund to drop like it did here, we'd see a huge move in the markets overall in all indexes. If we could see the money come out like we did from here, which was April 30th of 2020, and I've shown you guys the last 2 days from April 30th of 2020. Go look what the NASDAQ did. It went from 8,300 points to 1,500 points. As this money came out of the money market funds and back into the market, the NASDAQ went from 8,300 all the way up to 1,500, 15,000, 8,800 to 15,000. And so, what we need to do is if we need to see this money, what it's doing now, leaving these money markets and coming back into liquidity. And this could be part of what's happening. Institutions, like you said, beating the retailers up. When they want to come back in on a stock, they don't want to buy the freaking, 52-week high of the thing. I can tell you that. But if there is a movement, a rotation of money right now, I believe is beginning, ladies and gentlemen. And I can see it right here. I can see it. This is one, two, three, four, five. So 4 out of 5 with a reduction on this money market funds coming down. And if we can get this to continue, man, the stock market will make a move probably. And I only say that because I ask you to look here when they started to pull out. Notice the date, May 31st, 2020. We'll go over here to anything you want, click on it, and then click up here on the NASDAQ. Click up on the NASDAQ symbol up there at the top, and it pulls up NASDAQ. And then go over here to all and click on that. Now, take a look over here. I want you to look at the date right here. Do you see when this is? The day right there is May 20th, May May 2020, and look at the market share price, 8,400. The Nasdaq sat on May of 2020, and it sat at 8,400. And that coincides with the date I'm showing you right here, ladies and gentlemen. If you'll look, May 2020, when the money left the money market and came into the Nasdaq, came into the market. And look what happened. Again, I'm asking you to look what happened from that day in May of 2020. Look what happened. It went from May 2020, 7,400. From 7,400, it went up to 15,000. It more than doubled, folks. The market more than doubled. It went to 15,000 when that money started leaving the money market funds. All right. This is when it happened right here, May 31st, 2020. And the money started leaving the money market funds and coming back into the market. And boy, did we see a run. So, folks, I want you to know this is the first step. And I know Powell talking about interest rates or whatever, but I think they're starting to come back in to the market. I think there's some belief that we're going to see a good, bright future once we get this Iran thing over with. And I know everyone knows that's not going to last forever. Iran has oil they've got to get rid of. They cannot shut off their pumps. They'll come to the table because they have no other choice. And they have no other option. They cannot shut their pumps off. That would do terrible damage to them to have to do that. So that's not going to happen, folks. TDIC looks horrible. Uh, I will say one thing. I do like QUCY right here. And I'm looking at this on the chart right now, and I see an established line of resistance right here, right there. All right. And what I really like is when I see a 50-day rising and a 45 rising at an angle like that, and a 200 rising steadily and upwards, and the gap getting larger and larger and larger and larger between those two. And the 50-day is about to eclipse a known area of resistance that I put down for a reason one time in the past. And it is eclipsing that now. The 45 just went over it. That's right. This line right here was a line of resistance way back when. And I put a line there. And the 45 just broke over it. And the 50 is about to break over it too. And look at the attempt to squash it down. And look at it retrace and come right back up off that. Watch this wick, folks. If it gets longer, this would be a good one maybe to come in on. If we see this start to continue to rise up and up and up, QUCY could make a run from here. It could be sudden. Listen, there's nobody selling this thing, folks. Over here, a whole lot of buying going on. All right. When the price was down here, and that price was 79 cents, there was a whole lot of buying going on. And the price was up here at $1.85. There was a whole lot of selling against it, but still a whole lot of buying. Over here, yesterday morning, there was a whole lot of equal buyer sentiment and selling, but the whole time, the 50-day and 45 rose all day long. And into the night, they continued to rise and rise and rise. And through the next day, all they did was continue to rise. And through the next night and all morning, rising. And now about to eclipse this line of resistance. And what do you know? They decide to try to make a short eating porpoise out of it right now. And watch the bottom of this candlestick, which is now lifted off of this line. It's up here. And we're going to change these candlesticks. I don't want to do this. I'm going to change the time frame from 4 hours to 5-minute candlesticks. Now let's look at this baby. Okay. And I'm showing you what they don't want you to know. Notice the resistance on this line, folks. This line. It's not an arbitrary line. This is what I try to teach people here every day. When you see an established line, definitive line low, right there where they stop that thing, you need to go back and find out why. Why? Why? Oh, look at that line. That line is at 272 a share, folks. Golly. Do you think they like that line? Do you think they like that line? Like that line? Like that line? Liked it again? Loved it there. Loved it there. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Come across here. Bam. They loved it one last time. They tapped it one last time, folks. That's it. A kiss goodbye and we're on our way. Yeah. Look at that line. Jeepers creepers. Did they beat that line to death? They needed to get one last love line. Right there, folks. They needed that love line. It's a fact, folks. It's an absolute fact. They needed they needed it one last time, folks. Right there. It's an old love lost, ladies and gentlemen. The stock I'm on is QUCY. And it could be any stock for that matter, folks. I want you to just learn from what they're doing and how they work it. This is the median line. This is the median line. How far has it gone below compared to how high it went above? How far has it gone below? How far below compared to how high it's gone above? How far below compared to how high it's gone? And over here, how far below compared to how high it could possibly go now? Folks, we already know there's a big gap right here. We know there's a gap there. We know there's a gap there, folks. We already know it exists. We already know there's a gap there from this line. There's a gap up. You'll be able to watch it when it makes its move. They know it too. Oh, yeah. Man, look at that. When they shot it from here, when they shot it from this line before, look how high it went up. Okay, beautiful. It went from 72 cents. It went from 272, folks, all the way up to 396, 397, 399. It capped out at 399, folks. 399 from this line of 272. Alexa, what is 3.99 minus 2.72?
3.99 minus 2.72 is 1.27.
$1.25 drop.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
So from here, it went up $1.25, and then it came down $1.25. And then from that number, how low did it go? 240. So after getting to $4, they took it down $1.60. Wow. To that line. And then from that line, it went back up from 172, 272. It went back up to 350, $1.30. Woo, man. Day trade a mania, baby. Wow. That's amazing, folks. Boy, you don't think they had that fleeced out through there? Look at that thing. It's just barren now. Barren land, and it always goes through it barrenly. You see that? Anyway, this is the line where it should be sold. Some should be sold there. And that is at 292. Now they take it down to this line. And this is a very familiar line, folks, that goes all the way back to right here. That is very familiar. But again, how far has it gone below that line in the past? How far has it gone below that line? Take notice that here, when it was able to go below this line to this line several times, it went from here to there, from here to there, from here to there. ONDS, time to buy. All right, thank you, Khalid Al Hajri. Thank you very much. Your name is on the list for the drawing. Oh, yeah, I know. You don't want me to send you anything. But I'll send the one whoever you pick. Uh anyway, this is why this number is being sat upon right now, is because they've done it so many times before, and they've never been able to get very far below, just a few cents down to this number here, which is 240. It's the lowest it's gone from here is 240. Countless times 240, 240, 240, 240, 240. But every time it goes up, it's way more than that. As high as 493. From the line 272, it goes down 30 cents 5 or 6 times. But from that line, it goes up to 493, and then it went up to 412, 413. So I think you're pretty good if you're picking up shares at 272 on this stock. I'm just saying, because every time it's dropped, it's only gone down to the 40 range, but every time it's popped, it's gone much, much higher. All right. I'm just saying, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. This is the stuff I show you that you can learn from and take to your grave, folks. When I'm dead and gone, you guys will be able to carry this for forever. I'm looking at this stock now on the 180-day chart. And again, you may look at this line and you might just see it drop the 5 day to that price. And you might be wondering, why did they stop it there? But I show you why. I take you back through history and I tell you why it stopped there and why you should have known to sell at that number. So, folks, start looking back at the history of these stocks and you'll know where you should be selling when it reaches certain levels. Okay. You'll know from looking back in time. And, well, let me just put this point to you. Right now, the price is at 275. Okay. This is where the price is right now. And I want to ask you a question. Have you ever seen it stay here? Has it ever stayed right here where they just stabbed it down to? Did it ever stay here at this price? No, it did not. It flew right through this. And by the way, the 5 day average, did it ever stop here before? Did it ever stop there where it is right now? The 5 day light line. Has it ever stopped here? Did it stop here before? No. No, it did not. And as a matter of fact, the last time it was at this price, the 50 day was way down here, people. Now the 5 day is at the same level, and the 50 day is way up here with the 45 just leaping off of it, folks. QUCY. Wow. Well, I'm just calling it out to you. Let's go look at ONDS. Hold on. ONDS. Well, I'm not so sure about that. It is at this line, which was a resistance there for sure once, and resistance there, resistance there, resistance there. This is, oh my gosh, you're probably right. Wow. It definitely has been a revisited line many times. 966, 910 now. Ugh. Man, they're still coming at that right now. I appreciate you calling that out, but that still looks to me like they've got their foot on this. And 908 too. 908. He might be right. ONDS at 908 could be a good number. But then again, they might want to hold this under $9 even. Options players may not want to be, if they're shorting it, because if they've shorted it over the last week, if they're shorted it over the last week, they're down on their shorted positions right now. So yeah, they're down. And a lot of these stocks, they only have 1 day to cover on. And but I agree, 908 might be a good place to nibble on that. I do agree with you there. That number's a good number usually to buy. If it's going up to that, you want to sell there every time, 908 or any eight. It doesn't matter what eight it is, 408, 608, 1208. Sell the eight. Sell the eight, sell the 13, sell the 20. ONDS. All right. I have it on my radar, and I do like but I think they could take it below 9, and it could even go to 888. That's one of their favorites. You know that. ONDS at 888, probably tomorrow morning, right out of the gate. Or the lunchtime low. 888. Or 9, at least 892 or 893 if they're going to try to hold it under $9. They'll go for 888 though if they're going to try to hold it under 9 today, most likely at lunchtime or even 2:30. They could go for 888. Watch out on it because I think they can still go for that. I'm going to look at EVTV. This is EVTV right now. Whoa, yes, baby. And I called this out this morning. If this 5-day breaks over this line right here, but first of all, listen, when the 5-day gets to this line, you should sell some shares, okay? Whatever the price is. I don't know where you got in. If you bought in this morning when I mentioned it and the price was at 240, um, you can see right here. Hold on a minute. This morning, I was telling everyone on EVTV, I saw it the bid was 239, the ask was 246, and I said that is a good number to come in. That's what I wrote it down for. The bid was 239, the ask was 246. I said you might want to get in on this. That's what I said this morning because I went and showed everybody the long-term chart, and what I showed them was that from this point right here, there is a big gap up. There's been a big gap from here to here and from here down to here. And I said, if it breaks over this point, watch out. Now, let me show you this on a 180-day chart. There you go. So I told everyone this morning, listen, I said, if this 5-day gets over this line, then there's a good chance it goes from here all the way up to possibly here, folks. All right. That's what I'm saying. Now, we're on this line right now, just so you're aware of that, folks. Right now, that's where this thing is approaching. And if it goes over that line, if the 5-day can break over this line, there should be from this line right here, there should be a gap up, a big gap up to right here. And that price is right around 255 to 260. No, I'm sorry, 294. 294 through the, yeah, 294, folks. So I'm telling you, this is a critical line right here. EVTV. If it comes over this line, it has a chance. All right. Now, something that I found out today, I got 50 folks here with me right now trading, it looks like, and are at least trying to learn a little bit. And I found out something today from one of our viewers. One Love told me that if you're on this stream and you're watching my stream right now, and if you guys are watching my stream, if you'll all at the same time go over at the same moment and hit the save button, okay? So we're not going to do it yet, but let's do it at 11:12:08, okay? 11:12 and 8 seconds, and that will be coming up here any moment. We'll count down to it. And please click the save button if you wouldn't mind at 11:12 and 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the save button. Apparently, by hitting the save button, it will boost the algorithm on YouTube by 100%. I don't know what it does, but I'm not going to hit the save on my own because I want to be completely. Yeah, it tells YouTube we love you. One Love said. That's not the message I wanted to pin today. I wanted to pin the win. That's funny. Unpinned message. I wanted the message before that you told me. One love. Uh, well, thanks for all the hearts. Oh, here it is. If we click save video, it boosts the algorithm. That's the one I wanted to pin. All right. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate that. And if you haven't hit the like button, please come over and strike the like button. And that would be cool if we do that at 11:14 in 8 seconds. So here we go at 11:14 in 8 seconds. We'll all hit the like button together. And we'll do a countdown to that one too. 11:14 in 8 seconds to hit the like button. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. And I would be very grateful for that. Looking at my latest YouTube statistics, I'm now 23 away. We had 5 new subscribers yesterday. So if you'd like to help me reach 26,000, I'm only 23 away. And if you haven't subscribed yet, it won't take anything. It doesn't cost a dime to hit the subscribe button. And I'd be very grateful for you for doing so. And as you can see, I usually have around 200 or 300 people per hour that are here with me trading and or looking at what the heck I'm doing. And so we want to keep that going and get even more so we can show them our technique. And so and how we look at stocks, the way we look at stocks, how we dissect them, if you will. And this is EVTV. You can see it right now. I'm highlighting the long-term chart, and it looks extremely well. And there are way more buyers here than sellers at this stage of the game right now. Okay. In this last 4 hour period. Now, I can actually come up here and I can change this on Charles Schwab time frame, and I can change these candlesticks down to just 5 minutes. And that's what I want to do. Break it down. I'm going to break it up, break it down. Break it down. Here we go. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Sellers in the last 10-minute period. Yep. Oh, the last 15 minutes selling it down. As we approached 11:16 in the morning, 11:16 a.m. But notice the 45-day average has just crossed over a previous line of low resistance. And the 50-day is about to cross over it too. You know, for a little while this morning, they were barcoding this stock right in here. But I'm here to tell you, as soon as the 50 comes over that line, there'll never be any more barcoding in this area. It won't happen. And now, as you can see, they tried to barcode a little here, but when they get up into that range, there'll be no more barcoding here either. And I'm pretty certain that since these are rising at a pretty nice pace and a pretty good angle, it won't be long before they shove this 5-day right up off this 10 where they're kissing it right now, cradle it in. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And the stock I'm looking at is EVTV. And I provide, you decide. This is the 5-day chart. EVTV. EVTV. This is the 5-day chart on it. Now, if you're wondering why did they stop it from going right up here? Why did they stop that? Well, take this line down here, move it up like this, and then go back and look through history and find out why they were so definitely wanting to stop that 5-day from crossing over right that. Why? Go back and look at the history, see why. Go find out why. Go discover why so you'll know why to set when to sell there the next time. So why did they decide to stop this line? Because over here it was a line of resistance. Now, granted, it never was a line of resistance right through here. It blew right through that before. But this became a line of resistance right here when they ran this price up. It stopped right there, right there. And of course, it didn't go far over there. Look back here. That's why it's a line of resistance now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please be aware of this fact that when over here, it was a line of resistance. Look where the price had been before. $4.50 a share. 450. And they had it down to 266, Savannah. I know it. Isn't that crazy? Look at that price right there. 265. I'm sure it was 266. I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's the line. I'm sure that's it. 266. So where are they sitting now? 259. Uh-huh. What do you know? Now they've been here before in this range, but there's nothing from here, ladies and gentlemen. There's really nothing from here until you get to here. I'm telling you, this will be the next line of resistance if it breaks over this line right now. If it comes over this line, it's got a chance to run up to here. And that price is 296 before it stops. It pulls back a little from there, then it jumps up to this line, which is 308, of course. 308. 308. It crosses 308, and then it's going to jump up to this line right here, folks. And what I'm teaching you guys here is called mirror trading, okay? And what I'm basically doing is showing you that this this white line would be the mirror here. And the way the price came down is often the way it rises. So that's why I have in these areas of resistance there and there and there and here and there and there. The reason I have them there is so I know when the 5-day gets to this point here to sell the shares, some of them. And then when the 5-day gets to there, to sell some of the shares again there. And then when the 5-day gets there, to sell some of my shares there, folks. That's how I do it because I already know these are points of resistance going back to the past. All right. Yep. A lot of shout outs on different stocks. I see that SACH, NXXT, GIPR. All right. Let's take a look at them. And if you've already called out one and I haven't looked at yours, I'm sorry. Well, you're right. That SACH looks like it's building a shoulder down 3.6%. It was at 156 in the pre-market yesterday, 156. Good looking chart there with the rising 50 and 45-day, rising 200. Yep, I see it. SACH looks fairly good. It's like it got a nice shoulder and a nice, we got to stay the volume into it though. It needs to keep the volume in it. Thanks for calling that out. Like to take a look at it. NXXT. Looks very good. Yes. A lot of buyers versus sellers on that one right now. Totally, totally, totally hot. But watch this. Watch this. Watch this candlestick. Need to watch that candlestick very closely because if this starts wicking, you want to be careful. You want to be careful. You don't want that wick getting any longer. Put your cursor there, set a line there, take your price tab thing and come over here and pop yourself a line across there and take a look at it and monitor it. And also take note, they've already sat this candlestick on this price before. Even though it shot up here, they pulled it down to right there. They receded it. So this is the same recension line, but now even a little bit more, even a little more. So be careful on that one. NXXT, it's up 34%. Just be careful. Monitor that line. If it starts to rise above, then you're good. Not, stay away. Now, I do like the look of it though. If it keeps going on up over that, it looks pretty good right there. It needs to get on over that. See over here? They stopped it right here before. They stopped it right there. We need to get on over that, right over that now. And the thing is, when they stopped it over here, the 5 day was way down here. Now they're trying to stop it at the same point, and the 5 day has risen to here. Very good point to make for you to understand. I like it. NXXT. That is what I'm going to move some money over to. So I'm going to go over here to QUCY. I'm down on it now, and I'm not going to cry about it. Uh, Trading QUCY, and I'm going to take a hit on this stock, but I do not sell for a loss, ladies and gentlemen. I don't believe in doing that. I believe in selling for a profit. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to sell 100, 200 shares of this stock. I'm going to sell 25% of my position, and I'm going to sell it right now and try and help the stock when I go out and sell it at 270. What are we seeing over here lately? A lot of 274s, 275s, 277s, 276. All right, I'll sell at 277. Okay, I'm going to sell 200 at 277. Right now, I'm going to sell 200 at 277, and I'll help the stock when I sell it. I'm going to entice them up to it. And when I do, then I'm going to move that money over. And since I think I like that stock you called out so much, NXXT, then I might just go ahead and sell here even at 276 just to get my money move over to NXXT because I'm an opportunist, folks. And when I just looked at that chart, NXXT, and I'm going to look at it here too, man, NXXT. Looking at chart again, man, oh man, NXXT just bouncing like a banshee off of that line, man, right off that 200. And you got 3-to-1 buyers coming in on that. Then again, that candlestick is getting longer on the top right now, so it might be one to be very cautious of. I also want to look at SIDU down 12% today. Jeez. Ouch. All right. SOFI, I'm going to take a look at it. Do I think it was a good buy this morning at 1481? I do believe it was. Yes. And SoFi's had a hard time since I stopped promoting it every day. Hear that, Anthony? SoFi's had a tough time since I stopped promoting it. I hear you. Yep, someone called out NXXT yesterday. Yep. Well, I'm not holding any of it. All right. So let's do some trading here. Yeah, someone called out NXXT. Hello, how are you? Doing good, Daddy Pascal. Welcome. Thanks for asking. We're looking at stocks people are calling out right now. We're looking at the charts on them. And several people have been calling out some different ones here recently. So we're looking at them. And we're looking all at the charts on the long-term charts right here. And right now, I like what I see on SoFi. I believe it did hit the bottom just then, 1492 at 1129. I like SoFi right there. Someone asked me about it a moment ago, and there's your buy-in, 1492. You should be nibbling there. Pardon me. That's a good spot. Looking at the 20-day chart, it's a 20-day low. Now, I want to take you over a 1-year chart. There's the 1-year chart. All right. This low on this 1-year chart, ladies and gentlemen, this is pecking and pecking again. The double pecker. And this comes off of $32. So you're getting it for like a 70% discount once and twice, ladies and gentlemen. And I guarantee you they beat earnings always. Yep, they were estimated to be 11.8 and they got 12. Their earnings are always phenomenal. Hey, got to tell you guys something. I don't know whether you heard this or not, but this is just hearsay. You might want to look into it. And before I do this, I'm going to see something. I'm going to try and Google search this first because we want to know if Google the omnipotent can tell us. All right, and I'm going to put in here good morning America commercial uh, Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Cleveland Cavaliers versus Minnesota Timberwolves. Here it is. This is just what I heard. AMC accidentally aired a graphic advertisement of the Cavaliers against the versus the Knicks for the finals. They did it. It wasn't the Timberwolves. It was the Knicks. Yes, New York Knicks. I guess is that who it is? I don't know. I'm not who the Knicks are, but this was 2 days ago. Yep, 2 days ago. Here's the commercial. Look at that. There's the commercial. Oh my gosh, folks. They're showing the commercial for the game coming up Sunday at 3:30. This is the commercial they've got going on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the commercial that they had. They ran this commercial before the game was over between Detroit and Cleveland. How do you like that? I just wanted to share that with you guys, everybody. They actually showed a commercial on the Good Morning America broadcast. One of the commercial breaks on the Good Morning America broadcast showed this as the Eastern Conference Finals, Cavaliers versus Knicks at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. How do you like that? Does anyone question whether or not there's something going on in all of the sports arenas around the world? I'm just here to tell you. All right. What do you think of that, people? I know I'm supposed to be here talking about stocks all the time, but I do that all the time. I talk about stocks all the time just to keep my brain kind of focused and working. I can't just do stocks nonstop because I'll dream it and sleep it and everything else. But anyways, I just wanted to share this with you folks. Crazy enough as it is, they were showing a commercial. And it says here, ABC actually aired a graphic advertising a Cavaliers get $50 on Polymarket with code whatever versus Knicks Eastern Conference Finals matchup, sparking internet conspiracy theories about the NBA playoffs. The network quickly realized the mistake and removed it, but the premature broadcast had already caught the eyes of baffled basketball fans. And whether it was an honest production error by an overzealous editor prepping for potential future matchups or a slip up that leaked a pre rendered promotional template intended for later in the postseasons, the timing is certainly raising eyebrows. With the playoff bracket still in the thick of being decided, the accidental ad gave netizens plenty of fuel to speculate about the league's uh, postseason postseason narrative. Yes, narrative, scripted, folks, is what they mean by that. Scripted, possibly. What do you know? Isn't that funny? I just thought I'd share that with you. And if you like that kind of thing, come over and hit the subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen, and subscribe right now to the channel and help me reach 26,000. I'd appreciate it very much. We're very close. We're right around the corner. And more, more and more sports is getting exposed. Yep. Yep. Someone calls them fake news. Yeah. That's right. One love. Someone does. And all right. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. I like sharing these types of things with you. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Um, I want to go back here and look at these stocks that people have been calling out here recently. So thank you all of you people who are calling these. My SKYQ might go. All right. Okay, I see it. I'm looking at it on the 1 year chart. the 1 year chart, and it does look like it might be flattened out there. Uh-huh. Yep. And I see this green candlestick here. I see it's up 1.2% right now. Certainly was beaten down here and is now plateauing just under the 200-day where the 50-day is now. So they've consolidated and capitulated, and now they've converged the 200, the 50-day, and the 5-day down here, and 10-day here. So nice. Now let's take a look at the 5-day chart on it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see it. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that pair of beautiful. I mean, those things are just gorgeous. Wow. Look at that, man. Boom, boom. Out go the lights. Over here, you had the big veggie drop, and then you had the two labes, and then wow. Man, what a play on this stock. SKYQ. Man, they've been playing this thing. Take it from 277 down to 235, a 40 cent drop, 42 cent drop, 42 cent pop, 20 cent drop, 25 cent drop, all over the place with this. SKYQ. Yep. A lot of volume came in on it there 3 days ago. SKYQ. I see why you say it could pop. Looking at that 50-day and 45 right there, they're coming up on this 200 right now. So I agree with you. It could cross over here. And this is a nice flat top on this right here. SKYQ. Yep, I like it. Yep. Wow, look at all the buyers here of QUCY hoarding it up at $2.72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77. Goodness gracious, what a swarm around that. It's like they're building themselves a hive right here, right? Look at this. It's on the wall. It's a big old honeycomb. Sugar. Da, 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 da. Honey, honey. You are my candy girl. And you got me loving you. Oh, honey. Oh, sugar, sugar. Oh, man. You are my candy girl. And I can't help loving you. Look at him getting all these shares at 575. 555,000 shares they've managed to acquire at 275 a share. 275 a share on QUCY seems to be the price everybody wants some. You'd think my dollar cost average was 277 with a number like that sitting there. Why do they want so many at this price, 275? Why do they want to hoard it all up there? Who's getting it all? Who's stockpiling? Who's stockpiling QUCY? Or more like it, who is selling it in a circle and selling it in a circle and selling it in a circle and selling it in a circle? And I want you to see something though. There is no spoof selling going on here. See? So I like that. No spoofers over here throwing out 20,000 shares here and 15,000 shares. That's not going on here. That's not going on. Doesn't look to me like there's any spoof selling. There's just 2,300 wanting to buy and 400 here and 300 there, and but I don't see any spoofing going on here. I've shown you spoofing with these other stocks. It's ridiculous what they do. But I see 3,000 that want to buy here. I see a few measly that want to sell. There's your spoofer right there. I mention it and boom, they throw it in. There's a spoof sell right there at 279. So, ladies and gentlemen, they are of the belief that this price is about to rise to 279. All right. So they've got a artificial spoofed number here. And as the price rises and they concede this, you'll see this number move up. It won't be there for sale anymore. They'll move it up from 2100 there at 279. They'll move it up to 283. All right. Just watch what I'm talking about. And you're about to bear witness to this because the price is certainly not going to stay here because they've already got their quota. They've already got a printed number at this price, so they don't care. Now it can run. They want to get a respectable number at this price. This is where they're trying for now. They're trying to get their favorite number, 272, to be a printable number. And they won't print it until it hits, it looks like 294. So right here, they got to get 294, and they just failed. And now it's going to go up past all this. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it rise. And look, the 2100 up here at 279. Watch it disappear and move up here because this is going to break past all this now. Watch it rise and watch the 2100 shares at 279 move upwards. And this is where you should be selling some if you wanted to. Next, but it's up to you. QUCY. But watch and see if I'm right or not. I think it'll go right on over all these now because they've already got their 300, 300, 500, 495. It should go right over this now. Here it goes. And watch this number at 279 disappear and move up here. All right? It's coming. It's coming to a theater near you soon. They've already got this maxed out. It's going to go over all this. It's going over it now. And the stock I'm talking about is QUCY. And this is already completely overloaded. They're going to come in with a half order here. Watch now. They're going to come in with a half order. You're going to see them drop in and try to stop this because there is no more capacity. They're going to come in with a halvesy here. I call it a KY flag. You're about to see it come out right now. Any moment now, it's coming out because there's no more capacity here at these numbers. And you'll see the halvesy come in. Just watch it and learn, folks. Here it comes now. It's going to come at 374 and a half, I bet you. They'll bring it in right here. I'm calling for it. I'm waiting on it. I know they can't hold any more here, so they got to throw the halfy out here. They're going to come with the half or some fraction. It'll be some fraction, whatever it is. It's going to be a fraction. And it's going to happen any moment now. Yep. Because no more capacity here. That's done with. And they've already reached full numbers here. But we'll see it. We'll see it come in. It's a half number. Probably within about 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Where's that halvy number? Come on, throw that half out. Uh-oh. Well, here it goes, folks. Right over these, like I said it would. Just like I said it would. And watch, where's the 2100? They moved it from 279. Look up here, 283. And I called that number. I told you they would move it up from 279 to 283. So they're definitely um this is spoof bidding, it's called. They throw in a spoof number for sale that they do not intend to sell at all. And they just raised it from 279 up to 283, just like I said they would. And I'm telling you that as this keeps climbing, when it gets up here to 281 or 280, they'll raise it again from 283 to 287 or 288. Now, this is supposed to be illegal. This is supposed to be illegal, but you're witnessing right now what I told you was going to happen. That 2100, it went to there. That means they know that the number is going to go to that number. They're giving you where their next resistance line is going to be right there, 279. Now, if it breaks that line, 279, and goes to 280, at that moment, this will jump up to 287 or 288. All right. So just watch, because this is your they're showing their hand here, folks. They believe it's going to come to this price next. That's why they've raised their price to there. That's where they think the next resistance should be. And they just had it at 279, so they should try now to stop this at 279 right now. Watch it go up to 279 and watch them pull it back. Watch it go up here to 279 right now. And I could be wrong, but I got 1,800 here and 4,000, so that's 5,800 trying to buy. I only got 400 shares for sale here. And also, oh, did you just see that? See them spoofed right there at 278? They had 5,000 shares they just put there. 5,700 they had right there. They're spoofing it now. Man, isn't it funny? I start talking about it and said they weren't doing it, and then they just did it, trying to spoof with 5,000 at 277. Folks, they don't have it. They don't have it. They don't have it. And this is QUCY that I'm tracking here. PHOE 1334 2243 bought the low yesterday. All right. All right, Ray. Yes. Fantastic. Whoo-wee. My goodness. What is going on here? Trying to get more shares at their 275 number? Man, they're done there. SKYQ was just called out and it's starting to make a move, folks. It's got a nice green flat top on it here. And if this 5-day moving average can eclipse this number, that would be good. I will have to say, though, I would have already sold this at 330 a share today for sure if I owned it. When it hit 330 a share right here, I would have been out on this SKYQ. But it's a nice looking chart right there, bouncing very nicely. And I'm looking at the 5-day chart there. Look at the 20-day SKYQ, completely battered for a month, completely decimated for 1 month. And now, well, there's still been a lot of selling against this. There's a lot of selling against this, trying to stop this, but it's crossing over the 50, even with all that selling action going on. Just now, the buying come in. Whew. What a lot of selling there was there, though. Wow. Somebody wanted in right there this morning, but it already hit 330 a share, and you should have sold there. All right, I'm going to go over here. Well, I don't know what happened in my Charles Schwab platform today, but I can't see anymore, and I'll have to work on it tonight to get it back to where it was. But somehow I screwed up this screen and they're not showing me what my profit and loss is anymore on this page. I don't know what I did, but somehow I made it some sort of a change, and these numbers just went off the screen, off to the, they're just not there anymore. All these previous columns I had, which showed profit loss, day, profit loss from the position, and profit loss day, they're just gone. The columns are gone. And I don't know what happened. Uh, Goodness gracious. I don't know what to do to find them again. I don't know what I changed here. Uh, well, I guess it's not for me to worry about right now, but I do rely on that monitor page. Well, whatever. A whole lot of buying going on. All right. Well, I'm about to start looking up all these call outs here. I'm in QUCY. I am too, and it's painful. I'm down 700 on it. And I don't have any more dry powder here, so unless I start selling off some of my other positions, which I could do. But then again, I don't know whether I want to get any more involved in QUCY. It certainly hasn't been performing the way I was hoping it would. And I kind of like this SKYQ, but then again, I'm not sure. Um, you know how it is. A lot of times you can sit on a stock and you can wait and wait and wait and wait on it. And then all of a sudden you sell it and it just catapults on you. And this thing has definitely been getting manipulated down. And this line has been a very, very, very stubborn line for rising and rising and rising. So this line right here is perhaps the line they're aiming for. But I do like this rising 200 the entire time. All of this dropping has been going on. They want this 200 target and driving it down to this line. Well, that might be what they have in mind, getting the 5 day, the blue line, to come all the way down here to this line. That might be what they have in mind. That might be what they'd like to see happen. I'm sure that's what they'd like to do. I'm convinced of it. And but I do not believe they're going to try to get this 5 day to come down, or even this price to come down and kiss the 200. I don't think that's achievable. 3 days ago, this line, and by the way, this line here, they're just at the with the current price there. This is where the 5 day was before, right there. See, I want to be on that 5 day right there, right there. The 5 day right there. And they want it there. Believe me, that's what they're going for right now. They're trying to get that line, the 5-day, to hit that point. And then, and the 200 has broken over this lower level of resistance. Folks, in my opinion, this is a shoulder, okay? This is just a shoulder. And I could be wrong. I've been trading a long time, though, and that looks like a shoulder to me. I see this 5-day that stopped right there before. I see it stopped right there. And it never stopped there. After the third time, it was gone. Goodbye. Now they're trying to re-achieve this 5-day. By the way, when they achieved this 5-day there once and twice, look where the 200-day average was, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? All right? Hello there, Gregory. Welcome. Look at here. When they brought this price up to this line and stopped it, and brought it up and stopped it, where was the 200-day average on this line? Where was it? It was all the way down here, people. Now they come and try to tap that line again with the 5-day, but look where the friggin' 200-day is now, people. Jeez. They're trying to re-achieve a same resistance line right now, ladies and gentlemen, at this very moment. They're trying to re-achieve this same resistance line right now that they achieved here when the 200 was all the way down here and the 50 was there. Now they're trying to re-achieve this line, and the 50-day average is way up here, and the 200 has gone from here up to there. These are the things I want to share with you folks, so you'll take it in and understand why are they stopping it at this line. Look back to the past, folks. Look back to the past.
We're gonna meet Al and Chris at B Dubs at 11. Oh no, sorry, at leaving here at 5. So tell everybody you got to cut out at 5. And if anyone wants to contribute to your
All right.
evening of,
Celebrating with
we
children.
want to get there before happy hour. So that
All right.
That is the tie do over, and they canceled my appointment this morning on my way. And she said, well, we tried to call you an hour ago, so that's why I was back right away.
Jeez, oh,
So I was
Peach.
out by the highway when they said that girl that was supposed to be my rehabilitation person. It's a long story because they canceled my next Tuesday for the same reason.
Oh, goodness gracious. Jeez, oh, Pete.
My interview is at 2:30, so I'll be still going to that, and then
Okay.
coming back and getting you, and we'll go to B Dubs.
Well, go with your gut feeling there, honey.
I'm not going to make any commitments today.
Good.
And I'm going to tell them, I've got to talk this over with my husband.
Good.
All right.
Now, I think he'd be a lot more agreeable if I was to tell him $30 an hour. He probably would have no argument. You hear what I'm saying? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a look. See, here we are. Bounce, bounce, same line. Will it bounce? Will it get it down to the 200, though? Could they get it down to the 200? Could they equal this line that they got before when the 200 was way down here? Could they now equal the same line that they got to right there? Could they equal that line now when the 200 was way down here? Let's see if they've got the power to equal this line right now at the lunchtime low. How low will it go? Can they get to 250 with the 200 having risen from here, from there? The last time they stopped it at 250. When they got it to there, 250, folks. That line is 238. They got to get down to 238. But the last time they did that, the 200 day was at this price right there. And that was 102. The last time they achieved this low of 238 a share, the 200-day average was at 102, right there. Now they're trying to re-achieve this line, 238, and the 200-day average is at 199. The 200-day average has come up a whole freaking dollar, folks. From the last time they achieved this line, the 200-day average has come up a dollar. And now they're trying to re-achieve this line right now. I'll see how that works for them. The 200-day has come up a dollar, people. I got it. Jayhawk says, I'm pretty sure Easy Go had a reverse split today. Ugh. WGRX. All right, we're going to look at WGRX. Okay. Whew. Looks good. It's very lofty looking, but hey, they're starting to pull it down right here, middle of the day. And unfortunately, it's in the number that I would normally sell, 19 and 20. I would be getting out there, especially if you bought it in the 13-cent range this morning when it opened. I'm afraid 20's a sell, 19 and 20 are sells. And so I wouldn't get in on that. Let me know if it breaks over 20 cents, okay? But I don't believe it will. But a good call out. I mean, it is on the run. Good deal, Mr. Mexi Brown. Good deal. Looking at RXT right here. RXT. RXT. Completely converging here now. They've almost got the 50 to the 200, and you've got a 45 that's starting to rise, and they're probably going to converge everything right here on this 200-day average. And then who knows what happens, folks. All right. RXT. This is going to start rising to here. These are going to keep coming down. They're going to meet right in the middle on the 200. Going to converge it right now. RXT. Barely in the green here. All right, folks, I got a sandwich here, and I don't want you to hear me chomping on it, so I'm going to hit the mute button for a moment. All right, everybody. I'm taking a look right now. I'm almost done with my sandwich, but I wanted to come back in here on QUCY and make a comment. When the hedgies come after a stock and shorters, they like to trigger the 20% stop loss. And when they do, that can usually make the price fall to around 23 or 24%. Well, you can see right now they've triggered the 20% stop losses and they've gotten the price to fall 24 because of it. All right. And this is very common. I always tell people, listen, let's hold off here because if they can trigger 20% stop losses, then they're going to be able to get those to cascade it down to 24. And so what they've done now, they've triggered the 20% stop losses. All those trigger and they automatically sell it down and it hits 24 down. Now, it's true that somebody has stop losses at 25%, but it's true even more so that they have them at 30, more so at 30. So you usually got some people's stop loss tolerance is 10%. Some of them have stop losses at 20. Some of them have stop losses at 25. And some of them have stop losses at 30. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this to you is because right now they just hit 24 and they're trying to hit 25 because if they can hit 25, they'll trigger even the 25% stop losses, which there won't be as many of. So 25 will only take it down to 26, but 20 can take it down to 24. Do you understand? Because there's so many more stop losses at 20% than there is at 25%. So a 20% stop loss getting triggered on the stock has now driven it down to 24% down. But if they get to 25%, there's so few there that it'll only go down to about 26. And then it'll bounce off 26. Or even now it may just bounce now. They may got the 20 to 24, they realize it won't go anymore, and then they'll take up the long position on it if they can't get it down 25%. And it doesn't look as though they're going to at this stage of the game. The most I'm seeing right now is 2409 for the deepest drop. But believe me, they'd love to get it down 25%, and then that would cause a cascade to 26. All right. So that's the game plan. Right now, they got 20, that dropped it to 24. They got the buy there at the 24, which they knew would happen. And now maybe it comes and recovers back up from 24 and starts to rise. You just have to watch it, folks. You just have to watch it because this is a common thing that's done. And now this is starting to look a little bit better at every moment. And I like a 2394 and then 2397 and then down 2364. I like that a lot because I just saw a 94 and a 97 and now a 63. And now I see a 94 again. Let's see if they see the 97 again right here. 2397, 2364 looks good. And I'm looking for the 2397. Oh, 2333. Okay. Now I see where we're going. I see where we're going. That's a new number there. That's a new number. Watch this closely, folks. The stock I'm talking about is QUCY 2334. Huh. 2292. And I'm really starting to get my attention now. And the 2318 instead of the 2334. 2333. Ha ha. Of course. 2303 now. Looking good. Going to come back into the 2290s now. Here it comes. And this is QUCY. I'm looking for it to come back in the 2290s here. 2306. Forget about it. Look at that. 2270s now. Hey, I tell you, folks, I just described what I've my 26 years of experience is teaching you. When they get the 20%, they can make it fall to 24. They got the 24%. They just bought it up. They're coming in long on it now. And now they don't care how high it goes up. They can come in long, take up long positions, start returning shares that they just shorted. They're now buying back. They're going to be buying and returning, and it'll probably go up from there. Now, I can't guarantee you that. You can just watch and see for yourself where it is now, 2255. Just watch it closely. Yep. And by the way, 255 a share. They love to buy that number. When they run it down, they love that number 255. It's on my buy sell sheet when they run it down. So let me hit the mute button and I'll be back. I got just to finish this last few bites of my sandwich, guys. I'll be right back. All right, baby. Here we go. 250 low. QUCY. Now, there's not going to be any reason anymore to try to hold it down here at 255 because all they care about is this number, 275. All right. They don't want it over that because options players don't want to be in the money over 275. All right. So that's why they just ran it down just then to 250 and why they're hovering here at 255 and accumulating shares of QUCY. Now, I'm not trying to tell you guys to buy into QUCY at all. I'm just watching it because I feel that this stock has really been manipulated, and including this morning in a wide range, which I could show you. But they piddle around with something long enough, and then the next thing you know, it's just out of nowhere. The thing just rockets, and what I'm seeing here is a lunchtime low that they just achieved, and good for them. They got the lunchtime low, and there it was, 250 a share, the lunchtime low, and they equaled it one more time, and then off she goes. So they got the lunchtime low, and then off she goes. And again, they had it down 24%. Now I see it is only down 21%. I was just showing you this a moment ago, and it was down 24%, and now it's only down 21%. Now, here's the situation. Nobody's in fear here selling, okay? When it broke 20%, the fear kicked in and drove it down to 24%. There's no one here to sell. There's no one. There's no one. There's no one. They already sold. They're gone. They got out. They sold when it hit 20% down, and they just fleeced out from 20% down to 24% down range. They just fleeced that right out. So there's nothing left here, folks. There's really nothing here. They just took out 20 to 24, and now we go back to 20. Now you can just watch and see if you want, but that's what I feel is about to happen. So if you want to make at least a 5% gain, you would have just bought when it was 24% down, like I was suggesting, because the reason it achieved 24% was because of the 20% stop losses. That's the reason it was shoved on down to 24% down. And there are no stop losses here now. They've already filled. They're done. All of the stop losses have been triggered. It ran all the way down 24. Goody goody for them. They got what they wanted. Now they're just trying to buy at 255 a share as long as they can, as anybody's gullible enough to sell them to them there. And we hopefully will see it rise. Now, I'm not going to hold on to this stock anymore after today, but I want you to know that it has been an experience with this stock. And I want to thank all of you that are here on this channel with me. And I hope that you're learning something every single day when you're here. There's something, a lesson to be learned. And one of them is do not hold on to day trade stocks. Even though they might even close at or near the high of the day, and the odds are that they may go on up. And here we go, folks. This is it now. QUCY. And let's watch it rise now. Let's watch it just come like a phoenix out of the ashes here. QUCY. Flat top green candlestick here. Very nice. They tried to run it down and said, nope, nope, going up here. So let's watch and see what they can do to it or what it can do to them right now. It's either them doing it to QUCY or QUCY is going to do it to them. And that is what is going to happen right here and now, in my opinion. And very nice. Hey, listen, I think somebody wanted to buy this at 250 a share at lunchtime today, is what I think. And I think they can now push it all the way back up to whatever number they want. They can do whatever they want, folks. They can make anything happen they want to. So let's just see what they've decided to do. What the manipulators have decided to do. Did they go long there? Are they buying back now? Have they borrowed all those shares to run it down with, and now they got to return them? Yes, it looks that way. Looking right now at QUCY, ladies and gentlemen, is the stock I'm looking at. And it has been disintegrated down, down, down. If you take a look at the 20-day chart, but you'll find something very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that what they were able to achieve over here when this line was stopped at this line right here, where the 5 day stopped and the 5 day stopped. Take a look at where that stopped both times on this line. And now when they drive it down, it stops at that line. And the reason they achieved a drop from here is because the 200 was way down here. It's hard to achieve a drop from here when the 200s come up this high, folks. Okay. And by the way, when they achieved this high where they stopped it twice and dropped it the two times, the little double ta there, when they did that, look where the 50-day average was down here. The 50-day was here, folks. It was at $1.90 share. The 50 days sitting up here now at 310. You get it? They achieved this line twice, once, twice. And the 50-day was down here at $1.90. Now they dropped the price to that line and they achieved that line, and the 50-day is sitting here. The 50-day sitting here, $3.10. The 50 days gone from $1.90 when they were here to $3.10, and they're here again. You pay attention, folks. Pay attention. These things I share with you, you can keep them with you the rest of your life. And look what they tried to do there at lunchtime. Tap the bottom, tried to come to this line and missed it. Folks, this thing's probably going to go off. I love it. It's a green flat top candlestick without any wick on it at all. See that? There's no wick. Come on, let's get this thing going here. Q QUCY. And look down here. There's nothing but a solid green candlestick there. There's no sellers at all. I told you there's none left. There's none left to sell here. They already sold when the price dropped to 20%, and they kicked in the 20% stop losses. From 20 to 24 is thinned out. They've already mowed this thing, man. They mowed it. They mowed it bald. They already have, folks. They've already mowed this thing bald. And this is QUCY. And I believe that all through here, it has been stripped of anything that was there. There's nothing left. It's like goats. They came and ate the roots out too. The grass won't even regrow there. There's nothing that can be grown. They've just totally minced it out. Gone. Looking at the 10-day chart. Oh man, do you know how proud those hedge funds are that they could, and the shorters are that they could drop this price from frickin' 493 all the way to the 200-day average and buy it back at 255 a share, one of their favorite numbers. And again, I point out it stopped there, it stopped there, it stopped there, and now it stops here. And look at here, it stopped there, stopped there, stopped there with the 200 way down here. And now it's going to stop on this line with the 200 right under it. Wow. Well, that's what I think it's going to do. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. QUCY. Lunchtime low right there. Whew. Well, they took it all the way down to the 200, folks. They got it to come down to that 200. Impressive. They got it come down to that line right there. And then they even went for this line. They tried to come after this line. But the 200 is up above now. When they got this line before, right there, the 200 was way down here. The 200 was at $1.49 when the 200 was at $1.49 when they caught that line. Now the 200 is up here. It's at 260. When they caught this line right here, the 200 day was down here. And that price was $1.45. Okay. There it is. $1.45 is where the 200 day was when they dropped it to that line. And now they're trying to drop it to that line, 238. And the 200 day average is here at 269, 270. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, you're going to see how hard it is to make a price fall below a line pre existing when the 200 has gone up $1 or more. And this one was $1.25 right here, and right here the 200 day was at $1.40, and it was really, I'll give them fairness, it was at $1.44, and now the 200 day is at 268, up $1.24. The 200 day has risen $1.24 since the last time they were at this line right here. The 200 day has come up $1.24 since the last time they achieved this line that they shot for at lunchtime today. QUCY. And I see the bid is 261, and they're asking for 260 here. And boy, howdy, you guys know that's on my buyback sheet. It's on my sell if it's going up, but it's a buyback if they drop it to that. It's one of the buyback numbers, just like 255 is. And right now it's at 261. That's right. They shaved that sack. That's right. NXXT. Let's look at it. Oh yeah, looking good. Woo! Come on, baby. Blow the lid off that thing. It needs to break this line, folks. Listen to me. I already tracked this out. If this 5 day comes over this line, this thing's going to go. You should sell some though, right here, folks. Just sell a few shares here, okay? Just sell a few shares here because they're not going to want to let this go over this line. This the reason I put these lines in is to tell you where to sell, folks. This has been a previous point of major resistance. So this is where you want to take a little off the top. Sell a few shares there. You know this is a previous line of resistance. This is why the line is there for you, an indication for where you need to sell a few shares. Okay, that's why I put the line there. All right. Now this is on at NXXT. It's up 50% today, folks. And I'm telling you, right here, this is a point that has been resistance in the past. I don't know when it was, but if I go back to the 180 day, oh yeah, this line has been resistance in the past. And I got it charted, folks. I've got it charted. For some reason, this line right here, I put a line there. I put a line there. And that price is at 57. Oh, now I know why. Look across here, folks. See that drop right there and pop? See that drop and pop? See him take it down to this line, and then they just decimated and shaved it out through there. So I knew this was going to be raw through here. Look at it just break through that. Just like I said, there's just nothing there. Folks, this is what happens when you fleece something out through a period so heavily fleeced out that it just gets trimmed down to the roots, folks. There's just nothing there. It's completely bald. And then when they get back to there, boom. See that? It just blows over that because, oh my gosh, did they just mince all that and share that? That was shredded through there, and then they used wax on it, and then they pulled the roots out with a laser hair removal machine. There's nothing there. There was nothing there, and there she goes. And then nothing should stop it now. Now, remember, see this 5 day? It's right there. Well, they stopped this 5 day before, right there before. They've done that. So I'm going to put in a line here, and this is a pretty critical line right here. All right, I'm telling you. And this is a line here. This is a very, very, very critical point right here. Right there, folks, where the 5 day stopped right there. And ladies and gentlemen, it's got to get over that, okay? It has to get over that point right there. There. You can see how long they rode this along this path, this before, and where they dropped it to right there. You can see it. This is a critical line right here. And if it goes over this, it's going to make a nice move. Uh, if it goes over this line, the nice move it's going to make is to right here, right there. And if it breaks that line, I've got resistance lines. See, I've already done this stock in the past. Someone has asked me about this a long time ago, and I did these numbers a long time ago. I put these in. And since they asked me about it, it's dropped all the way to there. Now it's coming back into the view, but they asked me about this stock when the price was in this range, and I showed them if it goes up from here, I showed them where the resistance points were going to be. So all these need to be re-stretched, and that price is 66. That price is 66 right there, Savannah. 66 is the price there. What a surprise. Well, there's a lot of resistance through here, man. They hurt and jerk this thing big time through this range. So once it crosses the 66, it could jump all the way up to here. It sure could. Because all this has been completely. Oh gosh, they just worked that hard. From there, there's a line of resistance right here. You can see it right there. Anyway, hey, I'm just showing it to you, folks. The stock is NXXT. NXXT. Here's the 10-day on it now. This is the 10-day chart on it right now. And it is very good to see that 5-day has broken this line of resistance here from the past. It should now go all the way up to here, the 5-day. And when it gets there, you should sell some shares there in XXT. And that's at 61 cents. When the 5-day reaches 61 cents, whatever the price is, you should sell some. Then the 5-day is going to come up to this number, and you should sell some there. I'm going based on the history of the stock, folks. All right. Well, NXXT, great run going on right now with it. Congratulations, everyone. Ah, poor bear. I have my lucky catfish shirt on. I could be wrong, though. Port Bear says, I hear a train. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. It's broken over this resistance. And yeah, I think I hear that train too. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think I do hear it off in the distance. Man, I'm not sure though. I don't know for certain. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell. I don't know. I don't know. I do hear something out there. Oh yeah, I hear it. I hear it. Oh, I think you're right. Oh yeah, I hear that. uh, Oh yeah, I definitely heard that train right there. Look at that beautiful chart right now. Look at the buyers coming in versus the sellers down here on these candlesticks. And if you haven't done it yet, folks, I'd like to ask you to help my channel out today. I've got 25,977 subscribers. And if you wouldn't mind, help me get to 26,000. And hit the like button over there and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. And we'll get up maybe to 26,000 subscribers. Oh my gosh, I can believe when I started 2 years ago and I had 300 subscribers, I never would have thought it would get this high. I could never imagine that. But it's because of people like you sharing and telling your friends about this channel. And thank you very much. And thank you very much for the hearts that you always send out. I appreciate that too. And the viewership hopefully will continue to grow. And we'll continue to teach people here how to day trade every day. So don't forget to also consider becoming a member of this channel if you want to get a list of the stocks like these that I hold long. And these are the stocks I hold long, ladies and gentlemen. And if you'd like to know what these stocks are, become a member at the Goliath level, and I'll send you these spreadsheets. The entry is only $24.99, and I'll send you this list of all these stocks and what I'm holding long over the last year. Now, I cannot guarantee you that they're going to do the same performance, but here it shows you what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, right? 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. That shows the market cap and the PE ratio. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want this list, become a member of the channel at the either Goliath level membership. And not only will I send you these stocks that have done this well over the last year, and I cannot guarantee they're going to continue to perform at this level, but this is what they've done over the last year in percentage gains. And I also will send you my dividend sheet, which is right here. And if you want to get some stocks that pay great dividends, well, you can do the same thing here. Look at what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And this shows you their market cap, PE ratio, and it shows the amount they pay out and the percentage that they pay out. Okay? Now, some of these say no data because they've not been around for a year yet, but these are dividend paying stocks. And if you want this list of the stocks that have been up 93%, 124%, 6.1, 71%, 3%, 10%, 86%, 64%, and paying dividends the whole time, the top 40 on this list came from Roaring Kitty. That's right. I was watching Roaring Kitty's videos back 6 years ago. GM GM's GameStop stock was taking off, and it was because of him. And I got these stocks from Roaring Kitty that are the dividend paying stocks of the lifetime. Man, they have done so well. A lot of these stocks over the last few years, and this is the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And you can see over here what they pay and the percentage they pay out. And I'll send this list to you for only $24.99 of these dividend paying stocks. And then you can just cherry pick which ones you want off the list. And there are 71 of these dividend paying stocks. 71 of them. 71. And you just pick and choose the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year. $57 billion market cap, 16 price to earnings, 16 times price to earnings. Anyway, I'm showing it to you. You can do with this information whatever you want. Now we're looking at NXXT. Still far more buyers here than sellers at this stage of the game. I'm talking freaking 100 to 20 or 1,000 to 200 buyers versus sellers right here. NXXT. QUCY. 1 day chart. All right. Here's where she launches. All right. That's all I can say. To me, looks like breakaway. Here we go. Let's watch it go. Let's watch it rise. Come on, baby. Let's run this thing up. You guys have done all you can to it. You can't do anything else. It's done. It's done. You beat it. You beat it. You beat it. You beat it. And you consolidated it. And now they converged it all together. Hit them hearts, y'all. There you go. Yep. Spread that duck sauce for the ducks that come in and hate. Yeah. Oh, they're just a bunch of duckers. Look at that friggin' thing go, baby. Here she goes. QUCY. I'm calling for it. Let the run up begin right now. Watch this thing. Unenveloped green candlestick here. And suddenly it skyrockets. What is the news? Gonna blast it off. There's no news. It's just been all bought out. It's that they've taken it all. Look, it's back to only 20% down. I told you to get in when it was 24% down, and I told you why. Because they had triggered the 20% stop losses, and that's what it made it fall to 24. So there you go. You can just watch it now. Now down 21.81%. Now down only 21.21. Just watch. Watch with your own two eyes. Hell, they just had it down to where they were buying it at 255 a share, scarfing it all up. Now they're scarfing it all up at 257 a share. And now that ran out. So they're scarfing it at 258. Bid 258, ask 260. Who wants to sell at 260? Someone that just bought it at $2.50 wants to sell it at 260? Not likely. Yep. Man, I'm going to look at this on the trade. They don't have tiddly winks down here to sell. They got no shares down here. Oh, look at the 2100 now at 269. Oh, they're spoofing all over this thing. They are spoofing all over this thing. Spoofville. Well, I've been watching this for quite some time, QUCY, and I know a lot of you don't even have the ability to trade this on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. But I'm telling you right now, I'm going to look over this list of stocks which were called out to me today, and hopefully we can find a real runner here. And let me get over here. And I want to look at AIIO, which was called out first thing this morning. And it is at its low of the day, 452. And boy, howdy, look at that. They bought 232,000 shares at 452 for some reason. Don't know why they're so in love with it there. You'd think my dollar cost average on this was 453. Now, I don't own any shares of this. I'm just looking at this, AIIO. And it is at the bottom, it looks like, AIIO. Now we're going to look at some other stocks. EVTV. EVTV. Ah, stuck in the middle with you. 246 low, where they had only 7,900 shares. 266 high. What do you know, Savannah? It was actually 267. They got it. This is the stock, and it is EVTV. EVTV. And look at them settle in here. At first, at 248 a share, pick up 256,000 shares. And then at 255 a share, which I always tell you is a good place to buy, they got another 156,000. And now they're building a little beehive around 258, 259, 260. And very, very little volume on this. It is not churning away. Okay, so this one is probably not going to make a move anytime soon, not on this volume that we're seeing here, because this is just non-existent volume on EVTV here. But I wanted to take a look at it. I also want to take a look at some other stocks that were called out a week ago, and one of them was called out by One Love. It was uh, FCEL. FCEL. My gosh, that stock is $17 a share. Man, I can remember when that thing was in the fours. By the way, take a look at QUCY, ladies and gentlemen. If you can buy it, this might be your time. That's starting to look pretty good right there. QUCY. And maybe they're finally done mucking around with it. And since I called it out at 24% down, it's now only down 20%. So since I called it out uh, about a half an hour ago, it's come back 4%. And I told you why it was a good place to buy it at 24% down, because it had triggered the 20% stop losses. And by the way, take a notice that the 20% stop losses were triggered when the price was 26.66. The number was 66 cents down. It was 266 and it was 66 cents down when they got it to break the 20% stop losses. 66 cents down. See that? Look at that, folks. There it is. 66 cent down. When they triggered the 20% stop losses, it was 66% down. I kid you not. 66 cent down. When they triggered the 20% stop losses. Can you believe that, Savannah, that they ran it down 66 cents to trigger 20% stop losses? And then it dropped to 24% down after they triggered those 20% stop losses? Isn't that something? And look how hard they're even trying here just to even hold that. It looks as though they're going to try to hold a 66 cent down number and work off that now. 20% down. But the truth of the matter is, there's nobody wants to sell it now 20% down. They already sold it there when they freaked out and said, "Oh God, 20%, I'm out." So they sold it. Everybody got out at 20% down. That's why when they all started selling, when it was 20% loss for them, man, it caved it down to 24% down. Now it's coming back up. And what a coincidence. The price it's going to be 66 cents. And it'll be 20% down, 60%, 66 cents. Oh yeah, they're going for that. They're going for that. I promise you. The shorts would love to close this out down 66 cents today. And coincidentally, if they do, the price will be very close to their 266. There they go. Look, see, 66 cents down is 264. 20%, 66, folks. I bring this to your attention because you need to know this stock is QUCY. QUCY. And here it is, right here, right now on the chart. And coincidentally, they're trying to hold it down 66 cents, which is 20% loss today. You know, I think they're buying the crap out of it here, to be honest with you. And then they can say, you know, we bought this thing when it was, look at the number it's down now, folks. 6 It was just down 6667. Watch this. Oh, masterful. Master manipulators. And as I tell you about this, watch the number they're going to put on your screen here in a moment. I promise you, it's coming at you again. Coming to a theater near you soon. Believe me. You're going to see it again, folks, right here in a moment. Here it comes right now in your living room. You're going to see it right now. Bid 261, ask 263. Here comes the number for you that I'm calling out. And I'm only sorry that I missed it a moment ago. The stock I'm on here is QUCY, everybody. QUCY. And the market makers are trying to hold it down 66 cents. This is their effort to hold it down 20% today and have a number be down 66. That is what they're trying to do as we look at it as we speak. 20% down, 66 cents. Watch with your own two eyes. And you will soon see, as I said, the same number they just had, where it was at most likely you will. 666 here right now. Coming at you. I'm calling it. Oh, I'm calling it out. It's coming at you. Like I said, to a theater near you soon. They have the mathematicians in there figure out exactly what they need to put in a bid at so that they can get that number to be shown. And the bid now 262, the ask 264. QUCY is the stock. QUCY. And it's at $2.63 a share. There we go. Back to 66, 20%. Last call, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 66 cents, 20% down on QUCY. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Last call, ladies and gentlemen, for 66 cent down on QUCY, 20% loss. And watch it come to the fruition. Yes, there we go. Now only 65. And watch it go, folks. Watch it go now. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, only down 19%. There's the 66 again. Where's the 666? Come on, Shorty. Let's see you do it. Throw it out there for everybody. I'm calling it, and here it comes. Oh, it's coming to you, folks. Right now, you're definitely going to see it within the next 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Watch out, shorts. There's confidence in this thing. Only 19% down here now. 1992. Watch out. And trust me, they'll also try for a 266 close. Not just 66 down and 20%, but 266 close if they can't get the 66 down. All right. So they're going for two scenarios here. One, hold the stock down 66 cents today, or two, close it at 266. That is their initiatives, and I believe, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And watch this number now become 266 and this be 64. There's nobody wanting to sell here. There it goes, 64, just like I called, coming at you, folks. And the price will soon be 266 a share within 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 266 a share. They are asking 266. And the bid 264. Asking 267. So here it comes in the theater near you. This is QUCY, the stock I'm talking about. And watch it rise, folks, to 266. Now only down 19%. So if you bought it when I suggested when it was down 24%, you've now made a nice 5% gain. Congratulations. This is the chart right now, QUCY. There it is, right there. And now do you see why I said you might should buy it when it was at 250 a share? QUCY. NXXT is running good, good, good. Well, QUCY. Ah, nice. Well, look at that price they've got that thing at 266. And how many shares have they been able to buy there? Oh, weak, folks. They won't even print the number. They're not even printing the number at 266. Oh, come on. They got to get to a printable. What do they got to get where they can print? 347? 347 minimum, folks. They've got to get to 347. There it is. They got it there, 347. And down here, what do they got to get? They got to get to 347, folks. They're only at 291. They got to get that 266, folks. They got to get that number to fill out. They got to get to 36 something here. They got to get to 3 something. Looks like they got to get to a minimum of 347. So once they do, it's going to rise off that. Uh-oh, they're done. And they're not even going to get 347. So it's going to run past all this now because they've never had any shares through here. So here it goes, folks. And this is the stock QUCY. QUCY. QUCY, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see it right now rising up over 266, even though they tried to hold it there. And by the way, do you remember me just showing you a little bit ago this 2,100 share order that was down here at 259? Watch it rise now from 272. Watch them rise this order up to 277. Okay? This fake order of sales, shares for sale, is 100% fake. And when this price runs up here to this range, you're going to see them move this up. Okay? Watch it. It's at 272 right now. It was just at 259. I showed everybody this 2100 there. See, they just moved it up to 274, just like I called it. See, they just raised it. They just raised it to 274. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain. This is called spoof selling. They're spoofing. They're trying to act like they've got 2,100 shares here for sale. And when this gets up here to 272, watch them raise it again to 277. Watch this order get raised right now to 277. Or may even come up to 282 or 283. Watch this order for 2,200. As soon as the price gets right up here, watch them raise this up to the next level. Up there it goes. It just went to 276. See, they don't have it for sale, folks. It's called spoof selling, and it's supposed to be illegal. This is supposed to be, oh, look, they just moved it up to 280. They just moved it up to 280, folks. Holy cow. See, the spoofers are moving this thing up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is at QUCY. QUCY. And this is all totally oversold. There's no way it's going to stay here. No freaking way it's going to stay under 275. No way in the world. Nope, 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 nope. Watch, they're going to throw in a KY flag here now. They're going to put in a halvesy right now, 274.32 or 274.88 or 274.01. It's coming, folks, because there's no more room here. No room here. None. None. No room there. QUCY. Right on up over this. They can't just keep printing shares forever here. They can't just keep printing them forever. And look how they've raised this 2,600. Watch them raise it again now. Watch this raise. This 2300's be a spoof as well. They don't have it. They don't have that. These are both spoof numbers right here, 2300 and 2600. And watch them raise this up once this spoof goes away. Man, they don't have any dang shares here. They don't have them. They don't have them. Oh, now they got 4,200 here at 282. Watch them raise it up here to 287, 286. Watch these raise from 282. They don't have them. They don't have them. They don't have any room left here. They're totally over capacity, way over capacity. They've never come close to anything down here around that number. This is completely oversold, oversold, QUCY, completely oversold. You're going to see it rise right over all this, and they're going to keep raising this 4,200 bid. It's going to come up here to 287 next. It's either going to hit 286 or 87. Look, they're going to raise it from 282 right up to here. It's only 2,100 shares, and they're going to move it right up to here. Here it comes. And this is a spoof. They don't have 3,000 at 279. That's a spoof, folks. It just popped on the screen out of nowhere. I guarantee you, watch it disappear and watch this rise. Spoof it, baby. Oh, did you guys just see this go to 702,000 at 275? There is absolutely nothing left here. This thing is bursting at the seams. This thing is going to run, folks. It's about to run, folks. Watch this 282, 2,100 shares jump up. I often wonder who's behind it. Who's the one that's controlling this? Look at them just raise this order up to 278. They just jumped this up from here to 278. They know it's about to fold. They know this is about to cave in. They know this is about to explode. Watch them raise this 282, 2,100 up here. No, it's coming. Down here, 2,100, 2,200, 2,300 plus 700, 3,000 trying to buy. And you've only got 1,000 here for sale, 1,400. It's going to go over all this. I just amazed at how many shares they've been able to duplicate and run off here. They must have a copier copying shares. Copying shares at 275, folks. An interesting thing is they can only get 400 or 376,000 shares to sell at 273. Only 376,000. And then it goes up from there. But once they get to there, then the next one's 438,000 is all they can get. And it goes up from that number. And once they get 438, then it goes to 710,000. What are they just sitting here printing off shares over and over? 710,000? How is that possible? It bowls over it at 376 and down here at 368. Down here, they don't even print the numbers. They don't even print them. Even though this one got 310,000. And by the way, down here, look at all the dark areas sold to the bid and all this bought on the ask. And notice below that, there's no dark area. No dark area is sold to the bid. Everything was here was bought on the ask. Everything from 250 to 257. Everything was bought on the ask. All light colored. Only dark colored sold on the bid. So they stopped selling on the bid at 257. It was over. There was no more shares available at the bid price at 257 or 258. It was all bought on the ask. All bought on the ask at 259. Here they had a few shares that they sold on the bid at 260. I'm just showing you this. And now, right up here, look at the darkness, all sold to the bid, all sold to the bid across there. Right here, all sold to the bid at 275, meaning they just dumped the shares out, dumped the shares out, dumped the shares out, dumped them out again at the same number, 275. They just kept throwing them out to the bidders, chumming the water, chumming the water, chumming the water, dumping out shares, throwing them out to the bidders. Again, I wonder, seeing the numbers the way they are, they look very fishy to me, the catfish, when I see only 368,000 could be achieved here at 265. And I'm surprised that number's not here, the 66, 266. And then I see 450 shares when there's 5,000 trying to be bought at 272. 50 shares over here for sale at 274. And there's 4,000 trying to buy. 400 shares here and there's 4,100. Just 400 shares, folks. The miracle that they have any shares left here to sell. But that dark area keeps just getting bigger, man. They just got more shares to sell. 274 somehow. Yep. Yep. I'm looking here. This is QUCY, ladies and gentlemen. QUCY. And I'm going to look at the chart on it right here. Look at it, folks. QUCY. Well, there's the current price. There's the 5-day. There's the 10-day crossing the 200. Oh, look at that blue back, red belly there. QUCY. Blue 45-day has crossed over the red 50-day just now with this happening right here, with this formation. QUCY. Is this where it takes off? Do we have a lot of green? Yes, we do. We have a whole bunch of buying going on. There's a whole bunch of buying going on here. QUCY. You know what? I wonder how much higher it would go if they weren't demanding that you call Charles Schwab to hold it so they can keep holding it down. I wonder how high this would be if all retailers could get in on Charles Schwab on this. Can you? Well, yep. Well, IQUCY right back. Yep. QUCY. Look at that 45 rising off the 50-day. Look at that thing jumping over this 200-day average, leaping upwards, curving upwards. They try to sell against it. It's just a pecker. Look at that teeny peck right there. Look at that, folks. How many shares was that on that candlestick? 3,400. Huh. Well, my gosh. Look at all the shares that they've got at 275 a share. There's just an endless supply of them. At 275, there's just an endless number of shares there. Isn't that something? They can just keep selling them and 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 selling them. At 275, they can just continue what they've been doing all day. QUCY. Amazing. 5,000 want to buy here and 180 want to sell. And watch this, folks. Watch this with me. Watch them deteriorate here. Watch this 282 move up. Watch this 282 number 2100 move up here to 286 next. They're going to raise it, folks. It's not going to hold here anymore. It's going to go past all these numbers, and then they're going to raise this 282 order. It's going to come up to 285 or 6. Watch. This is going to break down. This is about to break free here. This is on QUCY. 3,500 want to buy, and you've only got 1,650 there. 1,650. QUCY. Another 5,000 shares, make believe shares at 275 they've got. I'm going to tell you right now, when this price comes up over this and goes beyond this, you're going to see this 2,100 share order get yanked up to 287. Watch it go. Oh, yeah. The mysterious 275 number that they keep selling. How can they do it? How can they do it? 5,000 trying to buy here. This is QUCY, ladies and gentlemen. QUCY. Got only 3,600 here, 2,200 that want to sell, 3,300 trying to buy, and another 7,800 down here trying to buy. Oh my gosh, they're going to shove this thing up. It's going to rise, folks. And when it gets up here to 279 or 280, this order at 282 will move and go run up here to 286, 87. You're about to witness it right now because they got no more there. They're done here. Here's where we're filling now, folks. Just amazing to me. It almost seems like my dollar cost average was 277 on this with all the shares they wanted to buy at 275, 2 cents below me. I wonder if this used to be my dollar cost average was 277 on it. I don't know. Well, adios, amigos. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And here comes the run on QUCY. And watch this number. It's gone. They moved it up from 282. They already moved it to here, 285. And they've even added more. They've added another 2,000 fake shares at 285 now. Look at this. I told you it was going to raise from 282 to 286 or 87, and they raised it to 285. The fake shares have been raised to 285. If you're in the SEC and you're watching this, why don't you guys find out who's doing this? Why don't you look into who's throwing out fake shares here for sale that they don't have? I'm just curious. Who's doing the spoofing on this stock and keeps raising? Because I've already pointed it out to everybody exactly what they're doing. And you can just watch it rise even more now. Watch this 285 get moved up to 288. Watch this 4,200 shares that do not really exist. Watch them move up. Here it goes right now. Watch it move. Oh, look, they just took away 2,000 there. They just took away 2,300 because there was 4,400 there. So they just moved it. They just took away 2,000. And watch this. Watch this number disappear and go up even higher. Watch them move it up from 285 to 288 or 289. Here it comes, folks. Get ready for it because this thing is done. There's no more at the 75. They done it. They did it all they could. They run it out, folks, and there's no more shares, and there's never been any for sale through here. So it should go all the way up to 296 now. 296. And watch this number rise on up here. Watch the 285, 2100. Watch it come up to 288. Nothing's going to stop it, folks. It doesn't look stoppable. You got 2,000, 2,500, 4,800. The 285 at 2,100. That'll move up in a minute to 288. Watch it go. I told you this thing was completely oversold and there was no way it was going to stay here. See, Richard, SIDU, TUX at 1213. Will it continue to rise or will the shorts attack? I don't know. SIDU. Oh, well, the shorts already attacked this thing. Look at them hoard all those shares at 344. Look at them, folks. They were dedicated to keep this under 350 a share. SIDU. They wanted it there. They wanted to hoard it. And they did. They hoarded the crap out of it. Look at that. Here's 350 right here. Look at all the shares they hoarded under that. Look at that. Woohoo! Get ready for the SpaceX IPO, baby. Buy all those cheap shares from 340 up to 350. Look at them hoard all those shares. Get ready for the SpaceX IPO. They've already done all the damage. And then they tried to get it down here and get a few more and hold it here at 355. They love that number. Good buys there. Oh, I love the look of this. SIDU. Nice. Down 7%. Scumbags. Look at them try to hold it under 350 today. Golly, look at that dedication. I wonder how many shares they sold in a circle to each other here, circle jerking this thing all around for freaking hours today. Hours there, hours. SIDU, you guys know I hold that stock long. I do not day trade it. I hold it long. I'm waiting for it to go to $6 or $8 on the SpaceX IPO day. TUX. I don't see that. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness a blowout over this number where they've already oversold 279. And look at the KY flag come in at 277.99. AUUD is down again, got up to 236, then the free fall. Hello there, Nini Guru. This is a no trade day for me. Nothing moving sideways for scalping. I gotcha. Hey, Modeve, welcome. All right. Well, hey, Modeve, I want you to welcome. I feel your pain with the losses because this is one stock that I'm down on, QUCY. Now, I've made a lot of money over the last 2 weeks, so I'm very pleased with where I am right now. But this one really put a hurting on me. And so I certainly feel your pain because I'm down right now, $721 since I opened this position. So you're not the only one. Even someone as old as me who has been trading for 26 years can take a hit, every once in a while. You got to take a hit every once in a while. And I know for you, times got real tough here for the last couple of weeks, and much of it is out of our control because, of course, we've got all these wars going on, and you've got the oil situation going on, and so Modiv, I completely understand you're backing away for a while. Probably a good idea to do it because right now things are all up in the air. They're kind of topsy turvy. We don't know what's going to happen with our relationship with Iran, if we can finally find common ground and stop the fighting. But I'm telling you right now, as you can see, this stock, QUCY, I'm still telling people about it because I believe that it could be a big runner. And I think it could run very nicely from here. So I haven't sold any of it yet. But at the end of the day, I'm looking over here. And today, all I see is 100% manipulation. And what I see here is a massive, massive wall of buying here. 700,000, 744,000 at 275 and 274.73. Look at these numbers, 275 and 276. Why are they trying to hold that number so hard? Why are they so committed to these numbers? But well, they don't want to pay out over 275 on Friday. They don't want to be out over 275. Well, hey, listen, I'm sorry, but I think you're already done here. And seeing this KY flag here proves it to me. You're done. You're done. You're done. Game over right there. 274.73. There's where the KY flag came out. And there's no more capacity here. No more capacity here. And when they get to 7 here, there'll be no more capacity there either. Now, I've been telling everybody here about this stock to follow this fake, what this is called spoof bidding. This is a spoof bid of 2,100 shares here. This is a spoof bid of 11,000 shares here. Okay, there are no 10,000 other. There is right here actually 1,033 shares available. Okay, this is a spoof bid. And you're going to see it because the 11,000 will suddenly disappear. It doesn't actually exist. Just like this 2,100 at 285 does not really exist. And remember, it just went from 282, and before that it was at 275, and before that it was down here at 273. Before that, this is the same number of shares, 2,100 shares, was available an hour and a half ago at 259. 259, folks. They had the 2,100 shares there. And they've kept moving it up from 2,100, 259 to 263 to 266. They moved it up to 272. They moved it up to 277. Now they've moved that 2,100 up to 285. That's right. They've moved it up to 285. You see, it just moved from 282 to 285. And in a minute, you're going to see it move from 285 up to 288 or higher. Watch it. Watch this 2,100 shares. And where did the 11,000 shares go that were just here for sale? Where did the 11,000 go that were here at 279? Folks, they're not there. It's spoofing. They're spoofing all this. They're spoofing that too. They don't have it. They don't have 5,700 shares here for sale. And watch this 285 number. Watch it jump up to 290 or 288. You'll see it in a minute, folks. Just watch. They're going to move this number up from 285 to 288 or higher. There's just simply too many buyers here. And if you watch, you're going to see this 2,100 shares at 285. Watch it move up to 288 or higher, 292 even. Just watch it rise. And there's nothing going to stop it, folks. I'm telling you, watch this 2,100 shares come up here. And oh, now they've got 420 here. Nice. Here comes the 285 move. There it goes. It's gone. It just moved up to 294. And ladies and gentlemen, they have a feeling that this is going to 294 a share now. And they got it at 292, folks. And I want you to know that doesn't surprise me to see them move that from 285 to 292, 287 now. Holy smokes, folks. Look at them move it up. 2,100. Oh my gosh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And hey, this thing's starting to take off. Now they've moved the 2,100 up to 287. I told you they would. Now watch it move up here to 292 or 293. Watch them move it up. Folks, they don't have the shares. They do not have the shares. They do not have them. And you got a lot of demand down here. You got 2,200 here, 100, that's 2,300, 2,400. You got 4,400, and you got nothing here. You've got nothing. You got nothing here, folks. You don't have 4,400 shares right there. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it come right on up here now. Looks good. Oh, it's going to come all the way up to 296 now. And watch them keep raising this number from 2100 here at 287. And I'm asking you, SEC, look at this. Look at this clan that's throwing out the 2100 shares here for sale, like they have them actually. Please look into this fakery. Look into this fraud. Nobody's got 2100 shares at 285. I'm asking you at the SEC, if you're watching me, if anybody's listening, find out who's doing this. Who keeps raising this 2100 shares up and up and up and up? It's called spoof selling, folks. It's illegal. It's supposed to be illegal. Well, there are no more shares, unfortunately, available at $2.7473. Sorry, Shorty. There we go, up to 281 now. And watch it go, folks. And watch them raise. Where did the 2100 go? What? Where did the 2100 go? Did they already take care of it like that fast? I mean, I just asked, and there it was. It's gone. 285 is gone. 287. Where's the 2100 order? Did they just catch them? I don't know, but it's gone. I mean, it's gone. It's completely gone. Where's the 2100 order? Look, oh, there it is. There it is now, 290. We have it back on the radar. Fake shares at 290, ladies and gentlemen. Completely fake shares for sale at 290 if anybody wants the fake shares that they have supposedly now at 290 that have now gone from 259 a share up to 290. The same 2100 shares for sale all afternoon, just rising and rising and rising and rising. 290 a share is what they want for that 2100 they don't have. Well, let me tell you something, folks. This stock has never had anything through this region. It's going to rise. It's never had anything here. It's going to go all the way over this. It's going to go all the way up. And now 292 for the 2100. I told you it was going to come up to 292, 293. And now it's going to come up to 299. Watch them raise the 2100 up to 299 or 298. They just don't have the shares through here, folks. They never have all day. They've never had any shares here. As a matter of fact, right here, you can see the dark area was bidders. The light areas was buyers. Oh, another KY flag comes in. 285.1693. What in the world? Look at that. How many shares? 380,000 shares at that funky number? Oh my gosh. Desperation, people setting in here. Desperation. 285.1693. Sounds like 285.1693. 285.1693. I got it. I got it. I got your number on the wall. I got it for a good time, for a good time call. Yeah, 285.1693. Oh my goodness, that's everyone can see. Look at how many shares there. 380,000 at that funky number. Oh my goodness. Play that funky number, white boy. Play that funky number, right? Play that funky number, white boy. Lay down and boogie and play that funky number till you fry. Oh, Short it dies. Oh yeah. Yeah. Look at this. 3,400 and there's only 340 shares available, folks. 3,400. Oh, there she goes. And watch the number now rise from 295. Oh my gosh, it just went from 292 up to 295. And now watch it go up to 299. Watch the mysterious 2,100 share sell jump up to 299, ladies and gentlemen, right here in front of your own vision. Play that funky music. And I got news for you. You better look at these light areas on the tips of these candlesticks. Those are buying on the ask. They're buying on the ask, people. The light areas on the ends of all this darkness are now starting to buy on the ask. They're buying this on the ask. Wow. And now the 2,100 shares has moved up to 295 a share. Oh my. 295. And there's no shares here, folks. Look here, you've only got 592, 692, 892 shares between here and 291, folks. 800. The buyers down here are 2,000. Oh man, look at it go. Watch it run right through all this, right up over all these numbers. Watch the light areas getting bigger on these candlesticks. Oh man, 286. And now we've got a 2851693. 394,781 there. 2851693. 2851693. Well, I ask again, where are the 2,100 shares? Oh, they keep rising. They just keep rising, just like dough. They're like yeast. They've got yeast in there, and they're rising up to 295 now. This order has gone from 259 earlier today, now up to 295. The same sell order. The same 2,100 shares sell order has gone from 259 a share today all the way up now to 295. How fabulous. And now they've thrown in another fakery at 1,400 at 294, which is total fake. Everything's fake and bake, shake and bake, fake, fake, fake. It's all fake, folks. It's all fake. Every bit of it is fake. And you're about to witness this even at another level because, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness this 1,200 share order probably jump up here. This is going to jump here. The 2,100 is going to jump up to 299. The 2,100 is about to jump to 299. Watch it with your own two eyes. And there is no more in here. There's never been any shares for sale through this region. There's never been jack crap through here, so it's not going to stay here either. I already told you, number one, it wasn't going to stay down here. I told you that. I told you there's no way it's going to stay at 275. I told you that. I told you it would go right over all that, and it did. And now I'm going to say to you, there's no way it's going to stay in this region where it never stayed today at all, ever on the way down. It never stayed here. It just went right through that, right on down to there. So there's no way it's going to stay here. There it goes, right on up over, just like I'm telling you. And we're going to go all the way up, folks. We're going to go all the way up to this price, 296 right now. Watch it rise. And watch these fake share orders rise from 295 to 299. Watch them. Right now, you're going to see this fake share order at 295 jump up to here, $3 or 299. And by the way, also, this is a fake number here. There are no shares at 290. This is absolutely spoofing. Okay. This is a spoof, spoof, spoof. And the only reason they're spoofing 4,400 is because they see the buy is 4,600 here. So they're spoofing 4,000. but they don't have it. They don't have it, folks. And they never have had any shares here. All of a sudden now they got 4,000 where they've never had any before. 3,400, huh? At 290. Oh yeah, sure. Well, they don't have it here, and it's going to rise, folks. They're not going to stop it here. They've already gone over the max here, and they didn't even print that. Didn't even get to print it. 2851693. Yep. Here it goes, and you all will see off the 2851693 where they supposedly had the ability to acquire 400,066 shares exactly. 400,066 shares is what they got there. 400,066. Uh-huh. 400,066 shares, folks, at 2851693. And now watch it climb, folks. Watch it rise. And watch this 295 order disappear into nowhere. Watch it come up here to 299. Here it comes. Watch it right now. Here it comes. Watch them pull this 295 order here at 2100 and watch them raise it to 299. I can assure you that is about to happen. 2851693. Good Lord. The things that they'll try. 2851693. 400,466. They got another 400,466. They were able to get eked out another 400 shares there at 286. Now it's filling at 287. Now 284. All right, honey, I hope it goes well. Hey, honey, Cheryl. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to run right now. Yep, the power is in this. Do you see why? Hey, honey, I got to have a kiss for luck. My wife has been offered a new position, and they want her to do what she's qualified for 25 years, an esthetician, not just sell cosmetics and do brows. So she's got a real chance here to make an advancement and make a lot more money. So I'm going to go upstairs and give her a kiss for luck. And before she heads out the door, she's going to go meet up with this lady who's wanting to offer her. And I've got an idea that I'm going to ask her to get a signing bonus. So see if she gives her a signing bonus. You guys, I'll be right back. Just give me a couple of minutes here. All right. All right, everybody. All right. We are back. I am back and back in the saddle. Back in the tank. Oh, yeah. Let's see what we got here. Show me the money. Show me the rise. Hmm. Back down here with the disguise at 275, where they apparently have an endless number of shares available. And at least they made one more try at it anyway. One more shot at 275. And now I want to take a look at the charts. There it is. One last dive at 275. Bounces off the 200, and then she comes alive. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, as they try and try to bounce it off the 200. Oh, what a lie. Hey, look at the buyers come in there. Look at this sell attempt. Look how big the sell attempt, but look at everybody buy those shares up. Wow. Folks, there was almost 3 times as many buyers as sellers in this dump. That's right. In that dump of shares to make the price fall to the 200 day, there were 3 times as many buyers as sellers. And this is what you need to know, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you need to know. When you see a big candlestick like this selling, do you realize how many bought at that time? There were so many buyers right there when they just tried to knock that down there. So many buyers came in. So many buyers. And you can see right off this candlesticks forming right on the 200. And they tried first for that stab and got that and then retraced to there. Then they tried this stab and retraced to there. And all they've done here is just consolidate the sucker all together. Man, oh man, look at that freaking 45 and 50-day moving average run up and cross over the 200. And this is a typical pinch down to try to fleece them out before she bounces off this line of resistance. Folks, I'm telling you, QUCY. I could be wrong, folks, but it looks to me like, man, what a manipulation effort. And why did they try so hard just now to adamantly stop it right there at this price? Why? What was up with this number? Where was the relevance? What's the relevance of this number right here? What's the relevance of this number to the past? Why did they feel so compelled to push it down from this number? Let's go to the 5-day and see what the relevance is of that number. What's the relevance of that number? Let's go back to the 1-day. Hold on a second here. I want to know what the relevance is of this number right here and why they wanted so hard to stop it right there at that price. Ah, dadgummit. I'll get what I want done here in a minute. You'll see. I'll get it done. What's the relevance of 288? Oh, wow. What's the relevance of this number? The relevance is that they stopped the price from dropping there one time, big time. The 5-day average stopped right on that line and bounced once. Here, they ran it up and then took it down from there, ran it up and then took it down from there, ran it up and then took it down from there. Here, they ran it up and then took it down from there. What is the relevance of this line? Jeez. The relevance of this line is it's a major line of resistance both to it either rising or when it's dropping. Now, the next thing is what is the relevance of this line? Well, It stopped rising from there once, stopped rising there twice, stopped rising there 3 times, 4 times. Just look at this herking and jerking below that line. Just look at all that. So this line right here, where they are below this, you think they're familiar with this area with this stock? Huh. Well, this is QUCY, folks. It's definitely got someone's got interest in it, and I was looking at the way it was being manipulated around this morning. It was quite crazy to look at what they were doing with the stock this morning and how big the gaps were between the bid and the ask. And this morning early, I captured some pricing. I'm going to show you now. So give me a second, and I'm going to get logged in here. And I want you to see the type of manipulation that's going on with this stock that we're talking about right now, QUCY. And if you give me a minute, I'll jump in here and show you. There we go. And allow me to jump down here and show you what was going on this morning. So these were the prices of QUCY. And I want to show them to you right now. This was this morning, QUCY in the pre-market at 7:35 a.m. The price had already come down to I'm going to guess from the looks of things here, around 288. And at this point in time, at 7:35 and 33 seconds, the price was 320 a share. Okay. This is QUCY. Now look at this. At 7:36, so 40 seconds later, it had gone from 320 a share to 314 a share. And this was at 7:36 and 33 seconds. 314 a share from 320. Then at 7:36 and 25 seconds, so just a few seconds later, it was back to 320 again this morning in the pre-market at 7:36 and 25 seconds. And at 7:37 and 33 seconds, a minute and 8 seconds later, it was at 316. From 7:37 and 33 seconds to 7:40, it was at 314. And by 7:40, it was at 313. So the price has now gone from 320 down to 314 to 320 down to 313. And this has all been done in a matter of 2 minutes time. 2 minutes time in the pre-market this morning. And note, it's down 5% right there. But when it's on the runs, when it's at 320, it's only down 3%. So they were switching this thing around 2% at a time, kicking it around at 320. So this is the stock we're talking about, QUCY, this morning at 320. Yesterday, a very nice close, up 15% yesterday. So 320 was a 3% pullback, but they certainly came after it after this morning. All right. So I'm just showing you what they do to this stock and how it is being manipulated. That was early this morning, QUCY. And I'm not suggesting that you hold it long by any means, but what I am suggesting is it is right now at a point where it may have just been just overbeaten at this price right here, and there may just be nothing left here, and we could see a nice little move up from here. Hopefully, that's all I'm saying. And I'm not going to hold this anymore. After this evening, I'm going to sell this afternoon, folks, and I'm going to take it. I'm going to take but I'm not selling it for a loss. Don't misunderstand me, folks. I don't use that mentality. I never sell for a loss. But look at this. Just as I mention it, look at that thing go. QUCY. Pair of Madonnas right there. Look at that thing moving. QUCY. And man, that's a nice pop right there with a flat top wick on that. No wick on this candlestick at all. No wick on the stick. That's the trick that we're looking for. Yeah, she's about to head out the door. She's been down here, drug round all over the floor. This is something you should not ignore. You can see right now with your own two eyes, this stock is about to surprise. You can see that the thing is on the rise. No disguising. It's on the horizon. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, the flat top grows, and there, my goodness, the top she blows. You can see like she's blowing a nose, but she's blowing the hose, is what she's doing, my friend. Oh my goodness, how will this turn out? The stock QUCY. I'm ready to shout. Oh my goodness, look at that thing on the rise with their own two eyes. What a big old surprise. QUCY. Who would have ever guessed? All of a sudden, the shorts are all perplexed. They can see that it's something that's blowing their minds. How could this come true? What Catfish, they thought he was lying, but no, he was telling the truth all along, and pretty soon gonna be singing the ding dong song. That's right, everybody. Ding dong, the shorts went long. The Bass Assassin. Woo! Yes, was on my watch list, Jayhawk, just too expensive at the moment. AGPU holding filled in on INMN. Hey, thank you guys for talking all. Listen, I'm sorry I haven't called on you guys. Hey, look at this big attempt to dump there, and look at it bounce off that and go. Look at it go off that red streak sell effort. Look at it just boing, really resilient off that sell effort. And what's going on here? Who's in control, trying to control this thing? Who's the one that's trying so hard here? Look at that big dump right there. What was the quantity on that, just for the heck of it? The quantity on that right there was 53,000. 53,000. The quantity over here on this one was 53,000. It's the same amount. 53,000, the same amounts, the same entity trying to stop it. But no, it's popping. You can see that ain't dropping. It's rising, disguising. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, watch this. Watch it jump up here. Heavinacious, folks. It's heavinacious. Woo! It's heading into the heavens, ladies and gentlemen. Heaven bound. Heaven bound. It's been held down, but now this stock is heaven bound. Watch it rise. And you guys, I told you about this when it was down 24% this morning. It is now down only 14%. So if you got in on this, then you've made a 10% gain. And if you're able to buy it, that is, some of you are not. QUCY. Uh, wow. Okay. Well, you can see what it's doing right now. Man, I just thought, I've been thinking, man, this thing is just so manipulated right now. It is so manipulated. QUCY. And right now, where's that 2,200 share? 290 now. They've moved it up to 290. Well, let's get it on up here to 295. Get that 2,200 up to 295 here. Let's go. You've risen it now from 259 all the way to 290 at 2,200 shares that they don't have there for sale. Goodness, 278, 279, 280, rising, baby. I told you there was no more room in the end. There was no more room in it. There's no more room at 426, and there's no more room at 424. There was none here at 419. They were sold out of space. They sold out at 426. They sold out at 424. They're getting even weaker. Fewer shares at every number. They had 808, 819. Now they got half that, 426, and half that, less than that, 425. And the price continues to rise. And it's going to keep rising, folks. QUCY. I don't see any reason for it to stop here. Why would it stop here? It never stopped through this region before. Look at all that selling on all those candlesticks, too. All dark. But look, there were buyers that came in here on the ask at 285, my friends. I'm letting you know right now. I'm telling you right now, at 285, there were buyers that started coming in on the ask. They came in at 285, 84, 83, 82, all buyers here. Lots of buyers here at 279, this stock. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. You can decide. I provide. You decide. There were already a lot of buyers in this region right here. 279. There were buyers here. 280, 281, 282, 83, 84, 85. There were buyers buying on the ask already here. So what it tells me is that there were eager buyers here at this price range earlier. Only up here is where the heavy selling was going on, and there was no buying on the ask at all. From 306 down, everything was sold to the bid. Only here is where buyers started coming in on the ask. 288, folks. And that's because a lot of people know to buy the 88 because they buy the 88 and they can sell the 320. So a lot of people bought there at 288, folks. I'm telling you, they started coming in right there. You can see there's the light area right there. That's buying on the ask. And they bought 87 and they bought 80, they bought 86. But they also bought 80, 89 and 90. They bought a few shares at 90. Some people bought it, but 288 is where they started buying, and here. Some was bought here, 290, 291. A little bit of light areas there on the tips of those. But this is where the real buying has been. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, you can look down here. There's more buyers than there are sellers. That's just the way it is. And right now, they've already sold this out. That's all been oversold. And I know they want to close this under 275. I know they do. That's why they've got so many dang shares there today. 808,275, folks. They don't want to be in the money over that 275, folks, those option players. But if they realize they can't hold it there, folks, it's going to be game over, and it's going to go all the way up to $3 because they got no reason to stop it between 275 and 3. So they've made a valiant effort here to hold it under 275. You can certainly see that. You can see the depth they've gone to try to hold it down here. You can see they've got deep pockets and they're holding it at 275. But that's because they don't want to be in the money over this. But listen, again, the concession will come if this thing just cannot be refused and there are just too many dang buyers here. They'll eventually push it right on up, and then it can make a nice move. It can make a real nice move all the way up to 3 from here. QUCY. And I make no guarantees. I have no idea what it's really going to do, but I'm just showing you. And I'm going to look at the chart right now. And QUCY right here. And here's what they just drove it down to right there. This is where I thought it was going to be a good place to make entry at 272 a share because I like to buy the 72. It's on my buy sell sheet. and ran it down over here to 272 again. It's responding nicely right now. It's at 275, and that doesn't surprise me. And doesn't surprise me at all to see him try to hold this here. Now, we're also looking at several other stocks here on this channel, obviously, other than just QUCY. So we're going to look right now at INM. There it is. That looks good. Yeah, I like the way that looks a lot. So I'm going to trade QUCY. I don't like being down $491 today. I've got 644 shares of it. I see that they're going to hold it under 275. And there's no business for me here at that number. And I'm not going to do anything yet with it because right now it's up. It's down 18% now. It was down 24% about an hour ago. So now it's down 18%. Now down 17. And this could be the last drop before the pop. This could be the final drop before the pop right here. Because I already know they're completely tapped here. This is the last run at this thing, in my opinion, folks. The pop and the drop right here. Last call for 266 a share, folks. Last call for 266. I'm calling it now. Last call for 269. In my opinion, QUCY, it's the last call, ladies and gentlemen. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That is it for 265, 66, 67, 68, 69. All of that is done. I believe it's going to run right on up again now past 277. I know that they're very, very adamantly trying to hold it under 275. This has become clearly obvious. They have intentions of holding it at a close under 275. And this is options players and hedge funds that can control it like this. And that is what their intention is. It's very obvious. Looks to me like they could just keep selling shares at 275 until we throw in the towel. And that is exactly what I almost just did. But that being said, on the other hand, I know once I start selling shares, up it goes. So maybe I should let's just sell 20 shares here. Let me just get it going here. And it's funny, when I do that, they throw out a 26701, and I just sold at 268. Okay, so I just sold 20 shares at 268, everybody. And that's cool. Now we're going to wait. And every time it goes higher, I'm going to sell some more. I got a boatload of shares here, folks. But I'm not going to sell them all at once. Once I sell one, though, they should start coming in. Once I sell one, they should start buying. I'm just trying to chum up the water, folks. I'm letting them get a little flavor of Catfish at 268 and watch it rise now. Just a little splash is all I wanted to give them. Just a little nibble. Give them a nibble and they'll want more. And so the next stock we're going to go over here and take a look at here. And for some reason, my monitor page has gone completely wacky for me on my account statement. My monitor page has gone completely berserk. Okay, I have no idea what happened to my trader, but my monitor has gone kaput. My monitor has gone kaput on me, and I have no idea where it went to, but I have no way of monitoring anything here. And I mean, it's like position statement. I have no idea what has happened to monitor here. And if I go to my account summary, nothing is the same as it used to be. This is all completely changed under monitor. And I don't know if you guys know what's going on and can help me out at all. But what have I done to take away all the things that were on monitor here? Kat, let's see. Kat, you said yesterday you were going to say something to Double K about BW. I was wondering if you were able to talk to him about it. No, I tried to get a hold of him yesterday evening, but all I got was his voicemail. All I got was his voicemail. I told him to give me a call back, but so I'm up here on my monitor page. And when I was on monitor before, it used to show me all the stocks that I had down here, and then it would show you what I average price was, what the current mark price was, how much my profit, uh, how much my profit was the day, how much my profit was. Well, first it was profit since you opened the position, then the profit of the day, and now I'm on my monitor page and I don't see anything. As a matter of fact, the only thing I see over here is just this right here. So I have no idea where on the monitor page all the data of the stocks that I am holding right now. And I can do profits and losses right there, and I can see it that way. But I'm just looking for the stocks that are in my portfolio right now. And I don't see the stocks that are in my portfolio. And I have no idea how to pull them up. So, and I have no idea what I've done to change this. Run, INM, run. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, I've got to get out of here as soon as the clock strikes 4 today because my wife wants me to get up to B dubs. But I do not know what happened to the monitor page. If I go to account statement, there they are under equities. Okay, so I can see the stocks that I own and I can see what their value is. And I don't see anything here where it used to say profit uh, open and over here profit loss day. I don't see any of this anymore on the monitor screen. Log in from a different computer. Okay, I'll try that right now. It's a good suggestion. Let's see what happens. In case you're wondering, this what you're looking at here, these are the stocks that I have that pay dividends. And if you'd like to get this list, this is what they've been doing in percentage over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. And you can look at the percentage gains on these dividend stocks over the last year. And over here is their market cap. And this line is their market cap. This is their PE ratio. This is the dividend amount that they're paying out. And this is the dividend percentage that they're paying out, the dividend percentages. And if you want this list, send me $24.99 and become a member as a Goliath level member, and I'll send you this spreadsheet. I'll also send you not only these dividends, the dividend master spreadsheet that you can use the rest of your life. I'll send you this one, the longs, my master long spreadsheet. And you can see all these stocks. And again, it's laid out the same way. You can see what they've done over the last 5 days up here, the last 5 days, the last 10 days, the last 30 days, and over the last year. And if you want this list of these stocks that I hold long, then come on over with a $24.99 donation to the channel as a member at the Goliath level today. And if you give that kind of support, I think these will do good for you in the future. I make no guarantees, but these are stocks and what their market cap is and their PE ratio. And if you want this list that you can choose, pick and choose by the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And these are the stocks that I'm long on, ladies and gentlemen. Stocks that we hold long positions in. Many of us here in the channel hold long positions in these stocks. And if you want this list, I can't guarantee you they're going to keep doing this, but I think the market is about to make a remarkable run here. And if we keep seeing money leaving the money markets, we're going to see a good market run here, in my opinion. Now, I showed everybody yesterday. Finally, we're seeing money leaving the money markets. This is the first time we've seen a reduction, and this looks very good here, folks. This looks good. I show you over here when money left the money markets right here to there. I show you from here, and this is March 31st, 2020. March 31st, 2020. In March 31st, 2020, ladies and gentlemen, when the money started leaving the money markets and coming back into the marketplace, look what happened since March 31st, 2020, everyone. Look at the NASDAQ since then. I'll show it to you right here. Here's where the NASDAQ was March 31st, 2020. Do you see right here? April, March, April, May. I mean, just look what happened when the money started coming back in. Look at the market, folks. It went from 8,000 something here. I'm telling you, folks, if we get the money to leave the money markets and it comes back into the market, we're going to see the similar kind of run where it goes from 8,000 something up to 15,000. Okay. And I'm just showing it to you so you understand. Over here, this was when the money started leaving the money markets right there. May 31st, 2020. After May 31st, 2020, that's 5/31, 2020. And look what happened to the stock market after 5 of 2020. Right there it is. 5 of 2020. And once that money started leaving the money market funds, the market went from 9,773 all the way up to 15,443 by November of 2021. So in a year and a half, it just skyrocketed. So this is why we want to see this money leave these money market funds like it did here in March 31st of 2020. We want to see it. all the way till December, January, February of 2021. Oh my gosh. That's what we want to see happen. Every stock will explode if we can see that happening, folks. Now, I know the conditions are not perfect for this, but hopefully this conflict we have going on with Ukraine and Russia will come to a complete end. This will help. And also, hopefully, in the future, we'll see this very near future. We'll see that Iran will come to the table because they have to sell their oil, folks. That's what they do. That's how they pay themselves. That's how they make money. And that's how they survive. They have to sell that oil that they can't move right now. So they've got to come to the table. It's not a question of if, it's just when, folks. Just be patient. We're going to be getting our gas prices back down below 4 and down below 350 and down to threes and maybe even into the 250s, folks. I believe those times are coming. And as they do, more money will come in, more money will leave the money market funds. We need them to do this. We need it. They've been hoarding up money in the money market funds. This is a place of safety. This is where everybody shoves their money when they're scared. But when the fear is gone and they start to leave those money market funds, you can definitely see what happened from this date here on. I just wanted to show that to you, folks. It's just my perspective. This is a broad look at the market. This is a broad look at the market I'm giving you. All right. And money market funds, you need to track them. And if you can see, finally, if you can see a reduction like you're seeing right here, that's a good signal. That's a good signal. We need to see the same run as we saw right here, folks. And if we do, watch out. All right. Well, let's get over here and take a look at a few stocks. And you guys call them out. I'm looking for a runner. And just give me a minute here. Okay. I'm going to try logging into my Thinkorswim on another computer, which was suggested. So I'm going to try this. We'll try and do it. All right. We're trying to log in now on another computer. And they want me to log in with a text message. Oh, gosh. All right, guys. I got to try to log in here with a text message. Please hold a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. We're logging in over here. Sorry, but we're going to have to change camera angles here right now for a moment. And we're logging in and see if we have everything back. Aha! There's everything. Yay! All right. You were right. Nice. All right. Well, I'm getting my butt spanked today owning QUCY. That's for sure. That is for sure and certain. And I am it is now showing and hold on a second here. I gotta check something here. Yeah, interestingly enough, it's showing QUCY here. Oh, I see what it is. It's still showing ONDS. There we go. 268. A lot of eager buyers here. I'm going to start selling this off, folks. I know when to throw in the towel and to move over to something that's a little more, well, that's on everybody's radar. And this has been something I've been hoping would be seeing a recovery. But I do know that I'm going to leech this off and I want to have money to buy with tomorrow. And I do not like being held back by market makers that are obviously have an agenda to hold this under 275 under all circumstances at any cost. They've got a reason. They've got their mindset to 275, and this is options, folks, that don't want to let this be in the money over 275. In the shorts, they pick numbers like this, so that's why there's so much here. That's why there's 875,000 shares of resistance and 962,000 at the 276. I mean, they've just shut the door, or they're attempting to at any rate. They're attempting to. Now, the only thing that might make it go beyond that would be the volume right here. And I'm seeing, as I look at this right now, QUCY, and I want to show you, I'm seeing hordes and hordes of volume, and I'm sure they don't have this many shares available at all. And the price went from $1.62, from 48 cents, from 30 cents to 4.93. Wow. I wonder where the middle is between 30 cents and 4.93. 463 is 30 cents and 4.93 is 463 divided by 2, or just say 460 divided by 2. 230. So 30 cents and 230, that's 250 a share. Halfway would be 250 a share, and we're sitting at 268 now. Interesting. Okay. That gives you a little bit of perspective. Right now, they've got this thing sitting at dead even almost between where it started and where it jumped up to for the high. They've got it right in the middle. It started at 30 cents. It went up to 493. 493 minus the 30 cents is 463. Divide that by 2, it's 221. 221 plus the original price of 30 is 251. And the price is now at 267.12. Just letting you know that right now the price of QUCY is smack dab in the middle, pretty much, of where it started and where it jumped up to for the high. And I'm just throwing that out there for conjecture. You can decide what to do with that information. But I'm looking at the summary page. I also want to go to statistics because I want to see how a stock can trade 535 million shares when it has outstanding shares in the number of just 12 million. It could trade 535 million shares, folks. 535 million. Alexa, what is 535 million divided by 12.5 million?
535 million divided by 12.5 million is 42.8.
Alexa, stop. So we're led to believe that the shares of this stock available traded hands 42 times. It churned 42 times. All the shares 42 times over, sold over and over 42 times. Uh-huh. Kind of amazing, huh? And then today, some of you saw when I picked this up, it was down 24%. And I said to you, guys and gals, the reason this stock is down 24% is because they just were able to push the 20% stop losses. And once they triggered the 20% stop losses, it fell to 24% because that's what it does. And I said, and they'd really like to see it hit 25%. But if it doesn't hit 25%, then this is it. 24 is the max. So I'm telling you now, if it doesn't break over 25%, I think you should buy in here when it's 24% down, because what they achieved was triggering the 20% losses, and that made it tumble on down to 24%. Now, I also told you that if they got it to 25% down, they would not get as many triggers to be stop losses to trigger, because people just do 20 and 30%. There are some that do 25%, but even there's so amount of this, the amount is so small that if they trigger the 25%, then they only get it to fall to 26%. That's what I explained to everybody earlier today. So I showed them when it was down and broke through 20%, that now it will go down to 24% down because of the stop losses getting triggered automatically. And they get another 4% drop after they can trigger 20% losses, which they did. It went down 24%. And I was talking right then, and you could see it. It was down 24%, 24.3, 24.38. We saw it. But I told you, if they don't get 25, then it's going to go back. And sure enough, it did go back. They didn't get 25, and now it's gone from 24 point something down to only 19 something down. And that's a 6% or 5% increase. But I called that. I told you that would happen. Once they got to 20%, it would go to 24. Once it got to 24, if it didn't break 25, and then it would only go to 26. But it didn't do that. And I also told you another thing, that they were going to try to get this stock to be down 66 cents today. I told you that they're trying to close 66 cents down. And I also told you if they don't get that, they're going to close it at 266, is what I told you. That's what I said. And it looks like I was right on every call so far. It looks like I was correct on every call so far. Now, the problem is that now they haven't held either the 66 or the 266. And now we're going to see something interesting, in my opinion. And I'm just going to throw it out there. You guys can watch and see if I'm right. But I think this thing's about to take a move. If they can't hold that, either one of those, then that would be a surprise to me that they don't hold it. That would mean to me a weakness. Now, be aware of something. All the markets are freaking red right now. The Dow is down, the Nasdaq is down, the S&P is down, Russell's down. Everything's freaking down today. Everything's down. I&M just halted down. DeBass Assassin sold 3/4 a position. Oh, good. Uh, Man, it hurts when I hear someone say anybody else stuck in TDIC with me because this is another scenario of TDIC being a day trade stock. I I beckon people, and I this morning I even said, guys, I'm going to go back over all the stocks that were called out 6 days ago and show you why you don't want to hold on to these stocks that we day trade. And so I did. I started going through, and you could see almost every single one of them had a horrendous last 5 or 6 days since they hit their peaks. I went through them one by one. I said, this is what we're going to do today. It's going to be a lesson why you don't hold on to these day trade stocks. Even if you're down near the end of the day on it, you just got to unload it and we'll get a nice runner the following day. And when I hear someone call out one like that one, I know that's a day trade stock. It's definitely not on my long list. And so, man, it hurts when I hear that because it makes me feel like some people just aren't listening. That my experience says sell all these day trade stocks. And to give you a perfect example, check this out. Uh, well, I can't show you on this computer because unfortunately I can't get in on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Now, interestingly enough, I'm going to log back off here, and you can see on this monitor page, you can see that all the lines are there. All the lines are there. All the stocks I own are there. And everything is there all the way to the end. And so now I'm going to try to log off of that one and log back on to mine. And so I'm going to log off this now. And I am going to go over here and get rid of a few of these things I got going on because I got so many pages opened up over here. All right. So let's take a look at TDIC. But first, we're going to log in on this other on my new computer with Thinkorswim and see if it's all fixed now. Just give me a moment here, and I'll get logged in. All right. Okay. All right, logging in here. And let's hopefully we've got it all back where it was before. Hopefully we'll have the monitor page and everything back. No, no, it is not. It must be something that I clicked on somehow, somewhere. I must have clicked on something somewhere. I'm gonna have to give them a call and figure out what's going on. Yep. All right. Well, I don't know what I did. Unbelievable. Stinks. Click on the cog on the right side. Okay, well, over here on setup, click on setup. Equities. Okay, well, here's the problem we have because over here, I got a line that says equities right there. Okay, I got a line that says equities. And at the end of that line, I don't have a cog. Okay, at the end of that line, there is no cog. There is one right below it, which I see right there that says customize. But yeah, I know everything just seems to be shoved off to the right. It's almost as if everything is there, but I don't know where it is. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm up here. I'm on equities. So I come all the way over here and I'm clicking on this cog right here. Click it. I'm going to click on this cog, which is right here. At first, I wish I could move it over, but at any rate, clicking the cog, customize. All right. Aha. Well, why did they disappear though? Why did these disappear? Profit loss open, add, profit loss day, add, add. Okay. Click OK. Aha. Aha. And I also, after I did that, by the way, all I was seeing after I did that, all I was seeing was this over here. Just so you know. Yep. And all I was seeing was this. And then I said, oh, wait a minute. I'll click on this and I pulled it over like this. Aha. Nice. And then we're going to pull this over here. There you go. Now we're going to pull this over this away. Right. Right. And by the way, this is QUCY. Now you see why you do not stay with any of these day trade stocks long term. Don't do it. Cost me big time today. QUCY. And you learn from my mistakes, folks. There's no doubt about it. Now, the last thing is I want to be able to, the last thing is I want to be able to move all this over. It used to be over here. I don't know. I don't know, but you should be able to hit load default and it should fix it. Well, anyway, at least I've been able to do this much. And I appreciate that help very much. That helped me a lot. And so I'm going to take a big hit today. QUCY. I'm going to trade this. And like I said, they have their uh, stock will probably go up tomorrow 250% after I unload it here. But I've been I've been around a long time, folks, and I'm definitely not going to sit and hold a bag. Okay, that's not me. And QUCY, the mere fact that they're holding it at 266 a share tells me the whole story. And this morning, seeing it at 320 a share, and a second later at 313, then 320, then 313, all in just a minute's time, tells you all you want to know. This thing is definitely being manipulated, no question. But listen, even the best manipulators don't make any money holding the price forever at the low. That's not how it works. They take it down and then they take it down further. And if you take a look at this stock right now, um, QUCY, Quantum Cyber, if you look at them right now and you look at the 5-day chart, folks, this is textbook. This is textbook manipulation. They're running it up $1. They run it down 40 cents. They run it up 40 cents. They run it down 60 cents. They run it up $1. They run it down 40, run it up 40, run it down 20, run it up 40 cents, run it down $1, run it up 20 cents, run it down 40 cents, up 10 cents, run it down 20 cents, run it back up $1. This is just the same thing over and over, folks. They're just all over this stock and they're having a great time with it and they're doing great. And there's good money to be made on it, day trading it, no doubt. Man, you got to know that there's great money to be made on this stock, day trading this right now. This is really this is day traders heaven, to be honest with you. Just think about it. You bought it here. The price was 36 cents. You sold it when it hit $1.57, up 120 a share. Up 120 a share. Then you bought it back when it hit 141. So it pulled out only 20 cents down. Then you sold it at 191, 70 cents higher. Then you bought it back at 160. After you bought it at 160, you sold it at 333 a share. 160 to 333. You're talking $2.50 higher. Or 160 to 333. Yeah, that's 160 plus 160. Wow. $1.60 up. Then from 160, from 333 down to 242, 90 cent or $1 drop, then $1 up, then $1 drop. And then from here, 238, they ran it up to 358, $1.30 pop, a 5-cent drop, 10-cent drop to 342. Then they run it up to 421, 80-cent rise. Man, they have just been making a killing off this, folks, and we can too. Today, a big old Vaggie right there at 11:30, 12 noon. Run it up, take it down just a little bit more. And why did they give a dang about this line here? Well, I'll show you. Okay. Why was it that line that they decided to drop the 5 to today at lunchtime? Right here. See that? See this drop right here in the after hours? See over here how they hit the line there, hit the line there, hit the line there. Man, look at that thing. Hit the line down, resolved. Hit the line, rebounded. Hit the line, rebounded. Hit the line, rebounded. Hit the line below, rebounded. Hit the line, rebounded. Up, it breaks off that. It's done. And now they drop it down to that today during the lunchtime. See that? Uh-huh. And baby, this is a vag, and there's the labes right there. And from right here, this thing's going to go up to here. Mirror trade, baby. All right, this is what I'm calling QUCY, and I'm calling it now. I see the mirror on it. I mirror on the wall. And this is the only reason I'm not going to sell it all. Okay, this is the only reason I'm not going to sell all the shares in this stock. Because to me, I've seen this movie before. And that right there is the mirror right there. There is your mirror on the wall right here, folks. This is where it is. This is the middle of the mirror right there. Right there. There's a mirror there. And this drop is equaled by this rise and this rise. And this pullback is this pullback. And from here, it goes to there. And from here, it could rise all the way to there. Now, it might come up here and plane out right there first, next to this, where this happened. It could come up, plane out, and then go up to this number. I'm just telling you what could happen with this stock, QUCY. I make no guarantees. I provide, you decide. But looks to me like this is the middle of the mirror. This is this point, and the drop. This is this point, the same point, and the same drop. I hope I'm right. I don't know for sure. Looking at it right now, this should be the identical price drop. If I'm right, this price should come to right here, right now. If we get the identical drop, it should drop to this point right here, right now, right there. We should see this come down to this point right here, right there. If it is going to be the mirror, if it's going to truly be a mirror. Yep, they're coming after it right now. And notice how they hit it over here. It was a stab. It wasn't the bottom of a candlestick, it was a stab at it. All right, so let's see if they try to stab at it right now. There it is. There's the stab again. See, it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's mirror image, folks. It's literally a mirror image. Wow. Wow. Huh. Stab that line. Come over here. Stab that line. Wow. And they stabbed it from up here, folks. This is probably where it's going to go to right now. There it is, right there, folks. How do you like that? Interesting, huh? It's man, I tell you, folks, it really is. It's mirroring. It's mirroring. And watch what happens now. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm trying to tell you. I think this thing has a potential to totally mirror off of this what they just did. This is the middle of the mirror right there. Hmm. See over here, they dropped it down to right there. Here's the middle of the mirror right here, folks. Hmm. So they got the dip here to go further down than before, but will it stay there or will it now make a move off this line here and go up? And we're talking about QUCY, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. And it's going to happen. It should happen now if it's going to happen at all. The buyers are either going to come in here now and shove this right back up and it mirrors or it doesn't. QUCY. A lot of desire to hold this today at 275. Thing is, though, if they can't hold 250, there's no reason to force it. The issue, they're just going to run it up to 275 again. They'll go long here now and they'll run it up from now until the close to 275. Watch them run it up for an hour to 275 now into the close, and they'll make a 25-cent gain on this. 20-cent gain on it. Watch them. Watch them ding dong it and take it long here. I'm going to call it right now. QUCY. They can't get 250. I don't believe it. No way. They've never had any shares at 250 for sale that weren't taken by the ask. Everything that was bought there was bought on the ask. 250. Everything they dumped out was bought right there. Everything. No reason to hold it here. This is the number they want to protect, 275, folks. So don't be surprised to see them take it up long here right now. Don't be surprised to see them take up long positions and run this thing right up. Don't be surprised. And don't be surprised to see this 4,200 share order move from 263 up to 269. All right, or 266. Well, let's just see what happens here. We've got a total of 36, about 4,500 that want to buy here, and there's just a few hundred that want to sell. Now, watch this 263 run up. Watch it jump up. They're not going to hold it here. They have no reason to waste that much money trying to stop it. They're going to run it up to 275, folks. Either that or they better bring out some very, very heavy guns to take it down below 250, because they've never had any chance doing that before. They've never had a chance getting it down below 250. It's amazing, though. How many shares did they have at $2.75 to give away? And who wanted to buy all those shares at 275 and 76 and 74 earlier? Who wanted to get so many shares there? And why? Why? These are the things I ask. And here it goes, folks. And it's going to run all the way up, surprisingly, to 275 now. That's right. It's going to go all the way up to 275. QUCY. Or they might try to close it at 266. I already told you they were going to try for that number today for a closing. And it would be 20% down when they have it there. Yep. Watch how fast this rises. See the 4,200 at 263? Watch that disappear. Watch the 4,200. Oh, now they got 14,000 shares at 257. Oh, yeah. They've got 14,000 shares, folks, if you're going to believe that. Oh, where did they go? Where did the 14,000 just go? Where did they go? Oh, okay. Yeah, they sold. Sure. They don't have 14,000 and they don't have 2,100 at 266 either. Watch this rise. Watch, they just rose it. Watch them rise it now from 266 to 272. You watch as it gets up here, they're going to run us up. It's going to go from 266. There will be no more 2,100 at 266 in a little bit here, folks. There will be no more. They're going to raise this up. They're going to raise it to here, 272. They're going to raise this 2,100, I promise you. And watch this thing come right on up here now. And when it does, they're going to raise this at 268. It's coming up to 272. Or they may even take it up to 283, folks. I'm not kidding. Well, I tell you what they've done with this stock and the manipulation they've tried. I mean, they've just been after it, man. Where's all the shares for sale here now? There's 1,500 that want to buy, 2,500. I see 176 shares here, and 100 here, and 200 here, and then we go all the way up to here. And folks, when we get up here, watch this 268 order of 2,700 shares just poof come up here to 272. Here it comes right now. I'm calling it. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look at this. This is beautiful. Watch it rise. Come on, let's watch this 277 2,700 shares fly up here to 272 here. Watch it go, folks. They don't have any dang shares here for sale. They ain't got jack crap here. They never have all day long. They haven't had anything. All this is buying on the ask now. Everything's buying this on the ask. Let's push it up. I'm hoping they push it up because I'm going to sell this at the end of the day, regardless of what they do to it. I'm going to have cash to work with on Monday morning. I'm telling you right now. And I feel bad about those that are in QUCY now. I don't like that it's closing at or near the low of the day. That is not a good sign. Okay, going into a weekday like this with the closing at or near the low of the day, that's not a good sign. Okay, I'm just going to tell you right there. If it was closing right now and rising and pushing and going towards the high of the end of the day, it'd be a different story, folks. But at some point in time, you've got to know, hey, this is time. It's going to be costly to do it. It's going to hurt. It's going to be painful, but it's the right thing to do because I want to make a profit. I'm here to make profit each day. I'm not here to have my hands tied and can't make a decision to move in on a big runner that could take off and get 1,000% gain. So I'm not gonna sit here and wait on this. If it's closing at or near the high, the low of the day, no. If it turns right now and all of a sudden in the last 45 minutes this thing goes up 20 cents, I'm holding on to it. All right. If it goes up and beyond this big pile where everybody bought, I might hold it. Okay. I'm waiting to see. I'm still watching it. But if it stays here near the low of the day within 10 cents, I'm not going to be inspired to hold on to it. That's for sure. I want to see this thing close up here near the high of the day, not the low. Yep. Want to see it right now. Just get wings and take flight. When I told people that I thought they should come in, it was down 24%. It is now down 21%, 21. And they got quite an obstacle here. They've already proven to me that they could dump out almost 1 million shares at 276. But down here, I'm only seeing a number they won't even print, 304,000. They're not even going to print that. And folks, it's going to go here. Listen, watch what I'm saying. There's the KY flag, and they just bought the most shares they could at 257 and a half. That's the biggest number, 313,000 shares by chance, 313,000 at 275 and a half. And this thing is gone, folks. Okay. I'm going to call it. I hear a train coming to the station here, and this is on the stock QUCY. And I think they've been playing with this. Hey, honey. Oh man, I can't wait to talk to you. Oh, do you want to come down and just tell everybody? Holy smokes, folks. I just feel this. Did you bring champagne home? We'll have to have some champagne at the table when we get into B Dubs tonight. We'll bring a little bottle of champagne. All right, here it goes. So this is over, folks. This is it. It's QUCY time. I'm just going to call it right now. It's going to start moving right now to QUCY. They've never had any freaking shares for sale over here at all damn day. They haven't had any shares here. So there'd be no reason for it to stay here at all. No reason at all for it to stay at 260, 259. Forget about it. That's not what they want. They don't care about 259. They already went long. They're going to run it up to 275. Like I said, it's going to close 275. Or it's going to go even beyond that, even possibly. Who knows? That's my call. I could be wrong, but it's QUCY. QUCY. And what a manipulation today. Run it down. We need to see it bounce right now. Make a move. Looking at the chart right now. QUCY. Well, there they go. There they did. They ran it down to that again. Good job. They got it to bounce off that bottom again. One more time. Boom. And there it goes. Going green. QUCY. Oh, yeah. I'm going to shout it out. That thing's going freaking green, baby. Let's go. It's time for the games to end, ladies and gentlemen, and the serious. That's right. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, folks. And I see it going green. I see it going green. And as a matter of fact, every single time they've been trying to sell all through here, there are buyers, 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 and now equal buyers to sellers, equal buyers as sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers here, folks. That's why she's fixing to go green. QUCY. Push that thing green. Flat top green. That's what I want to see. We already know they can get to that line. Good for them. They achieved it already. They did it over here. They even got it lower. Sucks for them that they didn't get it as low. Yep. No, they didn't. Look, they tried right there. They just tried right there. They tried to get it as low. They failed. Over here's how low it was right there. Look, Shorty, you didn't make it. 2 times you tried and you didn't touch it. That's weak. It's weak, Shorty. I point out your weakness to everybody. You don't like it, I know. But there's where you were earlier. Right there on the mirror. There's where you were on the mirror. This is where you were just now. Sorry about your luck. But it was a good effort on your part. It was a good effort. I see the selling. I see what you're trying. But unfortunately, the door was denied. And now she's green. And ladies and gentlemen, again, this may seem insignificant, but that was a massive bunch of shares that were sold right there to get to that line. And over here, they didn't have it and they didn't achieve it again. Okay? They just didn't have it. They already fired all their guns at once. Right there, they fired their big gun. The volume there, 466,000 shares. 466,000 shares to achieve that low right there. 466,000. Over here, couldn't get it. And the volume level was 337,000. 337,000. Jayhawk, there are no options for QUCY. Oh, okay. That's good to know. That's actually good to know. I'm glad to know that. Thank you for that tip. PIII is up huge the past 2 days, says Rudiggity. Of course, I missed that one. Well, hey, I told you I was going to sell every share of this unless I saw a push at the close and I saw some real cards starting to be shown, not the fakery. And right now, I'm finally starting to see some real cards come out, I do believe. And I see buyers versus sellers here about 10 to 1 right now, buyers versus sellers. And I've seen how hard they've tried to hold this down. And they've been down here a long time, folks. Piddle pushing around down here. They ain't got jack crap at 250, only 97,000 shares. 97 at 250. 290 at 251. 160 at 252. 153 at 253. 159 at 254. They had 316,000 at 253. Here, they had 302,000 at 257 before it broke above that. Well, here's the stock, QUCY. Here's the chart. Green in the last candlestick, 80% green. 80% buyers in the last candlestick. Look at that. A lot of green there. I guess there's just still people that are sort of like me that think, man, this thing has just been overworked for too long and probably pretty fleeced out. And by looking at the 20-day chart, you can see what I mean. Here's the 20-day chart right now. And we've seen this bottom line before. And we've seen what happened after it got driven down to there once before. We've seen how high it can go from that number. Coincidentally, the 5-day is still not even at that number yet. And coincidentally, the 200 is still rising, rising right along the whole time this manipulation down has occurred. This 200 just keeps rising. And it's about to cross over a lower line of resistance going way back to whenever that was, a long time ago. So, no coincidence that they took it to this line today. You can clearly see this has been a line of resistance just in the last 3 days, very heavily resisted. And bet you bet I'm watching that 5-day right now. I want to see that 5-day come off of this thing and just catapult. QUCY. Coming into the close, they're selling it, folks. Look at all the buying on the lunchtime low. Look at all that buying that came in right there on the lunchtime low, folks. Why? Why did they buy so much there? Oh, because the price was all the way down to here. The price was all the way down to here. That's why. That's why all the buying was going on there. And why do you think all the buying is going on here now? And why isn't the low as low now? And why isn't the bottom of this candlestick? Well, you just be the judge, folks. QUCY. Looks heavily manipulated to me. Heavily manipulated. And I'm watching here. We're coming into the last 30 minutes of the day. And if I look at the 180-day chart, this is what I see. Here's the 180-day chart. and I see this line right now, right here, and that price is at 288. Uh-huh. What a lovely number to take the 5 day down to. 288. That's right.
How much time you got left?
I have 29, well, I have 30 minutes left.
Okay, let everyone know.
Yeah, I already know. They know. Yep. Are you happy to get in?
I am kind of happy.
Good. I can tell.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to celebrate tonight. We're taking champagne to Buffalo Wild Wings with us. We're not going to be drinking none of that Asti Spumani and Ballatori bull crap either. Oh, man. Woohoo! Nice. Let us party. All right. All right. Well, let's get back over here to the action. I want to thank you all for being here with me today. All right. Ah, there she goes. And did I not call this out? Did I not call this out? Oh my gosh. QUCY jumps right back up, as I said, to 275. I told you this was going to happen before the close. And lo and behold, look at that, 275 again. Oh my gosh, I told you they would take it from 250 up to 275. Look at that thing go exactly where I called that out. Nice. And I said it could even go higher. It could go much higher. But just look at all the buyers at 275 on this thing. Oh my gosh. And I told you it would go from 250 to 275 before the close and maybe beyond that. QUCY. How did I know? Oh my gosh. Look at that thing leap right back up to 275. What a gig. Man, I tell you, this makes me less susceptible to want to sell this here. I've got to tell you, I'm not incentivized when I see that 25-cent move back up in frickin' 10 minutes time. Wow. What happened to QUCY? People listening to Catfish Tyler and they think it might be a good idea to get it here? I don't know. Let's look at the 1 day. Holy smokes. Look at the buyers coming in on this. Woo-hoo! I told you I wanted to see what happened at the end of the day. Look at that thing take off. No shit. Wow. Look at that. Smoking, baby. QUCY. Breaking above. And this is going to be an unenveloped green candlestick next. It's going to start here and it's going to go up here. Unenveloped green candlestick. Dang. Look at that, folks. Look at this. Look at this unenveloped green candlestick that came off of this stop here. Boom. Jeez. Look at the 5 day gonna cross the 200. Look at them jump over. We gonna have ourselves a red belly blue back here in a moment. Goodness gracious, the buyers come out of nowhere. What a surprise. What a surprise. Lo and behold, where are these buyers coming from? Look at them come in and push this thing up over the friggin' 200. Yes. Huh. Oh man, there is hope for this thing yet. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I believe, yeah, my wife took a new position today. She's going to be making a lot more money and she's going to be working a lot less closer to the home. And she's also going to be, um, doing what she's trained to do for what she's been doing on her own with her own business for 15 years. So she's going to be doing what she loves to do. No more browse. She's going to be done with her browsing. I can't wait to hear the good news. We'll have to wait all the way and be in silence in the car or talk about something else until we get to the restaurant, because then we'll share it with our daughter that we're meeting. We're meeting our daughter and her son and her husband. Holy cow, look at that thing go, folks. Look at it rising like a phoenix from the ashes. Yeah. Yeah, she deserves it, man. She is really, really, and she's finally going to get what she deserves. She's going to get paid what she deserves. And I'm sure I told her, don't offer yourself any numbers. Ask what they were thinking and then say, oh, well, I can't go there. That's a downgrade. I'm already making more than that where I'm at. No, no, I don't want to move sideways. I want to move up, and I sure don't want to move down. But you're offering me a sideways, and I can't go that way. I've already got. I'm doing fine where I am, and the company offers good benefits and stuff. So you guys, no. All right, well, let's go. Let's watch this thing. QUCY up to 275 and beyond. Let's just go ahead and push it right on up here for the next 24 minutes. Let's rise it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that thing. Look at the freaking 90-degree turn on the 5 day average and the 10 day. Look at them come out of their closet. I tell you what, man, somebody's playing this thing big. And man, we might be in store for some one heck of a kind of a pop on this. Look at that thing moving now. Look at that thing go. Flat top green. Jeez. Watch it rise, folks. What are they going to do? Hold it here forever? They've already tried it all dang day. You think they're just going to hold it here forever? Listen, folks, that's not how they make money. They don't make money holding it at the same price forever. What they do is they get it all there at the same price and then they run it up. This is how they make money, folks. I'm telling you, they did not make money on this. They're not making money on this right now. They bought it all here to run it up. And some of them bought it here, and then they took those shares they bought and shorted the position, sold them down to here. And after they got it there, then they went long on them again. And they went long up to here. Oh, yeah, they've gone long back up to here now. And I told you they would. I told you they would. So down here, they bought in this morning. They ran it up here, went long, ran it up here, held it there, shorted the position, started selling them, sold it back down to here, went long again, all the way back up, right there. And now, why not just take it long, ding dong, all the way to 3? Just run that sucker up to 3 now. You've already got all these freaking shares here. You got tons of them there, tons of them. Run it on up. I told you all those that bought here when they drove it down here, they'd buy the crap out of them so they could lower their DCA to this point right here. And now they have a DCA at 266. They're sitting pretty, and they're only incentivized to keep buying it and keep shoving it up because every DCA from 266 just gets more value to it as they run it up now. And look at this. Trying to sell here now at 2,100 shares at 279. Look, they just moved it up to 283. They just moved it up to 283. I just showed it to you. 279 just got moved to 283. And watch this. They're going to run it up higher. Watch it from 283. It's going to 288. All right, watch it. The 2100 is going to jump up here to 288 now. Oh my gosh. Watch it go. They're not going to hold it here forever. That's not how they make money. They don't make money that way. There it goes. Adios, amigos. Adios. We'll see it. We'll see it $3. We'll see it 3. And they're not going to try to hold it at 276. No way. No way. Not here either. None of this. Watch it ride over all this. It's on a free ride now. It's going to go all the way up here, folks, right past all this bull crap. All that. Oh my gosh. Watch out, folks. I'm telling you. That watch out. This is all buying here versus sellers here. A lot of gray area, a lot of light area there. A lot of light area here, buying on the ask. No way to hold it. No way to hold it there forever. It's impossible. Time now is 20 minutes. I believe it's impossible. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Jayhawk, you're welcome, Catfish. Congrats, Cat. Thank you, you and your wife. God is good, brother. Yes, God is good. That is right, Jayhawk. Hey, folks, listen. This thing is cutting loose on them. This thing's cutting loose on them. That's why they're raising this 2100 here in a minute to 288. And the stock is QUCY. QUCY. They can't hold it here forever. They can't do it. They're not going to do it. That's not how they make money. They're taking it up from here. God is great. Yes. That's right. Give me a second here, folks. Just one moment, please. All right. I thank you, Lord, for all you've done. Thank you for your only son. I know without him in my life, I'd never make it through the strife. I love you, Lord, for loving me and taking care of all my needs. And as for all you've yet to do, I want to say thanks to you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. 'Cause you've taken all my hurt and all my pain and all my hurt and all my sins have been forgiven by Christ's blood. Yes, you gave your only son, so my soul it could be won. What a wonderfully precious act of love. So thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Your word, my word, I'll spread worldwide. Your truth, it cannot be denied. And Satan could never conquer thee. It should we perish in the end, we'll still be in with you, my friend. And in the end, we all will sing to you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Until we meet, I'll sing your praise. Lord, guide me through these hectic days. My prayer, please hear it. Grant me peace. Your guiding spirit, stay with me. I thank you, Lord, for all you've done. Thanks for all you've yet to do. Thank you, Lord. 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 A song of praise. All right. What's the stream about? It's about being successful in the world of the stock market and learning from your valuable mistakes. Learning when you think you've got it all figured out that you don't, and that you don't always make a profit. You do often with the channel that we're on here, with all the people using all the equipment that they have. Everybody that's here on this channel is using a lot of very sophisticated scanners and stock things. And yes, it's really about day trading stocks. That's what it's about. It's all about day trading stocks. Correct. And Desmond Cook, thank you, Lord. Yes. Mike Larson, Cat is a legend trader. Thank you. I just wanted to sing that song. It's a song of praise, and it's to let you know that it's not all about money. You know, we will be taken care of. And like the song says there at the end, you know, Lord, help us through these hectic days. My prayer, please hear it. Grant me peace. Your guiding spirit, stay with me. That's a song I wrote right there. It's by me, Tyler Self. If you want to hear any more of my songs, and I want to invite you to come over, by the way, and check out. Thanks, Jayhawk. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that, Mr. Mexi Brown. Amen. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's push this thing right on up over 270, 271, 272, 3, 4, 5. And let's just rocket this thing for the last 20 minutes. And let's inspire me to hold on to QUCY instead of sell it all right now. So right now, I want to see a sudden surge for 12 minutes to run this up over 375. Let's see if they can do that, allow it to happen. And what I mean by that is, I think they're going to permit it to happen because they want to make it look like, oh, it finally broke down. It finally couldn't just hold anymore. They couldn't stop the floodgates. Just couldn't stop the floodgates. Just couldn't stop the demand. Couldn't stop it, folks. Got 2,100 shares up here that's been for sale all day long, now up at 281. Waiting for the final push. Right now, it's time for the push. The final push. Let's run it up right now. Here she goes, right on up over 73, 74, 75, 76. Let's watch it go, folks. There's the 73. We're talking about right here, but I'm looking for 73, looking at 273, 73, 72, 73, 73, 73. We're looking at 270 right now, looking at 270, but I'm at 271, I'm at 270. I'm going to get a sold 270, looking at 269.99, everybody's buying here, 269. Come on in, everybody, gonna get a grand 269. If you're getting in on the fine, buying 69. Selling right now at 268, but a bid 268, we're going to 269, sold 269, we're going to 270 now. I'm going to 270, we got 269, we're going to 268, 269, 269, we're going to 270. I'm having some fun with you guys. Yeah, that's all you can do. You got to have fun every day in life. You got to have fun. Lord, recognize that we have people here that are in need for you to guide them in the correct direction and when to get in, when to get out, when to buy, when to sell. Lord, we just pray that you keep blessing us with you here in the presence in the tank and let it all keep staying alive and on fire. And let us all be brought by your strength and to come to recognize when it's time to be a buyer, when it's time to sell. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. We need to do it. And I tell everybody here, don't hold these day trade stocks. And this is a very good reason, a very good lesson learned today by my mistake and what I'm down on this. And others are down on it too. Let us not have this happen anymore. We're going to learn from this experience. We're going to learn and we're going to prosper and we're going to gain. We do not sell for a loss. I'm not going to sell this stock for a loss. When I sell it, I'm going to sell it for a profit because I'm going to move it over onto one that you're going to help me find tomorrow that's going to run like crazy. And all the ones on the channel here are going to help me find the hottest stock tomorrow to get onto. We're going to do it together as a team. You're going to help. We're going to pray and we're going to thank you for the blessings that you provide to us as we move forward through life. And we're going to thank you for all these things, lessons that we learn every day. This very valuable lesson, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a freaking $500 lesson for me today to sell this stock if I sell it here. And I'm not even sure I want to sell it yet because I'm still watching it. And I want to see if we're going to see, again, I've already seen a big surge that ran it from freaking 250 up to 275. So I'm not surprised by that either. I thought it was going to happen. What I'm thinking is that this is still just being held here at 275 for as long as they can until it breaks loose and goes right on up. And who's holding it so bad? Who wants to keep it under 275 for so bad? Who's trying so hard? Who is it that's behind this is what I want to know. And I do know this, it will not help them to keep it down. I'm just telling you, they won't make any money that way. They've already fleeced out all the stupid people that sold to them today by dumping all these shares out here in the freaking 306 range and 305. So they've already dumped all through 306 down to this number, 277. They just dumped shares, and they didn't even start with many. Folks, look up here at the top. There's no shares sold up here. They don't even have any shares here hardly sold. At the 306, it's only 1,600 shares, folks, sold. That's $3,000 at 306. $3,000 at 306. And here there's a pisky little amount of 31,000 shares. Again, that's nothing right here. 2,200 shares at $3. That's nothing, folks. There's no volume up here at these biggest numbers over $3. 1,300 shares at $3. 13,000 shares at $3. I'm sorry. You're talking under $40,000 right there at 302 and 301, $3. You're talking nothing. Nothing was sold up there, folks. But everything dang sure was bought here at 275 today. I tell you that right now. Well, I'm watching it, folks. I'm watching it closely. And I would have been loving to see that thing go right on up there to 297, 98, 99, and 3. And this day is still not over. We got six minutes left. Now they've nestled in the 2,100 share order by design right at the 274. The fake shares are at 274 now, folks. That's right. Oh, and look, there's the 11,000 they just popped in at 270 that they never had. Oh, yeah, they got 11,000 there at 270, folks. Don't you believe that in the heart? Don't you believe that one bit? And I already told you they were going to go for this 266 close today. Oh, yeah, that's why it's here. They're trying for 266. Those little pesky rascals, they want a 266 close, Savannah. That's what it's all about. They want that 266 close. They want this thing down 20% today and closing at 266. Oh, my. That is something. 266. And if they get 264, that'll be 20% down the day. 264, if they can achieve that number for a close. Where they could never get any shares before, suddenly they've got them at 264. You got a bunch of shares available for sale there now where they've never had any all day. They've had a lot at 265, don't get me wrong. They've had a boatload there, 500,000, but at 264, they've only had 176,000. So right now, trying to close it down 20%. QUCY. Yep. Woo, doggies. Look at this thing start to run. Watch it run, folks. Let's go. Right back up to 275 in the last 3 minutes. Let's see a run. But I said to you already, I'm going to start selling some shares here, and I'm going to. If it had started really blowing past this 275 and it had really come in strong here at the end here, I'd be selling it. I wouldn't be selling a single share here. But I told you I was not. This was going to be a valuable lesson for me today and for all of you. And I'm sorry that if you're having to follow suit with me, but I am going to sell some of these shares right now because I want to have some money tomorrow. And it stinks that they've been able to um, hold it here in a very strange sort of way, ladies and gentlemen. I'll have to say that. Uh, Not a ton of volume around this stock right now, but a ton of interest at 277 for some reason. I don't know why. But certainly plenty of buyers here at 250, no doubt. They've already got plenty of buyers that bought in the 250 to 260 as well. They've never had jack crap in this area today at all. They're trying for a 266 close. 2 minutes left till the bell rings. Trying to splash the close now. Yep. Never had any shares here before at 261. There's never been any shares here. As a matter of fact, it happens to be the least amount of shares sold at any number down here. That's right. The least number of shares sold at any number sold down here was at 261, where it is now. The least number of shares sold, 260. Look at that. 259. It is now on the least number of shares sold today. The fewest number of shares sold today at 259. I'm just pointing it out, folks. I just want you to be aware of how they're doing it and what they're doing. 254. I mean, virtually almost the least. The least was at 259, sold today, 259. Well, on the low end, on the low end. Well, that was very impressive of you to run that down to 255 at the close. I know how much they love to gather at that number. And this is it. We've got 9, 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. And I am going to go off to my place to um, have dinner tonight with my daughter. And I believe we have seen the end of the fake rundown, the fake share sells, the as you saw today, the 2,100 shares sell order that drifted all over the place all day long today. The 21 share sell order, 2,100 share sell order that was all over this today. And where is it now? Where is the 2,100 share sell order? Oh, they've got 2,000 fake now at 256. 2,000 fake at 256 now. Okay. I see where it is. Listen, you guys, I hope you have a great one. Yep. That's right, Mr. Mexi Brown. So to each and every one of you, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much for being here with me today. I appreciate it. And if you will be wanting to get a little bit more educated, I'll be back here tomorrow, and I'll try to be going at 6:48 a.m. Now, as I always tell everyone, I try to go at 6:48 a.m., but often I can't go at 6:48 because I get to bed too late. So if I'm up late till 11 or 12, I'm not going to get up at 6 in the morning, okay? I got to get some sleep. So, all right. So tonight, if I get to bed before 10:30, I'll see you at 6:48 a.m., okay? Higuera, hello. Higuera, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm getting ready to sign off right now. I can't stick around because I have to go eat dinner and we got to get to this restaurant before happy hour ends. So we're going to take off now. for Buffalo Wild Wings, and we're going to be having the two for deal tonight. And if you want to participate in this festivity, then you're welcome to buy my wife and I a beer if you want to. If you want to send in any gifts today, I did not see that much in the way of gifts. I missed some gifts. LUD is reporting earnings today and has big government contract in China. It's run down, and I look for a pop tomorrow. Thank you, Ray Costello. 520 LUD. Thank you. Thank you, Igrera. All right. Ray Costello. Earnings. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, got it. Got it. Tyler. All right. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. PHOE, keep an eye on it. Okay, got it. All right, got it. PHOE. Thank you very much, Ray. Jayhawk. All right. Thank you. I sure do appreciate that, Igera and Jayhawk. Help us out with the party tonight here at the Buffalo Wild Wings. Yep. All right, you guys. No, David, unfortunately, I don't have song time tonight. I got to hit the road. The song I'm doing tonight is Hit the Road, Cat. And don't you get back until 6:48 a.m. Hit the road, cat. And I gotta be back tomorrow morning. Thank you, Jayhawk, for that floating heart. There's one for you. There's a floating heart on the screen for you. All right. Thank you. Chili pepper, boom, slap me upside the head. Pow. That'll be great, man. Chili pepper. Woo. Hi, Catfish. You have a wonderful evening with your family. God bless you. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, well, well. That doggone stock that just closed at 252 a share is at 264 in after hours. How in the world is that? QUCY. Closed at 252, and now the doggone thing's at 265 in after hours. I gotta leave. Too gay here for me. Bye. Thank you for leaving, Blue. Blue. What a great name. Hey, guess what? That guy that was just in here, he blew everybody. Uh How about QUCY? What's your average price? Oh, it's too high. It's too high. We got to get up over $3. I'm over four even. I think I don't know 390 or something. I'm not going to get back to my DCA on that for a while. I may never see it. I'm at 388. 388. So, but I expect to see hopefully a turnaround. If not, I'll just sell some of it and move it over on a runner that someone picks out tomorrow. Yep. Someone's going to pick a runner. You shouldn't be holding that, Wendy. You shouldn't be holding any stocks like this. These are day trade stocks, Wendy. Day trade only. Only I want to hold these, not you. All day trade stocks are to be bought. If it goes up, great, you sell it. If it goes down, you sell it. You do not hold these stocks, Wendy. None of you should hold this. Only I'm holding it because I can afford to do it. Don't do that. Don't hold these day trade stocks. So this morning, I went through a list of all the day trade stocks that were called out a week ago, and every one of them had collapsed. Every one of them. They just don't hold up. They're day trade only, Wendy, okay? And everybody else too. You must know this. Don't hold these day trade stocks. This is a lesson to be learned. I held on to it because I can do it. But this is a perfect example of why you don't hold day trade stock. I'm down $600 on this thing. Today only. I'm down 830 since I opened it. Yeah. Don't hold these day trade stocks. Nobody. I don't want you doing it. Only I can do it. Only I can take the hit. I can take the hit, but you guys, I don't want you taking these hits. Don't hold these day trade stocks. Don't go, all right, well, I think I'm going to hold it. No, sell it every day, every day, every day. We'll find another one tomorrow. Everybody will hear, will find one on the radar and scanner, and it'll be volume, and we can catch it just right. You know the type that we're looking for. All right. All right. I'm gonna get on out of here, guys. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow at 6:48 a.m. if I can get to bed by 10:30 tonight. Peace out. Catfish Tyler. Love you all. Hope you're surrounded with love. Bye-bye.